So we'll start with our program. Just first, immediate request, please put your phone on silent. We'll start with a brief invocation to the Divine Mother, and then we'll begin the program. So please keep your phones on silent or turn them off. And God and you, please.
सर्वस्तरतु दुर्गानि सर्वो भद्राणि पश्यतु सर्वः सद्बुद्धिमाप्नोतु सर्वः सर्वत्र नन्दतु सर्वेत्र सुखिनः सन्तु सर्वे सन्तु निरामयाः सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु मा कश्चित् दुःखमाप्नुयात्।
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Sri Aurobindo Society, our student guests and other speakers and other volunteers who have come for this seminar. Sri Aurobindo and travel or tourism, what is the connection? That is, hopefully, that will be revealed as through our deliberations at the seminar. But to begin with, I'll just quickly mention Sri Aurobindo, in his epic poem Savitri, writes the longest book, Book 2, is titled The Traveler of the Worlds. His concern throughout has been travel inside. So what is the connection of travel inside to the travel outside? Let's hope we'll, from the inner world to the outer world, how to bridge that gap. That's what we hope to highlight through some of our sessions through this seminar. So to begin with, I will request our chairman, Shri Pradeep Bhai, to open the deliberations and officially welcome everyone.
Hello, good morning, welcome. This is something, this particular seminar is very close to our heart. Sri Aurobindo has said very clearly about his yoga as to that we know very little of his inner life. We talk of his various aspects of his dimensions on his fight with the British, etc., etc. But about his inner developments, we know very little. And we have to go delve much deeper into understand that. Recently, we are coming out with a publication which spells out the various aspects of his life and of his inner developments through reflected and manifested by his poems. It is in 10 parts, which it will come out. And those who are interested in poems and who are truly interested in Sri Aurobindo's adventure of consciousness will be delighted to see it. It should be out very soon. I welcome my colleagues on the dais, Mr. Balaji, Dr. Arun Chandra, who will be speaking on some very important topics. And I'm happy to see that the subjects that are going to be taken today, one is to how to view a temple. Now, we all go to temples, and nobody knows as to what to really see in a temple. Right? We go in, we look around, how clean it is, or how dirty it is, or beauty on the walls, and what it is. Nobody goes deep into the statues or deep into the sculpture. And like Sri Aurobindo very beautifully writes about when he went to the Hilltop Temple in Pune, how he describes the goddess, how the goddess stands there in silence, manifesting silence, etc. Similarly, also he was written when he went to the hilltop in Kashmir, where the temple is of Shankaracharya, and how he describes the peace of that temple. So it is what is really a temple reflecting, what is it manifesting, is something that will be discussed is one of the topics. Puducherry is a spiritual travel destination. Now, Puducherry is a great destination spot these days. You have a great influx of tourists coming in from different parts of India, and it's a quick getaway from the hustle and bustle of life, and for some is something else attracts, which is almost inexplicable. Now, whenever I have been asked as to why do people come to Pondicherry, what is it that attracts people to come to Pondicherry, and my answer always is that what really attracts is something intangible, not what we see. It's not cheap liquor, which today in any case is not cheaper than any other place. It's the same tax as it used to be. So it is something else, something intangible that draws people over here, which is a piece which is intangible, which sometimes we do not even see. But it is something different. So we will discuss this in detail when we come to this spiritual travel destination. There are various aspects of this travel today. Tourism is not just tourism as it used to be. It's not a 5-star tourism or a budget tourism or a cheaper tourism or a comfortable or uncomfortable tourism. It is not that anymore. There are too many dimensions of travel. The spiritual dimension, the religious dimension, the heritage dimension, the historical dimensions. There are ample ways of looking at tourism and ample motives that draw people towards tourism. There are not travel guides, for instance. We have run into, whenever you go to any historical site or you go to a religious site, you run into travel guides. Most travel guides are there just roaming around and tell you, yeah, we'll take you around, and you give them a tip at the end of it. Some are registered guides who are supposed to be sensitized and also supposed to be have been taught as to what you are supposed to draw the attention of the person who goes there. Sensitizing the guides is a very important part of any kind of heritage travel. And this is one subject which is going to be taken up by a colleague of mine who was the first person to pass out in the tourism course from the Pondicherry University. Preparing an inner tour of India is a part of the same thing. As to what does Pondicherry manifest, the inner aspects of it, the peace, the silence aspect of it. Then there's a speaker who's going to speak on the poet's journey through spiritual India. This lady has traveled a lot to various sensitive sites and has come out with some beautiful poems, and she will relate those things, the experiences that she has garnered. And then it is a talk on, is it pilgrimage or spiritual tourism? Now this is a very interesting subject. Yatra पे जाते हैं, pilgrimage. इस धाम पे गए, उस धाम पे गए, उस धाम पे गए, going to various places. 4 धाम पे हुआ है कि नहीं हुआ है, तो गंगा नहा लिए. This is one aspect of, and the other is a spiritual tourism, where the tourism is guided from within. So this is a subject which is interesting, which is going to be handled by Belu Mehra. It's an interesting subject, and I would like to look forward to see how she handles it, really. So I look forward to a very fruitful interaction with all of you. Because any seminar like this has to be interactive. It cannot be a one-way traffic. So some very knowledgeable, very experienced people are going to speak on this subject. And I hope that all of us together will make it a success. We will carry on throughout the day, lunch, and then later on. There's going to be a very in-depth talk by Dr. Alok Pandey after lunch on this subject. And then there is a panel discussion later on in the evening. So I look forward to meeting you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Pradeep Bhai. Just a couple of quick housekeeping type of announcements. There is water outside at 2 places. One in, actually just in the one near the exhibition area. So please feel free to use that if you need to. And there is washroom facility there also. Please keep your phones turned off or on silent throughout the seminar. And also, any other quick housekeeping kind of things? We are okay with, we can proceed. So may I now request Mr. Balaji from, he's the Managing Director of Pondicherry Tourism Development Corporation, to briefly give an address. Thank you, sir. You need this? You need this.
Welcome you all to this wonderful seminar on experiencing the spirit of India through cultural and heritage tourism. First and foremost, I thank Pradeep Bhai for giving me an opportunity having coming here and giving my thought process over this issue. Also, welcome all the delegataries and guests here. So, it's always my habit to start my talk with a small story. Okay. So, actually I am from DU, Delhi University. So, Gurmeet Singh ji was my provost, hostel provost. Anu ji, aapse bol raha hu. Gurmeet Singh was my provost in hostel. Gurmeet Singh sir, vice chancellor was my provost. He was provost to me in hostel. So, 4 log aaye the ISKCON se. They were selling this Bhagavad Gita. So our university was with all the lefters, righters, it was a very big group. So a atheist came down. So he said, I'll start smoking with the Bhagavad Gita. Each page I'll tear every day and we'll have a smoke every day. So ISKCON से जो आए थे, तो he said, okay, it's up to you. It's part of atheism is also in Hinduism concept. So आप करिए, आपका मर्जी है, हम कुछ कर लेंगे. लेकिन एक शर्त है. There is one promise you have to give me. Is that okay? What am I supposed to do? So before using the paper which you are tearing, just read the paper once, every day. And so you start smoking every day. So after 2 years down the line when I went, the same person was there with ISKCON dress and he was selling the Bhagavad Gita. So unless and until you don't experience what is what, so you will not understand what is the concepts are. So this actually had got the story. I mean, yesterday night I was told that you have to come down. So I was remembering, to hua tha pehle. So isi to kar denge. So experiencing the spirit of India and through culture and heritage tourism is something which you have to experience. Other than that, I don't think so. Recently I was on a trip to France and Germany for 15-20 days. I was astonished that it was too mechanical. जब भी signal red jalta hai, तो गाड़ी रुक जाता है. So it was very surprising. So unless and until you don't have a mechanical life, the part of tourism, the part of exploring yourself, the inner self, is not something new to Indian concepts. Indian heritage concepts have been existing for almost maybe 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 years back. But still then we had the concept of pilgrimage, which Bhaiji was saying. And also it is not very specific to India or Hindu religion. It was also with Islam and it is also with Christianity also. So you have to travel a lot so that you identify yourself, your inner self, the essence of life, the essence of the pilgrimage aspects. So unless and until you don't travel, the discovery of the inner self of an individual will be minimal. There is an iota of chance that he would be more mechanical if he is not so. So thank you so much for this. We'll kindly, we are trying to create a group. So wherein it is Pondicherry is not very Pondicherry region specific. We are trying to convert into a regional center. And we are tying up with places near Pondicherry like Tirupati, some non-spiritual aspects, other temple areas also, so that we have an one-to-one interaction with them. The idea of experiencing the spirit of India involves in experiencing and going through the process. So thank you so much. Thank you so much for having conducted such an opportunity. Thank you so much. And this is a kind of gratitude to Pradeep Bhai, please. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Balaji, sir. Just a small token of our appreciation and just a blessing from the mother. Just please accept this token from the mothers. Gayatri. Gayatri. This is one of our publications. She actually traveled through India and wrote this, and then this is just a highlights report. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. I should also just quickly mention Mr. Mohammad Farooq, the regional director, who couldn't join us. So he will be represented by Gayatri Panda, who is the nodal officer of Puducherry. So we missed his comment, his address during this inaugural session. But This seminar, as you all know, is in association with the Southern Regional Office, Ministry of Tourism, Government of India, and Mr. Mohammad Farooq is the regional director, but he's been very busy. So for some reason, he was not able to join us virtually also, we tried. But as with PTDC and Pondicherry University Department of Tourism Studies, there are other partners to bring us this seminar. So it's my pleasure now to invite Professor Anu Chandran, who has a message from the Vice Chancellor of Pondicherry University, who is also away for a national Vice Chancellor level conference. But he has kindly sent a message for the seminar. So Professor, if you can just read out his message to the delegates here.
Namaste, Vanakkam, and good morning to all of you, and bonjour also. It's a great pleasure to render and read out the message of our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Gurmeet Singh, who has been gracious and kind enough amidst his busy schedule. On time, we gave day before yesterday, and he kept it ready in his office, and they had, his office had mailed me in the evening. So, Vice Chancellor's message goes like this. I am happy that Pondicherry University is participating in the national seminar being organized by Sri Aurobindo Society and Ministry of Tourism, Government of India, Southern Regional Office on 25th March 2023. It is especially good to see the active involvement of our Department of Tourism Studies and Department of Anthropology. It is heartening to note that many students and scholars from the university are interested in such educational programs. Participating in such events, especially where the discussions are going to be in the light of Sri Aurobindo's vision for India and Indian culture, and always usher great inspiration and new insights for the young, enthusiastic and curious minds. I convey my wishes and appreciation to the speakers and participants. I would also add that the university shall offer the fullest support for other future events organized in sync with the vision and words of Sri Aurobindo among the students, educators and people in general. India and the world need to rise in collective consciousness for a new future that awaits humanity, and for this Sri Aurobindo's and the mother's integral vision of life and education are the best anchors we have today. Pondicherry University is fully supportive of all programs done in this spirit. Best wishes for a grand and impactful event. So this is the Vice Chancellor's message for all of us, and it is so inspiring and encouraging for us. And so it's a pleasure for me and an honor for me to read it out here. Thank you so much for your. And on this occasion, I would also like to offer two of the books written by me to Sri Aurobindo Society. One is titled The Flavors of Cultural Tourism Management, and the second is History of Freedom Movement in India. So it was released by Professor Gurmeet Singh in a function held in the School of Management Auditorium in 2019. So it's a privilege for me to hand over these books to Sri Pradeep Narang sir on this occasion in the presence of Balaji sir, Asha Gupta ma'am, Belu madam is there, Gayatri from Ministry of Tourism, Kishore sir, and all other dignitaries, my former colleague Lakshmi Jyoti, and the scholars, students of the Department of Tourism Studies, Anthropology, Tagore Arts College, and so many dignitaries are there, and facilitators also.
Thank you so much, Professor Anuchandran. I would like to request now all the dignitaries on the dais to, instead of lamp lighting, we thought we'll do a little different this time to begin the deliberations of the seminar. You know, the talks of the seminar. We'll start with watering a small tree. We'll request you to just, as a token, we have kept some water. This is the banyan tree, which is quintessentially Indian culture. And since we don't have the privilege of the presence of Mr. Mohammad Farooq, may I request Gayatri to please represent the Ministry of Tourism, Government of India, the Southern Regional Office. And we'll be taking this tree to one of the afforestation projects of Sri Aurobindo Society called AUROBINDO. It will be planted there. It was as if waiting for ready to be, transferred into the ground. And when our gardener showed this, we were thrilled when we saw a little tulsi also blossoming from there. Mother has given spiritual significance to more than 850 flowers, and tulsi's significance is devotion. So nothing more suitable was required. It's like how she was planning it. So both this tulsi and the banyan tree will be planted. Thank you so much, all of you. So we'll now begin with our address in our first talk. Shall we begin? Yes? Shall we begin with our talks? Yes. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So may I invite now Dr. Kishore Tripathi to speak on the topic, takeaways from the recent Pondicherry Heritage Festival 2023 and the road ahead. Dr. Kishore Tripathi is the Member Secretary, Auro Bharati, Sri Aurobindo Society. So the topic that he's going to speak on is takeaways from PHF 2023 and the road ahead. Please, Dr. Tripathi.
Namaste, Vanakkam and Bonjour. First of all, my sincere gratitude to the mother as the president of this prestigious institution and under whose dynamic thoughts this program is being organized. Respected Sri Pradeep Narangbhai, Chairman, Sri Aurobindo Society, Professor Anuchandran ji from the Department of Tourism, Pondicherry University, Mr. Mohammad Farooq, the Regional Director, Southern Regional Center, Ministry of Tourism in absentia, Sir Gayatri Panda, the State Nodal Officer from the Ministry of Tourism, my colleague Dr. Belu Mehraji, and learned scholars representing various institutions and the students from representing different colleges and universities of Puducherry. This is really one of the unique topics experiencing the spirit of India through cultural and heritage tourism. Before I say something what we have done through this Pondicherry Heritage Festival, and what is our roadmap, what exactly we plan to do this. I want to say 2 lines about this real spirit of Indian culture. I would like to quote Sri Aurobindo, Indian civilization has been the form and expressions of a culture as great as any of the historic civilization of mankind. Great in religion, great in philosophy, great in science, great in thought of many kinds, great in literature, art and poetry, great in the organization of society and politics, and great in craft, I unquote. Even if the scripture says, Gayanti Deva Kilagitakani, Dhanyastute Bharat Bhumi Bhage, Swargapa Vargas Padahetu Bhumo, Bhavanti Bhuyah Purushaha Shuratvat. The true spirit of Indian culture, the real identity of India lies in its culture and its heritage. The translation of this verse from the Padma Puran says, even the gods sing that the men who are born in this Bharata Varsha, which is the path to heaven and liberation, are more fortunate than us the gods. So this is the real identity of this nation, which has given the message of unity through the famous dictum Yatra Vishwa Bhavati Eka Nidam, Yatra Vishwa Bhavati Eka Rupam, and Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. As all of you know that Pondicherry, it was a festive celebration for this Puducherry. The city celebrated one of the most innovative events, the Pondicherry Heritage Festival. More than 25 institutions representing 45 days of events, more than 55 events, exploring the rich and cultural and natural heritage of this land, including the exhibitions, talks, panel discussions through that. And Sri Aurobindo Society was one of the partnering institutions of that Pondicherry Heritage Festival, and we organized specific events with a special focus on the cultural heritage conservation and how this heritage can be sustained with small activities. Now the question comes, what is the roadmap? What exactly we want to do? Because this festive session has gone. Again, it will come back in 2024. And I'm very happy that today's event is being organized in collaboration with Sri Aurobindo Society, Southern Regional Center, Ministry of Tourism, Pondicherry University, Pondicherry Tourism Development Corporation, and many other organizations. As all of you know that Sri Aurobindo Society is recognized as one of the research institutions under Ministry of Science and Technology. It has been recognized as one of the institutions of national importance, and the society holds the information and consultative status with the United Nations Economic and Social Council. Apart from the many important initiatives of the society, its core objective is to explore the rich and cultural heritage of this nation, and we are working on many projects as to cope with this, how we can work on this tourism and heritage and art sectors. When we talk about our initiatives, like how Puducherry is a beautiful land, it is called as Vedapuri. Once upon a time, the tradition of the Vedic teaching and learning system was so, if you go to refer to the Bahur inscriptions, how beautiful those things are mentioned. So we are much more concerned about documenting this heritage with a P2P, people-to-people interactions, and how we can really work with the community cultures. I will explain what are the things we are already started on this. When we talk about the tourism sector, actually, it has a growing industry which focus on the spirit of different traditions. But I feel when we talk about the tourism sector, it has its uniqueness. Apart from the economic and sustainable level things, there is a great role to explore the cultural and heritage tourism things. So we are working on two of the few aspects, that is on the promotion of heritage that can be part of the tourism things. In the first phase, we're working on the documenting of the sacred sites and the monuments of Puducherry, especially the Bahur temples and other sites. And another thing is to the promotion of cultural tourism with an objective for creating cultural motivations such as visit to sites and monuments, how it can provide an unique experience to this. And to achieve this, we have followed 4 tiers of activities, that is on the basic research and heritage documentation, where currently we are working on a project that is the Jiva Samadhi tradition. This is one of the unique systems of Siddha tradition. And there are more than 33 sites. We are in a process to document, collect some stories and unique references to that. So once we receive that, we will move to the different parts of southern India, Tamil Nadu, many sectors are there, many sites are there also. We are also working on the renovation design of the museums and galleries, because these are the unique sectors where Pondicherry, these things has to be developed, because many sectors, if you see the Pondicherry Museum, we are collaborating with Indian National Trust for Cultural and Heritage in TAC, and once the grant comes, we will be part of the redesign and renovation of the museums, even if Mahakavi Subramanya Bharatiya's museum also, many things, even if the new museums can be developed. Once I discussed with Vijay, why don't you can we have a virtual museum on Sri Aurobindos and mothers, which can reach to millions of the people around the world. And one of the important aspects of this initiative, we are trying to create a digital repository of the resources, which will definitely promote the digital tourism, one of the unique concepts. And as far as the dissemination part is concerned, we are focusing on few training programs and capacity building things. We have recently announced one program, that is capacity building program for artists and cultural professionals. I interacted with many of the artists in Puducherry. They do not have sufficient resources to work on their particular dimensions, whether the government is doing some small workshops for 2 to 3 days, but how they can be part of the sustainable process. And we are also planning to have one training program for museum and heritage professionals in collaboration with the National Museum Institute. So these are some of the small initiatives which we have already working on. And I hope that the Government of India is the nodal agency, the Ministry of Tourism. It works through the state government, and they have specific agenda to bring 2030 missions how tourism can be part of this international process. But I feel institutions like Sri Aurobindo Society and many others has a great role to play in this important initiative. We have experts like Professor Anuchandranji is here. We have a good conversation how we can take it in collaboration with the Pondicherry University. We are in a process to sign an MOU with the Pondicherry University. Once that finalizes, we'll be able to work with many departments. And I hope in a collaborative effort, these are small activities based on the research and program things. And I hope in a collaborative effort, we can contribute a little, just like the little squirrel's role when the Rama Setu was going on. So our role is like that. So we are requesting the students and the members for representing various institutions, they can be part of this initiative, which will be really, we can add on something. And we are also collaborating, we have also a project, International Cultural Relations. And that main objective is to connect India with different parts of the world. And that will be really in the vision of Sri Aurobindo's, how can India's prominent role, you have seen in the G20, India is leading the world in many sectors. So these are small initiatives, and I hope through our little activities we can contribute to this, and this is the small thing. And I would like to conclude what the real spirit of this culture and heritage when we speak. Sri Aurobindo writes, "A widest and highest spiritualizing of life on earth is the last vision of all, that vast and unexampled seeking and experiment in 1,000 ways of the soul's outermost and innermost experience, which is the unique character of India's past. This is the end, is the mission for which she was born and the meaning of her existence." Thank you.
please accept just a small token of appreciation and blessings from the mother. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate keeping the messages brief because we really want to bring different perspectives and keep the flow going. So we are also keeping introductions, that's why very, very brief and to the point. I now have the privilege of inviting Professor Anu Chandran, who is Associate Professor and Head in the Department of Tourism Studies at Pondicherry University. He's had 20 years of teaching experience, plus several years of administrative experience in the field of tourism as a professional. So, and as we know, he's also a prolific author. So Dr. Anu Chandran will be speaking on heritage tourism in India, challenges and solutions. So, please. Yeah, there is a PPT also.
Namaste. As against we, at the outset, let me congratulate Sri Aurobindo Society for organizing a national seminar on such a very, very kind of soulful theme, experiencing the spirit of India through cultural and heritage tourism. When we are I don't know if you have, Sri Balaji also spoke about self-realization. In India, when we speak about samba dance of Brazil or calypso dance of the Caribbean, they have their own experiences, right? When from the Indian perspective, when we speak about the dynamics of experiencing something, that is what precisely we all are going through at this point in time. It depends on the vibrations of the place. When we are entering this Aurobindo Society, now I am experiencing that. My mind has slowed down. This is not the way in which I talk, I have a discourse or I have any kind of deliberation. Absolutely no. My students are there, Naresh sir is there, my scholars are also there. So it is a very soothing effect. That is what we speak about Indian culture, Indian heritage and the experience. And secondly, Kishore Tripathi has spoken about the collaboration with the Pondicherry University for the futuristic endeavors. And Lakshmi's brainchild, the Spiritual Tourism Conference, we are going to organize during June 8th and 9th this year. So it is in collaboration with Ministry of Tourism, Government of India. They have sanctioned the fund for that. It is going to be released soon, and then we are going into the nitty-gritties of organizing when we will have a very strong kind of synergy with Sri Aurobindo Society. And it goes without saying, but since he brought it out here, I am just reinforcing that aspect, that is all. On this preface, let me delve into the presentation. Heritage tourism in India, challenges and solutions. So here I am touching upon what I said earlier on the experiential aspects, not the kind of commoditization or the ifs and buts of promoting heritage tourism, the pros and cons of that. Yes, because this is organized in consonance with such a theme, and the main organizer of this seminar is Sri Aurobindo Society. So I am dealing with the points here from that light, not in a very conventional scheme of things which tourism academic is expected to present. When we speak about heritage tourism, we speak about the visual reminders of history. That is the legacy. And that is why we boast of such kind of very pronouncing structures, heritage structures, intangible heritage, like Vedic chanting, the keystone species, like the banyan tree, the peepal tree, the neem tree. Yes, we have a, multitude of heritage which is very special for our country. These are visual reminders of history, and in the subsequent slides I am laying accent on history and the legacy aspects. This is just for the benefit of those who are from other disciplines, other fields, just to give an orientation. Historical monuments, ruins, sites, forts, palaces, museums, mausoleums, architecture, etc. have always been major heritage tourist attraction. We must maintain a distinction between cultural tourism and heritage tourism. This slide is just to lay stress on that aspect. Virtues. This is the slide I kept in the last. And I wanted to open this presentation with this slide. Because when the earlier slides, historic monuments, right interpretation of history, the visual reminders through heritage tourism is the need of the hour now. Because of this aspect. Heritage is connected to the virtues. When there is a dilution, whether there is a dichotomy in that, then the future generation have no prospect of looking back at something. They are there in such a place from where it is a vacuum. Yes, heritage gives the lead for the futuristic generation in terms of virtues. These are some of the pictures. This is a picture of Chitaral. It's a Jain heritage center. And there is a Bhagavati temple also in that place. Very unusual from the point of view of heritage from the perspective of India. In this Chitaral, it is in Kanyakumari district, southern part of India. It is maintained by the Archaeological Survey of India. And they follow all the ancient monuments and archaeological sites and Protection Act 1958. And they are maintaining this site. So these are all visual reminders of history and heritage. And this is very close to us, the Sinji Fort. Sinji Fort is in shambles when I am speaking about challenges and solutions of heritage tourism. Yes, many historical monuments are in shambles. Right? This is what I meant. The graffiti writing on the walls of very precious, invaluable heritage for us. Yes, it is vandalism. This is an effort to preserve and protect the heritage. Yes, Dholavira, Gujarat excavation. Can anybody tell us which photograph is this? This is a very vibrant.
This is a resort. They call Mantra. This is a resort called Mantra.
Not really, it is in Kerala. This is the Nalakettu architecture. It is promoted, it is refurbished. If not for tourism, such structures will go to peril. It won't be there anymore. Yes? Tourism is instrumental, tourism is incentive for the preservation of such heritage structures like Nalakettu, Ettugettu, because they are promoted as part of heritage tourism, the accommodation. Tourism departments are providing incentives to those who convert their properties to, like Havelis, forts, to hotels and all that. This is the tree, the keystone species, the banyan tree, and it is preserved because people attribute cultural and heritage values to that. They worship that, so the authorities don't chop it off. It is being protected. and this is about imbibing the heritage value. Heritage pronounces as it is about age-old culture, traditions and customs of a country, and that is a justification for us to think and delve deeply into that. Why historicity is an attribute? Historicity is not only a tourism attribute, but it is something very sacred for us. Yes? When we are considering a place which has been gone under the ocean, say Dwarka. Recently there was a program on Dwarka and then reinstating that. Yes, by the use of technology. When we are attributing historicity to such places, we are kind of, because Indian tourism's vision is, we should physically invigorate, mentally rejuvenate, culturally enrich, and spiritually elevate, and tourists upon visit to those places, historicity when they consider as an attribute, they must feel that from within, upon return. The sociological benefits, it will be an eye-opener for them. You know, when they are visiting Amber Fort, when they are visiting Salarian Museum in Hyderabad, the Golconda Fort. These are all reflections of historicity. The economic value of heritage manifests and expressions. We have the Mamalapuram group of monuments. It is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Or the Tabo Valley in the Tabo Buddhist monastery in Lahore. Lahore Spiti Valley. Lahore, Kinnaur and Spiti Valley. Lot of Buddhist monasteries are there. When they have economic value, the stakeholders, the tourism players, the promoters take active interest in its preservation. Right? They consider in terms of, we have also written so many research papers on economic value of Mamalapuram heritage. For maintaining that, there should be a source of revenue. And tourism acts as a source of revenue for such monuments for its preservation. See the fourth point, slow and conscious travel. That I felt that it is lacking somewhat. Because when we go to a museum, the operator is taking a group of students and they are rushing around. They don't know the difference between a statue of Mephistopheles in Salarian Museum and a veiled Rebecca in the museum, and they don't know the the value of others, because you are in Mamalapuram. I had a personal experience. That was one of my study area for my PhD work also. That time I was seeing a lot of students are taken as part of their excursion to Mamalapuram, and the teacher is pushing, whether it is Pancharathas, whether it is Tiger Cave, whether it is the three-dimensional bas relief of Arjuna's penance. They are pushing it. And the students don't have time. They don't have the kind of opportunity to realize the value of that heritage. Slow and conscious travel will facilitate students to get, tuned into the precious the historicity of the places. Heritage trails we have in numerous places, but it is tagged with authenticity. How, in a very comprehensive manner, the guides, the concerned escorts are, explaining the facets to tourists. Heritage trails, I have a photograph of the group in Jewish synagogue in Mattancherry in Cochin. There the guides and the promoters, they provide very factual information. For that, fact-finding is a dire necessity when it comes to heritage tourism preservation, and that I have pointed it as a challenge also. Yes, capacity building programs is the solution for that, if you ask me. Capacity building programs for the promoters, that how they should describe a particular monument. No hype, no exaggeration, and it should be very factual. For that, they should have the mindset for fact-finding. Tech-driven ventures are there. Now we speak about chat GPT and artificial intelligence, how data is stored and disseminated, and AI and such ventures play a very crucial role in that. Due to paucity of time, let me just go very fast. This is a slide about heritage tourism in India, just a prologue. Is heritage tourism progress to past? There is a property in Palakkad, the northern part of Kerala. So they have there you have tourists experiencing bullock cart drives in the lantern. The bullock cart is with the lantern. The aesthetics is of utmost importance when it comes to heritage tourism. Yes, the habitat issue. You can have the Ghat experience in Varanasi. Varanasi Ghat experience you cannot import to another place, right? So progress to the past, progress in terms of the intellectual dimension. That is what I like to underscore there, not the other way. That the previous slide was about tech-driven progress. That is on the other side. I was expecting Madam to give this, so I will just quickly go through this is about the National Trust for Historic Preservation defines heritage tourism as traveling to experience the places, artifacts and activities that authentically represent the stories and people of the past and present. That's why we have storytelling as a component. People like Venkat and all that were part of storytelling, open street mapping. We are doing a lot of good that. Heritage symbols got a prominent position in the tour itineraries. Yet another dimension is that tourism helps to protect and preserve the historically important places and monuments in the country, which I have already shared with you. The visits to historical centers and keen interest and enthusiasm of tourists in the unique heritage facets of the destinations dipped in history provide the much needed incentive for its preservation and protection. It also provides the economic means for maintaining them. Heritage walks, heritage hotels, these are all very tangible aspects and all inclusive tourism. Here different groups, market segmentation, that is a challenge for heritage tourism. There is a foregone conclusion among the stakeholders that only few people like heritage. They have a predetermined notion that should be shaken. It should be for all segments. Sound and light show in Red Fort. That is a resource stewardship in heritage tourism. There is a monument and how that monument can be experienced by us. This is an effort. Sound and light show in Golconda Fort or Cellular Jail or Red Fort. This is a cultural immersion experience in Varanasi. The Ghats. That is sheerly directly experiencing that heritage. These are some of the intangible cultural heritage, ICH. We have oral masterpieces which are being recognized and accredited by UNESCO. As I said earlier, Vedic chanting is there, Kalbeli dance, Ramlila, Kumbh Mela, Kudiyatam, Mudiyattu. This list is so exhaustive. Kalbelia dance, Rajasthan, intangible heritage, intangible cultural heritage. This is the Jewish synagogue, heritage walk. I was speaking to you about conversion, transformation, rather not conversion, transformation of heritage properties to heritage hotels. Udaipur, Rajasthan, these are the major challenges. Major challenges in the planning and implementation of maintenance efforts in heritage monuments and sites is the lack of funds and expertise. Graffiti spoils our heritage. It is like a sadistic kind of a mindset. When somebody will break it and then write the name. Yes? Vandalism. We can see in numerous properties. Violation of carrying capacity. At a point in time, what optimum number can be handled? If it is the next point, commoditization, it is flouted. All rules are flouted. Caves. Caves is precious heritage. Whether it is in Belum caves or Ajanta Ellora, Idakal caves in Kerala or Bora caves in Vizag, you have very sensitive structures there. The stalagmites, stalactites, the calcium carbonate formations. Lakshmi, when UNWT also did a study on that, you can recall that. So it cannot withstand a lot of people coming at a stretch. Commoditization is antithetical to that. Interpretation of heritage, the right interpretation. That is not happening now. That's why it is a challenge. Yes, it should be clearly told, very impersonally told, without aligning with any particular aspect. Direct communication is the need of the hour there. Authenticity, as I told you, the habitat issues, it's a tightrope work. The tour operator should have business, and at the same time, the tourists also should be benefited, and the heritage owners, the kind of, the players who own the heritage also should be benefited. Habitat and visual pollution. Every place you have littering, you have some kind of, big hoardings covering the eye view of the tourist. Some film, movie hoarding, something covering the heritage. And the plastic waste and other kind of shabby littering also. The process of planning heritage sites involves site conservation and historical research from the tourism point of view. The government agencies, namely the Archaeological Survey of India and Indian National Trust for Art and Cultural Heritage, are actively involved in conservation of historic sites. Determining carrying capacity becomes extremely important. We are delving into that from our department. Good governance and political willpower. This is a point when Jagmohan was the Minister for Culture and Tourism in 2001. In Taj Palace, when we represented AP Tourism, he was highlighting that aspect, which is so many loopholes are still doing the rounds. Refurbishment, experiential tourism, story trails, resource stewardship, the patronage by the private sector, sponsoring and then adopting the heritage, community-based endeavors, circuit tourism, and I spoke about all-inclusive tourism for the differently abled tourists, braille signages which they can make out, and the tactile pathways. This is the concluding slide. Heritage tourism in India must reflect the quintessential dimensions and provide meaningful inroads to the ethos of the destination, and the organic character and spirit of Indian heritage need to be at the crux of all promotional endeavors.
Thank you. Just please, just wait. Yes. Okay. You just turn it on, Pradeep. He has a question, I think.
It's on. Yeah, Dr. Arunachandran, you have packed in so much knowledge in your talk just now. It is very thrilling to listen to you. And I think what you have told us today is can be highlighted in another get-together. We must meet again because you've raised many issues which are very, very important. And I have, in fact, personally, I have many questions to ask you. But this is not the time. I'm afraid you packed in so much in just 25 minutes. It's amazing. Especially this slow and conscious travel is one particular subject that is very close to us, all of us here. So I think we must meet again and really talk in detail about the issues that you have raised. Yeah, sorry, you can't hear me clearly? No, what I'm saying is that you packed so much knowledge in what you've said in these 25 minutes that we have so many questions to ask you. So we have to have one separate meeting with you, some of us, either here or in the university, whatever suits you, because we're very, very impressed. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Anuchandran. Yes, I'm sorry I have the tough job of giving these little chits, but I have to keep things moving. Okay. Vishwajita, can you help him, please? So I now have the privilege of inviting our next speaker, Ms. Lakshmi Jyoti, and she's a personal friend for, I don't know, like almost 2 decades now. She's from the first batch of graduates from Pondicherry University's Department of Tourism Studies, and she's held positions in public and private sector, both in the tourism areas, and a 3rd generation follower of Sri Aurobindo and the mother. She's going to speak on a very important topic, which is especially relevant for the tourism professionals, current and future. So all the students who are in the tourism studies, her topic is sensitizing travel guides to spiritual bases of Indian culture. Lakshmi.
Sabhaya Namaha. I started my career training the guides, but I would say all of you who want to have your careers developed in tourism, please start as tourism guides, because it is these guides who are there in the heat and dust, sun and rain, talking to the tourists. They have the direct contact at the places of tourism, as well as how this experience is being translated into the tourist experience. So let me not take too much time. There is paucity of time. Let me just go straight into the topic. What you find over there are the Damballa caves. And a couple of decades back, Sri Lanka shut down Damballa caves from the tourists. Can anybody tell me why? Did anybody hear about that? Well, that is because you find there beautiful statues of Buddha sitting, standing. I've been there myself, it's wonderful. And the tourists, most probably from the West, they were sitting in the lap of Buddha. They were posing with the Buddha. I do not know, maybe they were also trying to hug Buddha or whatever and have their photographs taken. So what did it happen? The local population was horrified, and they shut the caves. So what do we do? Is it right? Are we going to shut down all our sacred sites just because we are scared? The locals think the tourists are aliens, and the tourists find the local culture alienating them. So what is the bridge, my dear friends? It is our Mr. Tourism Guide. It's the tourist guide who stands there and explains. He mediates between the two and tells them how to visit these places. And is that all? How does he do that, the tourist guide? The tourist guide speaks about it, talks about it. Is that enough? No, I would say that he should also show it in his behavior. When you go to the temple, let the tourist guide himself take his slippers off, show the required reverence. So here he becomes a role model to the tourists. In fact, I prefer to use the Indian equivalent Margadarshak for the tourist guide. Come, let's elevate our position. Margadarshak is not just about showing the route geographically. Google does that better these days. But you are a Margadarshak in terms of your behavior, because you are telling the tourists how to behave in your place. What is it that is so sacred about it? Not just in words, not from here. Let it come from the heart as to the sacredness of the place. So that is why we are all basically the Margadarshaks in terms of our behavior to the tourists. And my dear friends, how many tourist guides are here, may I know? Only one hand up. But let me tell you, hi, Venkat is there. Urmi, fine. But let me tell you, all of us are tourist guides at some point or the other. Only a couple of days back, incidentally, I was sitting in Sarguru having lunch with my daughter, and a Telugu-speaking, very plain-looking, nice couple, they come and ask me, we heard you talking in Telugu, so please tell us what is there to see in Pondicherry. Well, I belong to the industry, so I immediately took the pleasure, I wouldn't say the trouble. I took the pleasure to come out, explain a few things, and show the way to auto care, and told them how they could go about it. I suppose they must be thinking everybody in Pondicherry is like that. They didn't realize perhaps I belong to the tourism industry. So dear friends, we are all tourism guides at some point or the other. When I travel to other places, I prefer to be on my own. I don't take the tour packages. And I always find it nice and easy to speak to the person next to me and ask, so which is the way to a particular place? And how do I go about it? What do you suggest about that place? I have 2 places to consider. Which one do you recommend? Can we all be trained for that? Do we need to be trained? We just need to have that opening and tell us, madam or sir, or just whatever. This is how it would be. We've been living here. What an assurance that would be. So here I'm saying, how do we want to tell our story? Dear friends, if we don't tell our story, somebody else will tell our story. What is the story of India we want to tell the people? Are we waiting for somebody to misinterpret the story of India to the world and even to us, make us, we are already colonized. We do not know what is the importance of our culture. We think it's nothing. So let us all, can we all come together, the residents, the tour guides, the vendor who sells something to the tourist, the doctor in the hospital who may have to treat the tourists at sometimes. Can we all come together and decide what is it, the story of India we would like to convey? Because it is through our behavior when a tourist comes to me. Here maybe I can digress a little and tell you something. When I was studying, we went to Kodaikanal. There was a research that was being done, and that was about the identity crisis the youngsters are facing over there. Because Kodaikanal has so much of this Western population coming in, and the youngsters are imitating the behavior of the Westerners. They smoke, they drink. I mean, well, this happened 2 decades back. And what is happening? We are losing our culture. So where do we put the full stop? Is it enough? The tour guide does it? Whose job is it? I think it is all of us. We are all margadarshaks to the tourist. We should all come together and decide how far are we allowing the tourist and how much are we conveying. Of course, we are here to make sure that the experience is complete. Another example which happened recently is the Holi festival. We heard a Japanese woman was groped by the youngsters because, I mean, in way of throwing color on them. What is Holi? What is Holi? These people who grew up the Japanese, youngster were not tourist guides. They were the ordinary people. But what is Holi, dear friends? If she wanted groping, she would have gone to the pubs. She would have had liquor there. She came to Holi because she wanted to experience the festival of India. And what is Holi? It is the victory of the good or the evil. And what did we demonstrate over there? So who is responsible for all this image we are giving about our country? I have 2 photographs over there. So you find the garbage. If we don't tell our story, the others will tell India is garbage. India has so much corruption. India is all superstitions. India is still a country of snake charmers. I guess we all agree it's no more like that. So let us stand up and start telling our story, what we think. And first, let us know what is our story. Go as deep as we can. I'm so sorry, I guess I'm taking time. Well, that is Ramoji Film City. I said I started my career as a tour guide trainer. In fact, the tour guide facility in Ramoji Film City was started by me. Well, I'm quite a dinosaur when it comes to tourism. Belu already said I belong to the first batch of, masters in tourism in the university, but living and breathing dinosaur with still a lot of fire within. No, I'm showing you this because in Film City, we used to have thousands of tourists who come over there. And one particular guide, in fact, there's young guides there. The girls, we had many girls also. They never called them guides, they called them PRs, public relation officers. It was amazing. They used to forego their food just to be with the tourists and explain to them. They used to entertain them. But then there was this one particular incident where one guide, a nice chap basically from a town who has come and joined. Generally there, people want to go into films, and before that they join as guides or the PRs. So he was talking to the tourists. He said, "Arey Baba, you people, you have no work. You have come this far." And then Ramoji Rao, he has lots of money and no work. He started Ramoji Film City. And I'm here taking you all around. And of course they complained. And these people, they have come from a town all the way to Hyderabad to just visit Ramoji Film City and spending thousands at the booking counter and spending one whole day. And what did we do to the experience? Did we in any way contribute in enhancing the experience of the tourist? No, we have marred his experience. What is the image he would take back about India? And let me tell you, when each time we lose tourist, it is not only the country which is being affected, all of us are affected. There is this tier effect, isn't it? We are all aspiring to be in the industry. So all of us get affected because we are all a part of this huge microcosm. And the next I'm going to show is, and that is Disney World. I just wanted to say here, they're called cast members, the entertainers over there in the Disney World. A few of you might have visited. They have a deal with these cast members. They say, even when you are outside Disney World, you have to behave as though you are in the Disney World. You know why? Because there is somebody who has seen you there involved in some altercations, some smoking, drinking, and tomorrow, next day, you are there in the Disney World and you are trying to show the Disney to them. The guest would be intimidated. He would remember how he saw you outside. He would feel intimidated. He would have apprehensions, and they said this cannot happen with us. So the role of the tourism guide goes beyond it. Beyond, it is our behavior wherever we are, how we convey, how we sensitize to the product we have. Here in the Disney World, what they sell is happiness. Come here, forget for a while your worries or whatever. But when a tourist comes to India, it's not just that temporary happiness. He goes back with a life-transforming experience. We are the ones who can make that happen. And it is not just words, my dear friends. It is through our behavior, through the sensibilities we convey to these people that happens. And here I have Sri Aurobindo's quotation. You know, well, what is it? What is this culture? What is about India we need to convey? Sri Aurobindo speaks about appreciating Indian culture. He says there are at 3 levels it happens. The first level is, I'm only reading the ones in the red. It says, eye of sympathy and intuition and a close appreciative self-identification. He was actually speaking about appreciating a foreign culture, but let us all be humble enough to accept that Indian culture is still very foreign to all of us. We do not know what our culture conveys to us. So we'll have to see. And in these 3 levels, let us see at what level we are in appreciating our own culture. So the first he says is how you identify with the soul of the culture. And he gives the example of Sister Nivedita and John Woodruff, both foreigners who have come to India, who have identified in the spirit of this culture and have written about it in the true sense of the culture. So to understand a culture, at what level do you understand? Let us please don't stop with whatever is superficial and say, this is it. No, neti, neti, neti. Keep going deeper, 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 and then you have this aha moment where you see the deepest meaning of what India stands for. I think it is incumbent on all of us who are presenting India to understand what is this Indian culture all about. And here he speaks about the form and the spirit. How do we analyze this culture? I only see the symbols of the culture, but behind the symbols, I'm very sorry. Can I have some water? I'm so sorry. Behind these symbols, there is the spirit. Belu has to extend this time for me. You go to watch a Bharatanatyam dance. What do you see? A beautiful dancer, colorful costume, the movements, and is that all? But there is a spirit behind it. When you sit there and when you identify with the dance, something else is being conveyed. That is the impalpable culture. That is the spirit of the dance that's being conveyed. Only when you as a tourism guide or the Margadarshak is open through this inner sense, you can convey it in the right way to the tourists who have come to experience the same. You know, there is a difference in how you experience a temple, how you experience a church and anything else. What happens in a temple? You hear the bell, there is the arati, there is the smell of the camphor. You know, all your senses are involved in the worship of the divine. At that moment, we are there with the divine with all our senses. Have you all any time tried this? as guides, let us first go and try that ourselves, so that we can also tell the tourists, like, this is how you experience when you visit our temple. Be there with all your senses, with the divine, with the divinity. This is what has to be conveyed. And to convey, first of all, we need to sensitize ourselves to this innerness, the inner spirit of tourism. There is one more word you find, nation soul. Sri Aurobindo has said that every nation has a soul. Every nation has something which it keeps manifesting. So what is it about India? We all say Indian spirituality. But is Indian spirituality like any other spirituality? My dear friends, let us celebrate the diversity in the world. Christianity need not be like Hinduism. Hinduism need not be like Islam. Everything has its own value. And it's only, we, in a very superficial way, we say, oh, all religions are the same. Gita, Bible, Quran. Why should they be same? The divinity is infinite. The divinity is diverse. Let us see what each one has to offer to the world. So what is it? Indian spirituality is very much different from the spirituality of other places. So what is it? Let us please spend some time. Let us not be in a rush. Let us not say, Swamiji Vivekananda said this about these temples, and Sri Aurobindo said this about culture. No, what is your concept of Indian culture? You are the one who is presenting. You are an Indian here. Internalize this message within you so that it becomes a part of your own personality. Let us change our lifestyles, basing on this, and then present it to the tourist, to our guests. Atidhi Devo Bhava. That is what we say. So, nation soul. The second level of appreciating, first level we said is we try to identify with the spirit of the culture. The second level is, he says, the eye of the discerning and dispassionate critic. Yeah, these people don't go to the level of the soul, but with the mind they analyze, but they are still dispassionate. They can see a defect, where it's good, where it's bad, and they can still present a more or less decent picture of a culture. Then, of course, we have the third one. The eye of the hostile critic, convinced of the inferiority of the culture in question. How many of us are here or convinced that Indian civilization and culture is inferior? Oh, let us not waste our time. Let's go to the beach. The beach in Goa, the beach in Miami, the beach, all beaches, these days look the same, but still we go. So let us not get, let us not have these prejudices to come in the way. Let us spend time and get to know what is it that is about our culture. So, in these three appreciations I mentioned, which level would you like to be as a tourism guide? Anybody would like to say? Those who all are not sleeping and listening to the lecture. The first obvious, we would like to identify, especially as Indians, we are not tourists here, we are residents here, identify with the spirit of culture and imbibe it and then present it, to the people. Well, here I said tourism is nationalism. Do you agree with me? How? Friends, this is an industry, of course, we make money, but this is an industry where India is our product. We are promoting India, we are promoting the temples of India, we are promoting the monuments of India, we are promoting the beaches, the mountains, the rivers, everything to do with India. So we are nationalists. And secondly, to promote, we need to study in deep about this history, about this culture, about the ecology, about the people, the psychology, everything about this country. So we represent the spirit of this country. If you are a software engineer, you sit in India, you sit in America, you sit wherever you are, it is them. I already got my 2 minutes cut time. And thirdly, this is an industry where we get this wonderful opportunity to present with passion and pride about the depths of this country to the world. And like I keep saying, for that, first of all, we need to imbibe this message. And I think I'm more or less coming to the end. The Swadharma of the tour guide. You see, every profession has its Swadharma. If you're becoming a doctor just to make money, I would think twice before to come to you as a patient. As a doctor, your first duty is always, the patient is the first concern. Money comes, money definitely comes, but your first concern cannot afford to be that. If you want to be a tour guide, my dear friends, if you're making money is your only aim, please do not come. I'm telling you straight away. Like I said, I'm a dinosaur in this industry. So let me tell you with whatever experience I have. Please do not come. You need to have a passion for this country. You need to have a passion. You need to fall in love with this culture and the spiritual essence of this country. Only then you will be able to present in the right way. There is money, definitely, but let us get paid for all the right reasons. Let us get paid because we present this country in the right way. We give a wonderful presentation and the tourist definitely pays you for it. Let us get paid because we have stood on our values. Yes, the tourist or the guest respect for you is enhanced and he pays you for that. Let us get paid because we have taken the extra mile to solve some trouble of the tourists. And the tourist does it. At least when he goes back, he tells, you see that tourist guide next time when you go to India or Pondicherry, please go to him so your business goes up and you get your money. So money comes, but let that not be our priority. Our priority here is to speak about India, and India stands for certain values. And let us please stand on those values and let us become the living representations of our country to the world. Just a few quotations. This is a beautiful quotation of the mother where she says, India is not the earth, rivers and mountains of this land, neither is it a collective name for the inhabitants. India is a living being, as much living as, say, Shiva. India is a goddess as Shiva is a god. If she likes, she can manifest in human form. I must be sounding very mystic, but friends, India is a mystic land. And we all believe in this mystic India. And we all want to present this mystic India to the world. And the world is seeking this mysticism in India. So that is what we need to keep in our mind. Each nation is a Shakti. That we said, every nation has its soul. But India's Bharat Shakti is a spiritual conception. You see, what is the USP of Indian tourism? Straight away we say spirituality and culture. Because beaches, mountains, rivers, they are there. Miami beaches are there. You have mountains in Africa. You have rivers everywhere else. But then, you know, our Indian spirituality, it does not exist only in monasteries or only in ashrams. It is there everywhere. The way we look at our rivers, the way we look at our mountains, the way we look even our samudra, the beaches, is very much different from the way the Westerners or others look at them. Can we convey this other dimension? In India, every river, Ganges, Narmada, Tapti, Kaveri, deep down, they have beautiful stories to tell us. They tell us stories about spirituality. They tell us stories about our own inner self. You know, the mountains, you know, Manas Sarovar in Kailash, there is so much to be said. And Vindhya, yes, I can hear Beludi tapping. I'm talking about timeless India and she's bringing me back into the time. But then, yes, there is a reality we'll have to stick to. So friends, all these stories, you have so many number of stories. So the way we present these are very much different because there is another dimension we have. And yes, this experience of India, I don't like using the word message. It sounds very didactic, you know, very moralistic. It's important not only for India, for the world. The world is seeking to come to India. I'm sure some professional guides agree. They, you know, thanks to the pandemic, later on, there's a quest for this inner being, and the world is looking for India. And as the next quotation says, it would be a tragic irony. All these quotations I've been showing there from Sri Aurobindo. Sri Aurobindo says it is a tragic irony of fate if India were to throw away her spiritual heritage at the very moment when in the rest of the world there is more and more a turning towards her for spiritual help and saving light. Everybody they're trying to come here for this spiritual message. And if we throw it away, if we tell them, oh, India is only so much, don't worry, let's see something else. I'm sorry, if we are not well informed about this country ourselves, and if we cannot present it. So the gist of my presentation here is to be aware of this inner dimension, the spiritual dimension of, you know, as guides, and also, you know, to not only to read it and do lip service, but to imbibe it and to present it in our own behavior so that it is conveyed in a more positive way, in an experiential way to tourists also. Thank you so much, and thank you all very much for being patient and listening to me. Thank you.
Little blessing from the mother.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes, very illuminating, especially the words from Mother and Sri Aurobindo that you shared. So, friends, we will take a short 10-minute juice tea break. There is some juice and tea at one of the stalls near the exhibition. Please help yourself and our speakers and dignitaries. Maybe Vishwajita can guide them and Gaurang can guide them to the dining room. We'll just have a quick 10-minute break. We'll keep time in consideration while talking of timelessness and eternity. And also, just especially for the youngsters, we have 2 selfie spots. One with the Bharatnatyam dancer pose and one with the Therukutu. So please take selfies, post them on your social media and tag Sri Aurobindo Society's official Facebook or Insta page. Do a little Googling, find, keep the thing. And yes, there is also a book stall from Auro Publications at the end of the hall in one corner. Please feel free to browse through, and they're also available for sale. Vidya is there to help.
Babu is a banker who has also worked in the IT sector in the past 25 years, managing various businesses. And the main passions of his include travel, food, photography, and heritage. He also runs a YouTube channel which contains over 50 of his presentations on temple, art, architecture, and curated videos on heritage subjects. Welcome, sir.
Oh, it's too tall for me. Am I audible? Okay, good. Good afternoon all. So all of you have had a nice tea and juiced up for an interesting session on how to view a temple. It is a provocative title because everybody has seen a temple any number of times, and they have been seeing temples for ages. Why I am again asking you to how to view a temple? Okay, there are reasons for it. Before we go into the talk, let me first thank you, the organizers of Sri Aurobindo Society and the Tourism Department of Central Ministry as well as local tourism, who have arranged this wonderful talk seminar on tourism aspects of cultural as well as heritage activities and how it gets transformed into tourism and then projects a great India. When we talk about tourism, the bulk of our heritage, around 50-60% of our heritage lies in our temples. So let us understand temples. And before we start the talk, I offer my pranams to Mother and to the great scholars here and also the senior members who have given the talk. With this, today we start on how to view a temple. Okay. Thank you. Good. So, let us start. And why do we go to the temples? Any answers? Why do you go to temples? Most of you go to temples to see God, pray, and ask for favor. That is the main deal. Okay? You do this, I will give you a coconut or puja or milk. It is a trade nowadays. So it has become first a trading center, and then you get prasad. And next, your thought is on, I have left the chappal outside. Will it be there or not? That is where the focus is. So, after doing darshan, collecting the prasad, you are running back to capture your chappal. That is where the focus is. Okay? Some of the people do differently, worship God and then meditate for inner peace. So they don't have inner peace at home. So they come to temple and then relax, be silent for some time. Enjoy the ambience, nice beautiful location. Okay? Youngsters enjoy different kind of ambience, and old people enjoy different ambience. All are there. Cultural events, lot of activities happening, social meetings. So for all the mother-in-laws, this is where the place where we talk about their daughter-in-laws. So this is the cultural events, social meetings happening, economic services, so many deals are getting done, so many businesses. Okay, if you want family prosperity, you burn 7 lamps. If you want to get a lottery, you burn 27 lamps. So a lot of business happening inside temple. Gastronomic expenses. For some other temples in Margali, people who don't get up early in the morning, get up early in the morning. Why? Margali Pongal. Gastronomic experiences. Okay. So, beyond all these things, there are so many things to see in the temple. Okay. So, clean up your eyes, clean up your glasses, and see what else we can see in a temple. Okay. When you talk about temple, you see the vimanas, different shapes, different structures, pyramid and I think whatever shapes you studied in geometry are there. Idols, different poses, some are like this, some are like this, and then different poses, different structures. All the Rajini and Kamal poses are there in gods. And if you walk about style, hairdo and everything, it is there in the sculptures. You have so many beautiful sculptures there, stories, beautiful, and there are stories, authentic stories. Now, if you want to know what happened earlier, you go to a registry. Now, the registry is part of the temple walls. You got so many inscriptions, which tells you the history and other things. Paintings, beautiful paintings, which depicts how our gods, what is their iconography, and how each god is different in a way in which it conveys the characters. And then finally, the prasadams, different kind of gastronomic enterprise. Each temple is famous for its own prasadams. And then whenever you go to Tirupati, the first thing they ask is, did you have a good darshan? No. Did you bring laddu? Okay. So this is where the heritage of the temple can be represented in multiple areas. Now, if you look at a city like Pondicherry, okay, your school is somewhere there. Okay, last bit. Your hospital is in the middle of the city, so you can go there, but you can't park a car. And your theater is somewhere else. And your library is in a central place and in Aurobindo Ashram and in several locations. But you need to walk. Your court is now out of city and then it is a faraway place. Festival places. All your festivals happen in different locations, different grounds and other things. So, to visit and take part in all of these, you need to go to different places, banks, all over the place. You need to run around and other things. And then meeting grounds, the standard meeting grounds which are in center of the city are now out of the city, you need to go there. But in olden days, in 10th century, everything was in a single place. Can you guess where it is? It is in the temples. Temples acted as Pardhasalas, Adarasalas, and then Pandaram. They were the entertainment centers. They contained lot of books, and then there is where the local panchayat, the guy with Sombu and other thing, he will come and deliver the final verdict for 16 parties. All the meeting ground, everything. Whenever the king comes in a local thing, that is where he will sit down and talk about things. So, think of temple as a social hub. The social hub where you have meeting place. When you talk about temple, people don't know the components. There are multiple buildings, functional buildings. Each has got its own functions. One, you have the Garbhagriha, which is built with a superstructure which is called Vimana. On the other end, you have the Gopura. Many people mix between Vimana, Gopura and temple. Temple contains Vimana, Gopura and several other mandabas. So these are the basic ones. So there are any number of mandabas like Ardha Mandapa, Mukha Mandapa. All these mandabas perform different things. And in our ancient knowledge, all these are visualized as different forms of lingas. Atma Linga, Sthula Linga, and then Mukha Linga, like that. The next representation is, this is also equivalent to the 6 yoga chakras in any human body. So from the Mooladhara up to the Agna Chakra being the sanctum, this is mapped to all the chakras. So the temples are not buildings alone. They are living space of God. Unlike many religions where the location is a place of worship. In Hindu mythology, it is the place where God lives. That is where so many rituals and processes are there to support a living God. From morning breakfast up to the night dinner and up to the sleep and early morning Suprabhata. So if you see this, you can validate it by Tanjavur Big Temple. You can see that the head and shoulders are almost matching to the yoga chakras. So temples have been there since ages. But why we are not seeing the temples? Because in earlier time, temples were in wood and in clay and in sun, which is perishable materials. So over a period of time, this has got deleted, reconstructed, and only after 10th century where temples started building in granite, these temples we are able to see now after 1200, 1500 years. So what was started in BCE as small temples under the tree and then with a small edifice has grown to a grand temple like Rajaraja Chola built big temple. Okay, so this is how the temples have progressed. If you understand how this temple progression has happened over a period of time, then anytime you go to any temple, you should be able to say that this is a Chola period temple, this is a Pallava period temple, and this mandapa was done by Vijayanagara period. So this is where understanding the dynasty and evolution helps you to understand the history of the temple. Okay, let us briefly see how the dynasties helped in doing. During the early period from 300 BCE to 500, the key people were the Sangam period Kalapara, and mostly the temples were in wood, brick, and this one, they have vanished. And then early Pallavas and Pandyas did cave temples, and then structural temples, and then monolithical temples. If you go to Mahabalipuram, it is a structural university, you can see everything, full, partial, incomplete, and design, map, everything you can see. So they experimented and they standardized. The next one, Chola period, their period is an engineering period, where they did an American way, everything big, everything strong. Okay, if you see the big temple, Chandigarh temple, that itself is equivalent to many of the major popular temple size. And then after that, Pandyas came in, nothing much to improve on them. So they started expanding on mandabas, gopuras, and other things outside the perimeter. Then the Nayakas, Vijayanagara, before Vijayanagara, there was a regnum where due to Islamic invasion, many of the temples were demolished. So this is where the recovery happened and they reconstructed on this. And Nayakas and Nagarathas, Natakotte Nagarathas continued. If you see many of the beautiful mandabas in front of the temple, they are from Nayaka period, not Pandava or Pallava. We have seen cycle sculptures in some of the temples, and then they say that Chola period cycle is invented. But if you understand, this mandapa is from Natakotte Chettiar period, which is 19th century, cycle was not there. So if you understand the temple architecture and this one, you will be able to solve a lot of mysteries. That is the purpose of these sessions. If you see this, what was a very small Garbhagriha, it expanded into Chola period with Artha Mandapa and then expanded with additional mandabas. Then slowly the perimeters came in. And by 10th century, the Amman temple, which was not there earlier, started. And then Navagraha started coming up. And then we had the Gopuras and other things. So by 18th century, you have a huge temple city complex like Srirangam with the 7 prakaras, where a town bus runs inside the temple. Okay, that is so big with 7 prakaras. Now, once you see a Vimana, you visualize it like a house or a temple. This is my own house. Okay, so like a house, it has got a Adhisthana. Your leg is like Adhisthana, your base, which you can see it here. And the next one, your body, which is the Bitti. The third one is shoulder, the Prastara, where you can see this roof. And next one is neck, which is slightly inside. And then you can see the neck, and you can see the neck in the temple prakaram also. And after that, your head. Okay? And then there is a Shikara. Shikara is what? The cap I wear or the stupi. Okay? So, any temple, basically, you can visualize into these 6 simple parts where you can visualize on this. Then, When it comes to shapes, there is a logic. When you talk about linga, this is the amalgamation of three basic characters and shapes. One, the square, which is attributed to Brahma. Typically, this is there at the bottom. You won't see in many lingas, it will be buried. Then there is a hexagonal part, which is covered by the avudayar, which also you won't see. Only in a damaged lingam you will see. This is representing Vishnu. And the part you see there on the top is a Rudra part. This is a circular one, which you see visibly. So, the linga is an amalgamation of three characters or three geometric shapes. This keeps on repeating everywhere in the temple. This is what you should look at. When you look at a pillar, Rudrakanta pillar, you have square, you have a rectangle, you have hexagon, and you have circle. You look at a temple, if you see the corner temples, initially it starts as a square, it goes into hexagon, and then finally top tier is a circular temple. So everywhere the linga concept and amalgamation of shapes is being consistently doing. If you start looking at temples, you will come across this everywhere. So now, once you understand these concepts, you will be able to find and identify that this temple belongs to 15th century, 12th century. There are ways to do it. One, if you look at the pillar, the way the pillar is shaped, from a flat pillar from Pallava time, it goes to a beautiful banana flower kind of a thing by Vijayanagara period. That is a progression. So if you understand this, you look at a pillar and say that the mandapam is belonging to Vijayanagara period. Very easy. Similarly, the pillars, what was a flat column started developing into so much of an ornate column. That is also a timeline. Similarly, the shapes, the kudus or the arches that are there in the temple, they have also got different period. So, by observing all these things, viewing this, you will be getting a fairly good sense of the things. Okay? When you look at shapes, this is the kind of shapes you have. You have the base, square, and your top, this is like your shoe and a hairstyle. When I look at people look at your shoe and the hairstyle only, nothing else. So look at the base of the temple and the top shikhar of the temple. There are so many variations. And then you have base square plan and then square top. You have square plan and then circular top. You have apsidal plan. And then you have square with hexagon top. This is the typical Dravida temple. And you have like Gopuram, you have rectangular base, rectangular top. So next, all this is available in Mahabalipuram. So next time when you go to a temple, see the shape, see the base of the Vimana, you will find so many variations happening. Now, after the sculptures, 10 minutes. After the sculptures, we have idols. Where do you see idol? You have the Moola Vigraha, which is in granite, and you have the Touring Vigraha, Urche Vigraha. You have idols on the costumes. You have idols, sculptures, and you have sculptures on Vimana, and you have series of doors, swans, and other things on the basement. And similarly, miniature stories, panels, everything is there. So, there is so much of sculptures available. Will you be able to identify these gods? No. It is like a Navaratri where everything is 5 Shivajis sitting together and then you are not able to identify. So, once you understand the iconography, you will be able to identify them. What is iconography? You define what is the shape, what is the form, the dimension, measurements of a god, and also whether he is standing, sitting. Some gods sit, some gods straight away sleep, and then some gods are always in a slanting position. The hand signals are the hastas they make, and the embellishments, like the kind of headgear they have, you will be able to identify what god it is. Like when you have a Karanta Magada, you have a certain type of gods. And if you have Jada Magada, it is definitely Shiva. Like that. And the sculpture shows so much of stories and so much of insight into life sciences. And similarly, we have paintings. Paintings also have changed over a period, and that reflects the culture at the particular point of time. Now coming to writing method, currently you work on computers, right? But you drop it, the data is gone. Earlier people used to have a paper and pencil. If a donkey comes here, your document is a dinner. Then earlier many of you would have recognized this slate and bulbum. If water falls in, gone. Prior to that we had manuscripts. But all these are perishable. What is not perishable? The writing on the rocks. So if you see this, most of the inscriptions are in rocks. Out of the 100,000 inscriptions, bulk is in Tamil Nadu and bulk is in Tamil. So Tamil Nadu is rich in inscriptions which we need to see. And if you see the longevity of the inscriptions, where everything goes up in 100 years, the rocks, it can stay solid up to 4,000 years plus. So this is the beauty of the story of how Tanjavur temple was structured. So now that we know inscriptions, where you can find them? In the front of the temple, in the walls, in pillars, and in bottom of the basements. Everywhere you can find inscriptions, but once you understand it, you should be able to understand the story of the particular temple. What you will learn about the history of the temple and local information on what happened, what is the culture, whether there is a war in that particular location, what is a local Purana, and social life. There is a fight between two families, and then the erring family was fined to burn a lamb, this kind of stories. So this is where you will be able to see in a temple. And finally, the food, the offerings, different kind of offerings, and finally the climax is your Tirupati Laddu and Kanjipuram Idli. So you identify some of the places with the food they are giving. Temples have been used as forts also. Even the Brihadeshwara temple, and in fact it was used as a air raid protection area. Now the final slide, art appreciation. Why do we need to learn all these things? We are not going to be sculptors, we are not going to be stapatis. But why we need to learn this? Our learning is to appreciate the art, how difficult it is, and appreciate the stapadis and other things, and then pronounce to them and protect it. We have so much of material available in temples, sculptures, inscriptions, which is mandabas and prakaras, and all these things, it is, once you understand the importance of this, it is our duty to protect and then safeguard these temples. So, having seen this, now what is your agenda? You need to see a fairly good number of temples that are visible. Some of this you might know, you might not have seen. Malakkalvadayagar, you go there, get Ubodhi, Prasadam and come back. And you go with a bowed head. Have anybody lifted your head and see what is there on the panel? Has anybody seen it? It has got the best collection of Vinayakas all over the world. It is a veritable museum. It has got pictures of all the Ragus, Rasis, everything. Ultimate. Nowhere in Tamil Nadu we have this. Kundanguli Mahadevar temple. One of the best, beautiful, full granite temple available in Madagadipattu. complete granite. Best example, Chola temple. Kameshwara temple in Villanur. Even though it is a Hindu temple, they follow a lot of interesting French customs and rituals. Panjanadiswara temple. The temple full of sculptures and so many inscriptions, and it is a must to see. You have the unique Karaneshwara Nadeshwara temple created by Dr. Karan Singh. One of the best Nataraja temples where if you go inside and when you see the Om Namah Shivaya being chanted and reverberating in the pyramidal thing, there is bliss. Now, the other interesting thing is Tiruponi Varadaraja temple, which is a fantastic school, Veda Padasala, and a very, very structural, beautifully temple with a lot of sculptures. People must see it. Moolanatha Swami, Bahur. Again, Hoysalas who came in and then ruled Trichy and others towards 13th century. It is one of the rare Hoysala temples available in Pondicherry. So like this. And finally, Anjaneya, Panjavadi temple. So like this, we have lot of temples to see, which you should start exploring. This is whatever I have shown so far is a very, very brief gist, which we conduct as a structured one-day workshop with 4 lectures, guidebook and other things as part of Tamil Heritage Trust. We would love to organize similar events in Chennai also. So thank you very much for giving me a brief opportunity to explain about how to view temples. If you need any doubts or contacts and other things, the details are available in the screen. You can take a photo and you can connect with me. Thank you all. If you have any questions.
We'll take one question if there is any quick question. Yeah. From the students, yes, or from the professionals. Yes, back here.
Sir, I think all your temple details are Shaivite temples, right, sir? But there are a lot of 1,000-year-old temples, Vaishnavite temple also. Is there any similarities or differences? I mean, if you can brief on those.
There are separate agamas and structures for Shaivite temples, Vishnu temples, Shakta temples and other things. This is at level 3. Okay, what we are talking about is level 0, and definitely there has been rules from 6th, 7th century on how the temple should be built, how worship should be done. Initially all these rules have been given as word of mouth as Sanskrit slokas, and over a period of time converted into palm leaves. Now they are also available as books.
Hello. There are a lot of story related to Brahma also, but generally we hear that Brahma temple is only in Pushkar. But in here also in many stories, folklores, we see that Brahma was doing tapas here, or in Trichy some temple is there where they say the Brahma will change your fate.
Yes.
Samayapuram temple, I
Correct.
think. So, could you enlighten me? What were the Brahma tradition here in Tamil Nadu? Is there any?
Very limited, very limited. The challenge is, when you look at temples, you need to look at 4 dimensions. One, the authenticated inscriptions. That is a proper one we have. The second one, through architectural evidences where we can find out the timelines. Third, the original Puranas, Brahma Purana or other things, where they will talk about Rameswaram, they will talk about Kashi, big Puranas. And there is always local Puranas, which is a flavor which has been given from ages, one generation to other. This is where we find a lot of this kind of stories, where Brahma visited there, Jadayu fought there, like that, which is spread all over the place. Where it is more of a belief system rather than a clear evidence on this.
Devas are very
Okay. Yeah. One moment. I understand this is going slightly out of subject and going little deep, and they are also pressed for time. Because of that, I didn't go to much details in many of the slides. All there are treasure slides. We can take this offline, and definitely I'll explain to you. Thank you.
One minute, sir.
Thank you.
I am available till evening 5 o'clock. I'll be here.
Thank you.
One more question, sir.
Mother, please.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Babu, for that really informative and, may I add, humorous, yes, talk. So we'll go on to our next speaker, which we've been waiting for eagerly, Ms. Gayatri Panda. Gayatri Panda is the nodal officer of the Ministry of Tourism, Pondicherry region, and is responsible for developing and promoting tourism in Pondicherry in association with the government of Pondicherry and various other stakeholders. She has handled subjects such as inbound tourism, cruise tourism, rural tourism, sustainable tourism, and information technology in tourism. Thank you so much. Over to you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Namaskar. On behalf of the Ministry of Tourism, our Regional Director Farooq sir and me, Gayatri Panda, representing the Ministry of Tourism, we like to express my sincere thanks to Sri Aurobindo Society, Sri Pradeep sir, Belu ma'am, Lakshmi ma'am, Gayatri ma'am, and all the members of this society are constant supporter, Balaji sir and Asha ma'am and their team, and student workforce from the Pondicherry University. I thank Anuj sir and his team. And I would like to express my sincere thanks to all the stakeholders, students, everyone who have taken out a great time to come over here and participate. Thank you so much. Coming to the spiritualism in Pondicherry, as we all know, it is well known as Vedapuri. So the word itself says the land is a spiritual land. I would like to tell there are many aspects and different perceptions of spiritual tourism, cultural tourism, religious tourism, heritage tourism. So it depends on different people how they are perceiving, how they are imbibing and how they are promoting it. So I will not talk much on that. It is up to you all how you are taking it and how you are implementing it. But I would like to tell you all that what ministry is doing to promote, to encourage this tourism aspect. Because as we all know, tourism is the main pillar for the economic growth. So as it is contributing 7% in our GDP growth, and due to the major infrastructural developments and few other schemes and policies, there is a much impact in everywhere in the state, in the nation for the tourism development. So we should be well aware, first, coming to the topic, experiencing the spirit of India through our culture and heritage tourism. As we well know, we are well rooted with our culture and heritage. From the beginning, from the day we start our day till we end our day, we all are directly and indirectly related to our culture, to our rituals, to our traditions, and to the heritage. So it is just a sensitization, I will tell, a realization to us inward, what we call as spiritualism. When we travel to different places to know our purpose or to worship for certain religious beliefs, that is known as religious tourism. When we wanted to explore the different destination, the people, cuisines, and archaeological sites, monuments, and to get a different experiences, we travel a lot. So we should take it forward in another level by knowing what exactly India is offering. We should know first what we locally have, what a Union Territory Puducherry has, and what India is offering. We have many things what we are not realizing. We have not explored that. So I will request all of us, we should start exploring our nearby temple, heritage places, and many other places which we should know how important, how valuable it is. We should know about the historic importance of the place. We should know the economical and cultural impact, how it is impacting to us in engaging the local community, how it is giving a bread, I'll tell how we are engaging all the activities with the local communities due to the development of this heritage or pilgrimage sites. Coming to the first and the major project of the Ministry of Tourism, which is known as Swadesh Darshan, in that we have already started working with many different 75 projects all across India, where we have developed many sites, such as heritage sites. We have developed with the support of the state government by implementing infrastructural development. For example, here in Puducherry, we have developed many different cultural sites. The streetscapes of here and different temple, mosque, churches, everywhere we have contributed, and we are looking forward. It should be maintained and it should be well promoted through all of us. When we know the cultural importance of the place, then we can realize how important it is to us and to the future generations. We should also know how it is ecologically, economically, and environmentally affecting us. The second project of Ministry of Tourism is Prashad, where we are doing all the rejuvenation and renovation of the heritage sites and the cultural sites all across India, sir. The Incredible India campaign, which has gone viral in all among the other countries, is also showcasing the true culture and heritage of India among the foreign countries. We have introduced a Utsav portal where we are promoting the local festival, culture, all events and programs in every corner of India, which can be promoted nationally and internationally. We are also encouraging to adopt a heritage. Now we have recently asked many institutions and organizations to adopt a heritage and to maintain that, so that there will be a cultural exchange. Students and many other people will know the importance of the place. The major upcoming ongoing thing is Yuva Tourism Club, in which we are working with the students group. We are taking students to different cultural and heritage places to make them know about the importance of the place, to take care of the place, to make it more cleaner. And as we all know, we are actually the ambassadors of the place. We know much more of the local places, and we can showcase the thing to everyone, to the domestic tourists, to the international tourists, to everyone. We can showcase our local culture, heritage, then traditions, everything we can. We can be the ambassadors to everyone. Then in lining with other departments of ministry, we are also doing many Ramayan circuit and many other rail tourism, where we are providing experiential tourism to different category of people, so that they can cover many pilgrimage places in a accessible way. And I would like to tell, we are doing many skill development programs. Specifically, we are providing guide training programs through different institutions, and now through IITFC, which is an online program. Anyone can take it. From the home they can access to it, and we are also trying to make it a working group. From this seminar, we want volunteers and the initiative takers who can come join with us in a collaborative manner. We can start doing things for cultural and heritage tourism in Puducherry and in India, and to promote it. Thank you so much. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We are doing it online, and we will be certifying them after their completion of the course. Yes, sir. We are promoting that courses, sir. Yes, sir. Any questions? Any clarifications?
Thank you, Gayatri Pandaji, for presenting the vision and mission of Ministry of Tourism. I know that as the nodal agency, Ministry of Tourism has many plans, and that goes on through the state government, like Department of Tourism, like that.
Yes, sir.
As I mentioned in the beginning, we are working on the heritage sites and monuments, and especially the temples. And reprocessing, documenting the inscriptions, because these are the real treasures of the Dr. Babu, as I mentioned. Like opening up the Yuva tourism clubs, like we have some connection with the schools, and the first thing, the Bridges Learning Vidyalaya we have contacted, and they are eager to open this thing. And because we also recently visited the Bahur temple, and the condition which we saw in terms of the distributions and the renovation things are needed. How, these are some specific projects like 4 or 5 you have mentioned. What's about the other temples and other initiatives, how the ministry can support in that? This is my question to you.
Thank you, sir. You have given a good question. Actually, what state suggests center, we take forward in certain schemes. And we are also open to everyone, from you, from any organization, if you all are coming up and giving us suggestions how the heritage monuments can be maintained, how it can be revamped, how the development work can be done towards the temple, towards in and around of the temple. We are open to take up all the things, and we are ready to support and encourage these things, sir. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Prasad under... Sir, Prasad scheme is not started, last years it has not been taken through the Pondicherry Union Territory. This year they are starting up. We are yet to receive few inputs from the state, sir. Then only we will be taking it forward. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Gayatri. Gayatri for that, really sharing with us those really innovative schemes. Next we have a panel discussion on redefining Puducherry tourism, interaction with stakeholders, conducted by Ms. Asha Gupta, Senior Manager at Pondicherry Tourism Development Corporation with over 25 years of experience. And thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon to bol do yaar वापस. Wake up. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Pradeep Bhai. First of all, you know, we always thought Sri Aurobindo Society was a little bit closed for such kind of activities. Thanks for opening the doors for people from the tourism fraternity and from allied associates to be here this afternoon. Thank you so much. And we have good news that Pradeep Bhai has said whenever we need or when we are doing such kind of activities, Sri Aurobindo Society would be happy to support and extend their places. Thank you so much, sir. Tourism has certainly come here to stay. Taking it ahead, I would request my team from PTDC to help me. Going against Dr. Belu Mehra, I have a little bigger panel, but I thought when we're discussing Pondicherry, there are so many facets, and I would really want everybody on the panel. Lunch is around the corner, so we are just going to have a friendly discussion. Instructions were already given in the group. As I call out the names, may I request your presence, and I request the students, you're all aspiring tourism professionals, you need to give a clap for these young, entrepreneurs, professionals as they come to the dais. Requesting the presence of Ms. Anita Riemann. Anita Riemann is a lifestyle consultant. She's been here for more than 3 generations, a Pondicherryan, ma'am. We look forward to hearing from you. Please take your seat, ma'am. I'm just calling in alphabetical order. It saves the thing about hierarchy and all, and lucky people whose name starts with A. Dinu Ramakrishnan, General Manager, CGH Hotels, Puducherry. Dinu has brought the concept of eco-tourism, eco-lifestyles, and some very expensive rooms to Puducherry. Thank you, Dinu. Please. Requesting the presence of my colleague and friend Makendra Kumar, General Manager, Radisson Pondy Bay. I request a round of applause. The students certainly should. Thank you. Thank you, sir. You started with the UT conference, and you've been so supportive. We were there at maybe shortly the hotel opened, sir, and we landed up at your doorstep demanding 101 things, and you gave us 1,000 and more. Thank you so much, sir. I must bring on record that there was a brainstorming session for all the chief secretaries across Union Territories of India, and the brainstorming session was decided to be held in Puducherry, as we realized that the government is giving a lot of importance and focus to these aspirational places like Puducherry, Pune, and the next places wherever G20 and other things are happening. I think within 12 days, sir? Yeah, less than 12 days, we had the whole conference organized at Radisson Pondy. We bulldozed, we cancelled bookings, we did all kinds of things. But yes, at the end of, we fought, we had arguments, but we made friendships for life. Thank you, sir. And it was a wonderful conference, I'm told. Because the conference was so good, the Government of India got a lot of support and a lot of confidence that we could carry off G20, and G20 came to Pondy. Thank you. I must call on stage next my friend, Mr. Naveen Karthikeyan, an entrepreneur, somebody who's a co-founder of Pondy Live. How many of you don't know Pondy Live? If you don't, if you say you know, I might ask you. Okay, Pondy Live is a digital platform where you get all necessary information. It started as a very small initiative. Today it's almost like an information dashboard for Puducherry. Thank you, Naveen, for bringing that. And apart from that, he is now an entrepreneur providing MICE solutions at the Sukanya Convention Center, where the G20 convention was held, and so I felt that his presence here would add a certain dimension to our discussions here. Requesting the presence of Mr. Ravi, Vice President of the Chamber of Commerce, because Chamber of Commerce is where all the money comes from, where they pay the taxes or they don't pay the taxes. They surely show us the way ahead. Thanks, Mr. Ravi, for being with us. Thank you. I also saw you, sir, at the Responsible Tourism panel. We are not going to talk responsible tourism. We are going to ask you ways and means to make money out of tourism. Thank you, sir. Requesting my friend Pugali Sridhar, she's a hospitality expert for last 25 years. They run the Aditya Institute of Hotel Management, an academician par excellence. She has a profile of 5 pages. Mine doesn't go beyond 5 lines, so I just stopped. Thanks for being with us today. The students should give a clap. Thank you. Internal marks alla avanga podranga. Okay, I must tell you, they bring out some really amazing students. Whenever we have, whether it's G20 or it's the UT conference, whenever we take their students for our ODCs, we've had amazing response. There are students which come out from their portals, excellent. So I request all the stakeholders who are here, when you're recruiting, doing your campus interviews, do go there. You might get the best ones in Pondi, because skill development and HR is a big lacuna in our industry. Thank you. Requesting Mr. Rahul, General Manager, Residency Towers. Welcome, Rahul, sir, to the dais. Rahul has just joined. Sir, you just joined a week back, sir? Less than that. He's a newbie in Puducherry, so he's going to be ranked the most on the panel. That's what happens to freshers, sir. Thank you. And Rahul joins us from Coimbatore. He's been with the Residency Towers for Residency Group for a lot of maybe how many years, sir? 8 years now? Around 7 plus years. And we are looking forward to see what he plans for Puducherry. Requesting Shaktivel sir on the dais. Shaktivel sir. He's a multifaceted personality. Going by the claps, I think everybody knows about him more than I need to say. He's a citizen, he's an activist, he runs the aviation school, he has a couple of hospitality courses which he runs, and he and his wife are changing dynamics of academics, hospitality and aviation in Pondicherry. Thank you, sir. Welcome to the dais. Venkat, where are you? This program cannot be curated without you. My friend Venkat, who's he started as a tour facilitator, but I would rather call him a tourism entrepreneur today. Thank you, Venkat, for being with us. Thank you. Sorry, Beludi, I took a little bit of your time. I hope I'm not going to get bad marks for that. Okay. I'm just going to sit here, or you want me to sit there? Which is better? No, yeah? Okay. So we don't have to play music. Can you take the mics? Yes. So that I have one more mic, please. Take the mic. This looks better. Thank you, sir. Sir, you'll be comfortable that I talk in English or Tanglish or Tamil. எதுல பேசலாம்ப்பா? தமிழ்ல பேசலாமா? இங்கிலீஷ்ல பேசலாமா? French-ஆ? Telugu-ஆ? Urdu-ஆ? Pradeep bhai, I'll give you a verbatim translation. Let's see what the... Yeah, thank you. We'll go as the flavors of Pondicherry go. Franco-Tamil, English, everything mixed. Ma'am, we start with you. How many students come out of your portals every year? And are they all into hospitality? Are they into hotels? Or are you planning another alternate careers for them? The students there, you should listen, because you'll know what all careers are there for you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for this opportunity, ma'am. And the Aurobindo Society, thank you very much. We have approximately about 80 to 100 students passing out every year, madam. And about 85% they land up in hotels, that is the hospitality industry. And a few join retail sectors and also tourism-related businesses. A few, they experience hotels for a year or two, and then sometimes they drop out of the industry also. That's how it is.
We see that there's a kind of always, I think my friends from the industry, so do you think there's a lack of skilled manpower? So when you say there's such a lack of skilled manpower, but they have so many students coming out, ma'am, what could be the reason? Do you think your children are not equipped enough? They don't have the skill, they don't have the syllabus, they don't, like, why is it? You have so many institutes, but they don't have the manpower.
The demand and supply ratio, that is what has to be taken here. Previously, when we were doing hotel management, we had hotels were less, colleges were more, and the intake of students also was more. But now proportionately the hotels have increased, also the colleges. But the problem is the quality of the students we get. Hospitality, tourism, hotel industry is the last resort for any student who joins a school. For example, who completes their schooling after 12th. Most of the best schools in Pondicherry, or for that matter, any school in Tamil Nadu, the best ones, they don't even say a career in hotel management in their, while advising students to join professions. It is either engineering or medicine. So we get only the last, that is, when we sit for admissions, when we ask them, why did you take hotel management, or did you come here out of your own interest? They say, we have no other choice, or we scored very less marks, or we failed. That's why we came for the hotel industry. So
We're all from the hotel industry. None of us look like failures, ma'am.
Those days were different, but now
you're doing quite well.
That. Yes. We all scored maybe more than 80. We chose this profession out of passion and all, but now that passion is not there, madam.
Okay. Yes. Ma'am, I also think the passion has to come from the academicians and study material, which I think I just saw some books. They're the same books which we studied 30 years back. 20 years back. So however can that work out, sir? So well, I'm just taking the dimensions to a thinking platform, so that at least we know, and each one of us at some point can contribute towards it. Ma'am, I also want to know, there's a lot of flux. We are talking about responsible tourism, we are talking about spiritual tourism, cultural tourism, eco-tourism, carbon footprint, and so many things. Do you think there's a conscious thing among students, or is it always all the students, would the preference be for a revenue-based career or a conscientious career?
It is it is only revenue based, madam.
Okay.
We have to inculcate that conscience of spiritual or a cultural based career, but that would depend upon the organization they enter into.
Okay.
Because I started my career with the CGH Earth Group when Dinu was there. He was my colleague. So when we entered the organization molded us on the values of ecotourism, all that, like sustainable tourism and all that. So it all depends on the organization they enter. From the academician point of view, from the college or in the institute, we mold them to suit the industry, because we have to mold them to suit internationally, domestically also, and also locally also. So the boy who comes in, they always dream for a career in a cruise liner or a 5-star hotel, where that is what they dream about. So it has to be a balance, madam.
So would I say that if we have brands which relate and promote conscientious lifestyles, the youth would be attracted towards it?
Yes.
It would be an attraction.
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Thank you so much. I'm just taking the floor. Anyone wants to join in, you may join in. Sir, मैं ठीक कर रही हूँ, sir? Please, sir.
Personnel for the hotel industry. We run guest houses
Yes, sir.
in the ashram. We have maybe about 200 rooms in all, and maybe 80% occupancy, or 70% occupancy annually speaking. Of course, the peak comes in November and then peters off in end of March. The problems we face is, as she very rightly said, the quality of the students who come out. Where the largest turnover is in the reception area. And the reception area is the first point where the customers come and meet the organization, the people who run the organization. And those are the people who have to understand the motive, the objectives behind as to why we are running these guest houses. We call it a guest house because it is not a hotel. So there is no other adjective that I can use. Hundreds of small guest houses are opened. Small guest on Rumanrula Street, on Juma Street. You find a whole lot of them have come up. 3-bedroom, 4-bedroom, very, very nicely done, very artistically done. Mostly the families run it. Where the families run it, you find that the management is very good. Where you hire people, where we run into the problem. First of all, the language problem. Unfortunately, English is the link language. It's not Tamil, is not the link language. And no digital language is a link language. It is unfortunately English. And because lots of people come from outside India, lots of people come from outside Pondicherry, so the only way you can really interact is through English. And that is we find that the quality of English when they come out of the schools is not good enough. So they can't express themselves. And this is a problem that we face continuously. And for institutions like ours, we have to really sit down and brainwash them as to what we want, what is our... Like for instance, I'll give you, she said that depends upon which organization that they work for, which will determine as to what we really want from that person. Now, when they come to work with us, we first say that you are working for a spiritual institution. This institution belongs to the mother. We represent her, we represent the ashram, and the ashram is judged by your actions, because when you are coming into, anyone comes to a guest house, it's the reception which matters very much. So how are you received? Now, this is where the subtlety comes in, where the language comes in, where the vibration of welcome comes in, which is very difficult to inculcate. Now, in a 5-star hotel, for instance, or you're working with the Taj or the Moria or many very 5-star hotel here in Pondicherry, it is a very set pattern, it is very clear. The motive is to believe that the guest is always right, which is we also believe that the atithi is correct, right? And we start with that thing, and then comes the feeling of welcome, etc. But the motive always is profit. It is easy. When the motive is clearly profit, then you gear everything to that. And by and large, I think 99% of the hotel industry is geared only to that. So, the better we pay, is very clear cut. The better we pay, the better the people we get. I find that our hotel industry at a level, not at a 5-star level, not a 4-star level, but a slightly lower level, pay very badly. So we don't get the right kind of people. Our salaries are very low, and I'm sometimes surprised as to how low our salaries are. And we have to, I think as an organization, as people who are running hotels, have to see that our people are properly paid. Unless, you send students out for colleges and etc. But unless the hotel industry pays, because somewhere we have to decide, because better the service, I think better the profits also. So what kind of salaries we are paying, and in fact we in the ashram, in our guest houses, unilaterally raise the pays, which is much higher than the ordinary hotels which are running over here, much higher than that, where our motive is certainly not profit. It is, we make profits because it is essential to have profits, because you have to plow back. You can't maintain the institution unless you have a surplus. But we create that surplus, but it is not profiteering. There is no element of greed. But still, we manage to pay much more than ordinary guest houses or hotels pay. So unless we pay better, we will not get you pay peanuts, you get monkeys. It's very clear, you know. So I think, please, I finished. I made a point.
Can I just, yeah, very happy to be here, and you have very insightful questions, sir. I just sum up so far what has been discussed, and maybe that will give some answer. Okay, so as ma'am from the educational fraternity told, the industry has evolved a lot. Today's student are not looking for that few hotels to join, or today's student have diverse opportunities. Someone speaks English, someone is willing to work hard, someone is open-minded, willing to do different shifts. You can work anywhere in the call center, IT support, so many job opportunities. So there is no, you are not studying a nursing where you will become a nursing forever, or a growth of nursing career. This industry is a people-driven industry, so they can work anywhere where people are involved, number one. Number two, the amount of hotels and restaurants are coming up, and the students and colleges are stagnant. They are not growing equally. Number three is industry has evolved a lot. How the pay used to be, probably I would say I started as an apprentice with a 600 rupees pay package, which was about 3 decades ago. Today, the starting pay is nothing less than 14,000, 15,000 in the branded star hotels. This being a passion-driven industry, one can withstand only if he has the passion for the long-term career. So some of the students, they realize this is not my route. Rather, I've been influenced to join the industry, but I'm not belong here. I've realized that in my previous jobs where I was not working in a hotel. So I realized I started in a court first. I felt this is not my place to work. So I moved from the court and then came to the industry. Likewise, there's a realization happens, this is not my industry. So those who have endurance, those who have passion, they keep going, they keep growing. Coming to the setup, what we have in service-minded personnel can do great job in non-profitable setup. Like I've been to some of the ashrams where we work morning till evening with no tiredness. We work in kitchen, we clean garden, everything, not for any money. It's just for the service, to learn that experience. We have been to the ashram, so there we don't look any money. We should look for people who have the service mind to work in non-profitable places with a little bit remuneration as well. Or we should look for volunteers who would support this kind of setup. We will be happy to come work in our free times or something. This is what I can sum up the whole thing.
Thank you, sir. It comes like, that was a wonderful summing up, and we also appreciate the good practices which Pradeep Bhai has said that they follow here. And wonderful, sir, that you need to have a passion, and only then you'd be able to do that. Ma'am, we'd like to go to somebody who's been in Pondicherry for long. Moving over to Mrs. Anita Riemann, the gorgeous Mrs. Anita Riemann. When you see women like her, women of substance, you deserve a clap. Thank you. Anita, madam, you've been in Pondicherry for, your family's been here for nearly 3 generations and more. What is it you don't like about Pondicherry? I'm sorry to start on a negative note, but there's so much of positivity, so let's face it right in the face, what's happening. What is it you don't like?
Bonjour à tous.
Bonjour.
Good morning, my dear students, first of all, because they have been sitting there for a long time. I don't know whether they understand also whatever I say. So you want me to talk in Tamil or English or French? Please tell me. Tamil பேசட்டுமா? உங்களுக்கு தமிழ் பெட்டரா இல்லாட்டி இங்கிலீஷும் தமிழும் பேசவா? English and Tamil, okay? Okay, so I am a native of Pondicherry. My father, my grandfather, my great-grandfathers, okay, they have been here, born and brought up and settled. French national with படிச்சது வந்து lycée français and baccalaureate, then MA French, then MPhil French with the university, then PhD with the university in French. So my studies goes with French. But நான் பண்றது வந்து I am only a housewife taking care of my kids and grandkids now. So homemaker. So I have seen Pondicherry, the ups and downs of Pondicherry. Okay. When I was very young, it was a very quiet, ரொம்ப குவாய்ட்டாக இருக்கும். கார் 1-2 தான் ரோடு கிராஸ் பண்ணோம், மேபி 1 or 2 cars. அப்பா சொல்லுவாங்க, கார் வருது கிராஸ் பண்ணாத ரோடு அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. ஸோ எங்கேருந்து வெளியே உட்காருவோம். We used to sit out, there was no TV, nothing. So evenings after 6 we all will go and sit on the trottoir, on the outside the road. வெளியே வந்து ஒரு திண்ணை இருக்கும், திண்ணை உட்காந்துட்டு எல்லாம் வந்து எதிர் வீட்டில் வந்து உட்காந்துருப்பாங்க, போய் கிராஸ் பண்ணி அங்கே போய் பேசுவோம், பக்கத்து வீட்டில் போய் பேசுவோம். ஸோ இன்டராக்ஷன், பர்சனல் இன்டராக்ஷன்ஸ், ஒருத்தங்க பார்த்துப்போம், ஏய் அவள் இந்த புடவை கட்டியிருக்கா, ஓகே நம்ம இந்த புடவை கட்டிட்டு போனால் நல்லா இருக்கும். இட் வாஸ் லைக் தட், வெரி பர்சனல். த லவ், த கேர், தி அஃபெக்ஷன், த ஃபேமிலி டுகெதர்னஸ், ஃப்ரெண்ட்ஷிப், இட் வாஸ் தேர். அப்போ வந்து நல்லா ஒருத்தங்க அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்டிங். ஏய் அவருக்கு என்னன்னு தெரியல, உடம்பு சரியில்லை, உடனே போய் பார்த்து we used to take care of my cousin or my neighbor or my uncle. Okay, that's what I miss now. I miss that. I miss the personal love, the personal, even the sight of my friend, of my neighbor. I don't see my neighbor. I'm having my very close friend Meera who lives next door. Hardly see her. I call her, Meera, are you in town? Yeah, I'm busy. So that is gone. The personal love, the care. I really miss that. I don't like that in Pondicherry anymore. That. Okay, first. Second, it was not this fashionable those days. Enga paathalam car, TV, hoardings, style, fashion, everything is there. But still, what I am missing, the warmth. What happened to Pondicherry? It was very dirty. I remember, எங்க ஒரு தெருவம் கிராஸ் பண்ணும்போது ஒரு நடுப்புற சாக்கடை ஒன்று ஓடும். ஸோ சைக்கிள் எடுக்கணும்னா, வீட்டை விட்டு சைக்கிள் எடுக்கணும்னா அந்த சாக்கடை கிராஸ் பண்ணி வீட்டில் எடுக்கணும். அப்புறம் ரோடு கிராஸ் பண்ணால் சாக்கடையில் அப்படி தெளிச்சுட்டு போவோம். இட் யூஸ் டு பி வெரி டர்ட்டி. பட் தொடச்சிட்டு வீட்டில் கையை வந்து கழுவிட்டு சாப்பிட உட்காந்துவோம். இட் வாஸ் நாட் as dirty as it is now. Now, everything looks so artificial. I don't like that in Pondicherry. So those two things I wanted to share this. Thank you very much.
But isn't that the, yes, maybe there is a point. No, there's more to come, sir. There's more to come. There's more to come. Just hold on, sir. There's more to come. Wait, sir. There's more to come. We also have lot of slides here. We'll show you some, sir. 1 minute, sir. Ma'am, you spoke of these lovely memories and everything, and what do you think about the Saturday, Sunday traffic? Does an average Pondicherrian, I just want to know, as an average Pondicherrian, do you come out of your homes on a Saturday, Sunday, if you can avoid?
I don't think of Saturday, Sunday. Even on the weekdays also, nowadays the crowd is always there. On the beach, you can't walk. You can only crawl. It has become like that. But Saturday, Sundays, especially the French town, that not French town, after the Mission Street, you have Pondicherry, Yeah, no, White Town என்றது இப்போ போயிடுச்சு. Even White Town, Gandhi Road, everywhere it's crowded.
Yes.
It's crowded. Saturday, Friday evening, it starts Friday, not Saturday, Sunday. Starts from Friday morning. Lunch timeல பார்த்தீங்கன்னா அப்படியே கார் நிறைய வந்துட்டே இருக்கும். ECR தண்டிவன ரோட்ல வந்துட்டே இருக்கும். Then it becomes Friday night, Saturday, Sunday, till Monday morning. Because Monday morning you cannot take the car because everybody will be leaving to Chennai. So ரொம்ப கஷ்டம் தான். It's very difficult on these weekends. I appreciate a lot for Pondicherry because money incoming for Pondicherry is a very plus point.
Here is where I wanted to interrupt. So what do you have to say? You're new to Pondi, so we'll hold on. No, you can. Dinu, what would you have to say? You're happy on the weekends, no? All your rooms are full, but she doesn't like the weekends. So what do you have to say to that? You're sitting next to each other, no? What do you have to say? She doesn't like the noisy weekends. The hoteliers love the weekends. You put your dynamic pricing, triple pricing, whatever, lucky dip. Whatever pricing, well, it's essential. We need to pay our taxes. We also need our promotions. We need our this. How can we tackle that? You're from a responsible tourism group. So how can we do that in a very balanced and integrated manner? Can you please guide us, Dinu?
See, actually, maybe I can read our business model. I can read, because I cannot speak.
No. You can just say from your manslaya.
I'll just read our CGH Experience Hotels business model, what you're doing. So I can read our CGH like Earth Experience Hotels business model. So this is actually based on sustainable and responsible tourism. Every thought and action is born out of this commitment to the environment and the local communities where it operates. The experiential character of its holidays does homage to nature and engages closely with local people and their cultures. This significant aspect of taking responsibility for the environment and its people forms the backbone of the group's vision as it grows and expands into new geographic areas across the country with an awareness that is as inclusive as it is expansive. This unique identity has been termed the Indian consciousness, being characterized by those aspects that distinctly make up the Indian soul: variety, beauty, simplicity, and caring. These core values are the ideological pillars that give substance to its dreams. They also manifest in 100 visible ways, inspiring and influencing daily actions on the ground. Over the years, this boutique hotel chain has created 16 unique properties across South India, each a distinct experience into itself. CGH Earth sees itself as a curator of extraordinary experiences that arise from its intimate bondings with nature and community. This undoubtedly lies at the heart of its specialness, making for holidays that are uplifting and transforming. They endorse that less can be more, and that true luxury is an experience rooted in simplicity and soul, transcending mere form and ostentation.
My God, I love the words consciousness, transformation, but I also caught the words that this simplicity is a luxury.
Yeah, less is more.
Yes, less is more. Dinu, you have a property in the quarters which are so much preferred by the visitors. What is your biggest challenge of running a hotel, a premium property in that part of the town? What is your biggest challenge?
There in
Paladimahe.
Actually, in the midnight, we are charging almost 23 to 24,000 rupees per day. But in the midnight, 12 o'clock, we always say funny, jokingly, that includes dog howling in the midnight.
Yes.
Then the bike sound.
Okay.
Yeah. Then the construction work nearby. Every day that is happening.
Isn't that your own construction also, Dinu?
Yeah, it is there.
I'm just...
But we stopped the construction because of this.
It's yours, you can stop. How can you ask your neighbor to stop? You need to peacefully coexist.
Yeah.
We are not in Nazi camps here.
Yeah, okay, that is correct.
You buying 25,000 that room, not the whole ambience.
Most of the comments,
most of the
comments, most of the bad comments means the guest complaint is of the stray dog howling sound.
Do you give a discount if the dog howls at night and my sleep gets disturbed? No, I'm just asking. We'll put it on TripAdvisor.
This 24,000 is, which is, that is including this.
Or you can put a new aspect, as my friend says, feed the dogs. That can be a new experiential.
Actually,
Midnight
the
feeding
dogs.
of dogs.
I think feeding dogs is actually, it's not that.
Okay. Well,
And
that's
also
a
one
very...
more thing I just want to say, the beggars, like, you know, if they stand, the guests stand like outside for a minute, there will be like 3, 4, 5 beggars will come and ask for money. And then that is also...
Yeah, because they know yours is a premium hotel. Residency doesn't have that problem. Sukanya suttama kadayadu. He knows already are with Kalyanam there. Nobody will give anything.
Ashaji, you should understand.
Yours, they know all dollars, though they'll just
For
give...
the quality, I think maybe
Yeah,
to
I
maintain
agree,
the quality,
I agree.
actually we should maintain all this.
No,
We
no,
should bring
we
the quality.
certainly-
And also
I know
this-
you.
These pathways, actually if the pathway is good, people can walk through the pathway.
Actually, we had preferred that on this panel discussion, we have somebody from the government, but because the assembly is in session, we couldn't have somebody who could take a decision, but next time we'll see, you know, yes, I agree, these are issues, like the payment has to be restored, there's no place, the love for dogs is one thing, the howling at midnight is another thing. So there are diverse issues which need to be taken care. The premium traveler who comes to your hotel, what is he looking for? Beach walks, mall shopping,
Actually-
art shows, what is he looking for?
Actually for the premium travel, they are very, means like they pay, okay, they pay 24, but they are very simple.
So they just want to be in the room?
They just want to go to that Gubert market,
Okay.
Bazaar.
Okay.
They want to enjoy more of Indian life.
Okay,
Indian, not, they don't, actually they don't want to go to Auroville side.
okay.
Actually they don't.
They're not interested?
They are not interested.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Mostly they want to, hello? Not room
No,
service.
no, they are
actually-
going to the Guber
No,
market.
they just want to go to the Grand Bazaar and they want to enjoy the Indian life, that's it.
So you mean to say that the premium traveler just comes here to have a walk in the Pondy streetscapes, do shopping, Sunday market, heritage walks, and he's happy. So
They
Pondy
enjoy.
sells.
They enjoy.
I wish we
More
could
of-
sell it
they-
for 7 days.
They enjoy more of Indian life only. They want to see Indians, no? They don't want to see.
I know, you're giving also appam and meen kormbu, so it's totally Indian only.
Yeah.
Thank you. Ma'am, Anita ma'am, what do you think we could introduce that people still have that interest in the days gone by? Something which you think like, Asha, this should be introduced, you know, and people would be so happy.
Okay, when I was young,
You're
I
still.
Thank you. There was one tradition where whenever they start this, now we are on Lent season. This is 40 days of Lent for Christians. So they call it Mardi Gras. Mardi Gras means before the Ash Wednesday, the Tuesday before that, we have a masquerade. So a group of Pondicherrians, they'll dress up like monkey and all. They will go from one house to another house dancing for French songs. So every house will be waiting for that. And they will come collect, like for Christmas they come for carols, no? They used to do that. So if at all Pondicherry tourism can introduce that again, bringing back that tradition, the French tradition, it will be a very good idea. Then there is a hall called Cercle de Pondicherry. It's near the patisserie. It was opposite to patisserie. Mr. Naran will know about it. It's a French club which will introduce all the Tamil people, the French people, the Creole, the Anglo-Indian, the Franco-Indians, the Anglo-Indians culture, and not only that, ashram. So there will be a big, beautiful group of people, reunion, where you see everybody, every native of Pondicherry will be there. The French people who used to be French professors, French teachers, and people who used to work for Consulat, the French Institute. Then you have the governor, then you have Pondicherry
officers,
Tamil people, the ashram people, the Creole, the French and Tamil mix, the French people. It used to be a beautiful reunion If at all you could revive that also, it will be very nice.
Ma'am, thank you so much. Let me make you happy. We are taking steps to bring back masquerade and petang. That is in our hands. We'll very soon be introducing something like that. We already had a petang tournament around 4-5 months back, which we had organized. Yes, we are low on our publicity, and I know there's a point that there should be a common dashboard where everybody knows what's happening. Velu madam tells me I should wind up in 2 minutes, and I have 5 panelists.
You made it very interesting. I'm sorry, we have to do this. Why have you made it so interesting?
I'm sorry, sir. I tried.
Why I'm saying is, I read an expression the other day, all this tourism which is booming just now, and that there has been it's a holiday with a vengeance. After COVID, when it opened up, you found as if an explosion has taken place. The airfares have doubled practically, and the hotel prices, of course, are plastic. It goes up and down according to whatever the needs are. It's all over the world. It's a complete explosion of tourism which has taken place. Because maybe those 2.5 years of COVID that they were holed up, whatever it was, they call it a holiday by vengeance. Now, is it, once this explosion subsides, do you think this tourism will slow down or go back to normal? It's a question I would like to ask all of you.
Yeah, well, basically we call this as a revenge tourism. People initially offered to, as the lockdown was gradually unlocked, people opted to travel about 100-150 kilometers, which is the safest zone. They don't want to get into any of the public commuting. So that's where all the nearby local domestic tourism became very popular. There is pile-up demand, like cities like Coimbatore or other places, a lot of weddings which are supposed to have, or been piled up for 2 years, or being bringing back. This all added a lot of demand for the hotel industry. And as you know, industry was 2 years on and off. Industry also happened to increase the price due to the surge operational cost. The price which you are seeing a little bit hike, it may go for some more time and it may be stabilize. And from there, the increase will be very gradual.
You don't have to be polite, please be the truth. It's not going to stabilize. It's just going to go like gold through the roof.
Yeah.
Let's just be honest.
As soon as the instant demand is reduced, probably it will be stabilized.
Supply and demand situation. Yeah, whatever.
I think he's spoken for all of us, but he was very polite because he just 1 week in Puducherry. In Puducherry, we also call a spade a spade. Sir, the hoteliers are not going to reduce prices.
Asha, Bill says that we are half an hour behind schedule.
Sir,
so can we discuss it at lunch?
So we would not be coming back after lunch. We got the mic, and after 1 hour of the mic, I can leave it or we can close the panel. The choice is the decision is yours.
Okay.
They all have professions to go back to, sir. Sorry
No,
for
I
being...
thought I could discuss it during lunch, not after lunch.
Okay, they can discuss
so
it.
During lunch. Yeah, so...
Not necessarily, ma'am.
No, but I'm hoping at least.
Okay.
Just if you can bring it to a close in 5 minutes.
I'll try my best. I take it the way I can quickly, or we can close.
Okay. You carry on, please.
No, we can close.
Suit you.
Whatever you all feel comfortable. How many of you have lunch at 3 o'clock when you have work to do? So please. Thank you. So that's the industry, sir. When we've come to do something, we have to, the work governs us, not our gastric juices. Well, I'll do fast, sir. I'll do fast. Nicely, Ravi sir, nalla தூக்கம் போட்டுக்கின்னு இருக்கீங்க நீங்க ஹோட்டல்ல you thought we'll leave you offer nothing doing. You have to tell us how to bring industries no. What are you going to do with all the other issues which are there? What is Chamber of Commerce doing? You are supposed to be a regulatory, a kind of an interface to sort out issues. Are you sorting out issues or are you part of the problem? What is Chamber of Commerce contributing towards making Puducherry better?
Chamber of Commerce.
2 lines, sir. 2 lines only. All answers now, short answers. 2 lines only.
No, one thing you should understand.
1 line over.
No. It can't be a 1 word or 2 word or 2 line and all. You have to accept changes happening in the country. Before GST and after GST, the revenue for the government has changed a lot. Earlier, chamber used to represent what you want from the government. You can ask for a tax reduction. This is out of the government now. It is all gone to the hands of the government of India.
I come back to the question, what is
no,
Chamber of Commerce doing for Puducherry?
Chamber of Commerce is for the traders.
Okay.
We understand the problems of the traders. We understand what the trade needs, which trade has been affected.
Okay.
So all the situation has gone now. Now Chamber of Commerce goes with social problems.
Wonderful.
There are problems with loading, unloading. This is a very big issue for the traders. So we take this, we present to the government. They are trying to gazette it. It is not gazetted. So that should happen shortly. So that is one problem which can be addressed. Major problem will be
The loading, unloading is
definitely
true, sir.
That is a big issue, not only for the traders, for the community also.
Wonderful.
And second, on the part of industries also, for the first time he says he's going to conduct a meeting of the investors. They're going to call all investors to Pondicherry. We are also pushing it in a big way. We want investment to come into Pondicherry. But Pondicherry also, there is a reason why people should come into Pondicherry is a big question. There must be some attraction. Earlier there were incentives, there were tax holidays. No more. You cannot have tax holidays. We are in the southernmost tip of the country. Logistically, we have so many disadvantages. So we'll have hospitality. You'll have to talk to them. You'll have to pull them really. You'll have to provide them a lot of services. Your industrial estates are so bad. Your roads are not done. Your infrastructure is one of the worst.
So we are okay. Coming back to my question.
Chamber of Commerce can only fight. Chamber of Commerce is not government of Pondicherry.
What are the battles you won, sir?
It is not the question of one. It is a fight lifelong. It is a fight we have been doing. We will always raise our voice.
Carry over the fight over lunch because I think we are getting nowhere with this. But quickly, sir, going into a rapid round, just let me know, like hotels do a weekend splurge. On Fridays, they start opening their cash counting machines. So is it so with businesses also, because the guests are in town and even you're making hay over the weekends, or it's not? It doesn't affect
That is a different business. That's a holiday business. People come to spend there.
So do people who come there also spend on other things like this? No.
Few industries may benefit, like garments.
Okay.
So not all.
So the tourist who comes here also creates allied revenue to the other sectors.
Definitely. Tourism adds to transport, to taxis, to garments.
Can I say thank you to you, sir, for running this shopping festival in association with
Definitely.
the chamber and the associations did this shopping festival along with the department, and yes, it brought a lot of boon
And
to
we
us.
should thank tourism also. It was done in a very short notice. December 5th we started and inaugurated within a month's time.
I'm personally very happy, sir, that most of the major prizes went to Karaikal, because somehow otherwise we forget that Karaikal is our little cousin there. Thank you.
I just want to say a few words. We were all talking about spiritual tourism. See, when you come to spiritual tourism, when we're listening to his presentation, it was more of science. What he was talking about, the gobras, the architecture, the period to which it relates. If we have to talk about spiritual tourism, you need good trained guides to take people around, to show them, to explain to them. Even in temples, most of the temples...
No, we are having and we are curating special programs, special experiences, which I'm going to ask Venkat to
temples, they talk about a paper called as Sthala Puranam, which means the history of the temple. Most of the temples do not even have the Sthala Puranam. That has to be written for the old temples. All this must be available.
I have my colleague Paneer Selvam. I'm going to ask him. Next time we do our guide orientation program, you're going to be our temple expert along with sir. Thank you so much. Paneer, you have to call sir, and don't forget. Sir, I just need one word answers. Apart from bottled spirits, what is the major product purchased by visitors? One word.
Garments.
Garments. Would your chamber enable industrial tourism? Can you enable like education tourists, students coming and they can be shown some of the industries? Can the chamber take some steps to, bring about some industrial tourism? You should think about it, sir.
Industrial tourism, how many industries are here in Pondicherry first?
So whatever is there, sir.
You should sell a product which has got some advantages. With nothing in hand, I try to sell this product may not make sense.
Okay, okay. Are your members sensitive to tourism-friendly practices and good fare practices?
Asha, that's a good question. Most important
Sir,
part of
all
this...
five words தான் அங்க சாப்பாடு
training.
they don't token கொடுக்க மாட்டாங்க.
You will have to have a training. It is not, change doesn't happen overnight.
Okay.
It cannot happen one day.
So we are not talking of change. We are only asking whether there's a sensitization. Are people at least talking of it?
Yes,
Is there
slowly, definitely.
Thank you, Ravi. I wanted to have a long chat with you, but this is how far we get. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. It was nice.
Some other, we'll again meet. Venkat is a senior tour facilitator, entrepreneur, and doing a lot of tourism. Venkat, what is the average visitor to Pondicherry looking for? Don't tell heritage walk and all that. Adella munju pochu. That's all on Google, it's over. So I look for more from you, Venkat.
Average tourist who
visits Pondicherry, what is he looking for?
Water sports.
Okay.
International township.
Okay.
Some retreat programs.
What are the innovative tours which you have curated or your colleagues have curated? Like Moni has a day with a local, which a senior colleague of his does. There's somebody else who does a Kolam coffee tour. What is your unique tour or some more unique tours?
I believe there is soul in Indian villages.
Okay.
So Pondicherry villages also have it. So I try to take people into the villages, try to give an experience, be it a tree or be it a snack, or be it some salai.
So are you tying up with Aranya Forests and one recently you did the Tendatat right?
Yes.
So anyone who needs some very unique customized program should reach out to Venkat. He and his team are doing excellent, and you might also mail us at ptdc.corporate@gmail.com. We'll try to solve your issues too. I must do little branding for my company also. Yeah, summa unga company பேசிட்டு போனா எப்படி அது? Yeah, he has a business card which we'll share, sir. Right. Can you tell me, Venkat, the traveler today spends most on what? Eating, activities, or shopping?
Eating.
Eating. What is your one request to the Pondicherry citizen? Like Madam says she has her issues or whatever. So what is your request to the citizen? To tolerate it, we need the money, or what would you say?
It's a balance, because getting into the private area is difficult. I have a lot of citizens from Pondicherry feeling little not okay to receive tourists because they come take photographs in front of their houses and all. But on the other side, there are some residences who are inviting with a nice statue in their doorsteps and things like that. It's how people perceive things.
Okay.
And it's a real balance is needed.
Okay. What is your request to visitors? Not to disturb us. We also have our homes, no? We are not on a vacation. What do you advise your visitors?
Follow local culture, respect it.
Okay. What is a must-do you tell people in Pondicherry? If you come to Pondi, you should surely do this.
You should immerse yourself into spirituality, because
No,
this is
one
a land.
thing, spirituality. This one temple you should do, this one selfie you should do, or this one must-do in Pondi.
Be at peace. Be at peace.
What is one must you would suggest, Naveen? Visit the beaches. Which beach?
Ma'am, actually, beaches are everywhere. Anywhere they can get only peace in Pondicherry.
Okay.
So maybe that they can look for it.
Okay. So it's the same water in the Pacific and the Indian Ocean, but Seychelles is Seychelles, Maldives is Maldives, Pondicherry is Pondicherry, sir.
Personally enjoy walking and promenade, though I'm early.
Okay. Shakti sir, Shakti sir is an activist and you're into so many things. I just want to ask you, what are two words which most visitors use for Puducherry? Two words to describe Puducherry which visitors use.
Here the dominance of spirit is high rather than spiritual.
So well, it's nirvana by spirit.
So yes, that's it.
Any spirituality.
Yeah.
So you mean to say they're all looking only for spirits or spirituality?
Most probably we have Vedapuri, but now the equation is required. This is the time we take forward this equation on that.
What are the words you use to promote Puducherry?
If you ask me, I can tell you Vedapuri is a place for spiritual. In that dimension, I can take forward. This is a place for essence for spirituality.
Are you doing some steps for spiritual tourism, sir?
Yeah, we have initiated the name called Vibrant Vedapuri. This Vibrant Vedapuri will connect all the spiritual institutions to connect, and 100 recreation activity happening in Puducherry. Now we are going to establish the spiritual activities also in Puducherry to make equation, to make it this Vibrant Vedapuri, the same back. That's it.
Okay.
Yeah, we are establishing, sir, as soon as we will launch, sir. We are establishing site also and activity also, we are timelining it. Yeah, Vibrant Vedapuri, sir. Yeah.
Which is your most preferred experiential tour? Like he says beaches. Which would you promote extensively, saying like this is what Pondi needs to be promoted?
And I had experience about Experience Pondicherry. It's a package which we have. From morning 6 to morning 11 a.m. we have a 3 hours packages which is experiencing Puducherry with the local food and culture habitation that we start bringing out. And I had a personal experience that is one of the best in our lifestyle, local lifestyle can adopt.
My last only 5 minutes. Okay. Thank you. Rahul, welcome to Puducherry. Shakti, I know you are passionate about Pondicherry just like any one of us, but we have constraints of time. So while we have our lunch, we'll continue to discuss. And all your students are here. So a big clap for Shakti, sir. Most of you are his students. Thanks for being with us today. Shakti has been doing a lot of work with us. He's been, kind of prodding us to work. Thank you for this, Shakti. Rahul, welcome to Pondicherry again.
Thank you, ma'am.
What
Too early you pulled me in.
Pardon?
Too early you roped me in.
No, you're never. We need a newbie here for ragging. No, that's why we called you. What are your mechanisms in your hotel to shift the fulcrum from this Friday, Saturday, Sunday to the weekdays?
Well, we have a concept called, we want to promote Pondicherry or my hotel as a destination, right? It comes with 3 verticals. We take into the spiritual, adventure, and walking on the heritage place. So with this, and a guest can plan than overnight stay or 2-night stay, you can plan 4 or 5 nights stay in the Pondicherry, which will able to balance both the weekdays and weekends. And in fact, a lot of MICE bookings, the corporates, and the weekend leisures. We may call ourselves as leisure hotels in order to balance both weekdays and weekends.
Okay, thank you, Rahul. You're very lucky because you have one of the best properties right in the middle of the town. Makendra is also very good, but only thing you have to go little that side. But if we go there, we'll be the whole day. If we go there, we go only for a meal. So it makes up for it. Which segment of traveler are you looking at, Rahul? Who's the traveler visiting residency?
It is a combination of both business and leisure, what I found so far. The mostly people look forward to walk on the heritage town, access to the promenade, that's where they're looking at. A lot of people are little more spending time in the hotel in the facility what we have, like recreations, healthcare, all the food options, so like enjoying the hotel. And very minimum have access to, plans to go to the beach. So mostly they want to spend time in the promenade or the White Town, that's what I felt so far. Okay. It's all family and solo travelers.
So you also think that post-COVID, the traveler is spending a lot of time within the hotel, wellness, spa, and with family time.
Yeah, and they are used to that. After being in the home for a longer period, they also used to be in the hotel also, they can.
Okay. Rahul, we had a request for you because we're planning something with residency and I've already taken a yes from Makendra. If you're promoting something on art, culture, paintings, would you be a willing partner for us pro bono?
Should I go live on this or should we go off?
We are live already. We are live already.
Right. Okay. Definitely we want to be part of tourism board to promote any such activities.
Okay, thank you. We're just planning something around April where we are calling the event Spotlight Puducherry, in which we're going to take in a lot of hotels. And we're not doing something just in Pondi. We plan to go, Pondi goes to Chennai, Pondi goes to Bangalore, Pondi goes to so many places. That is for another day.
First hour Next month activity.
Okay. Thank you, Rahul. Next time, I hope we'll have more inputs from you. Naveen, you're the last. But after that, rapid fire for you. You were the venue partner for the G20 summit. Tell us one major takeaway. You say, like this is what Pondi needs to learn to hold summits of this type. Tell us maybe one or two just, I wish we had this Because I saw they brought some 80, 90, yeah, the whole thing came from out of Pondi, and right from the nuts, bolts, everything. So what is it you think we should develop to host such events?
A good event management company, madam.
You are there already?
No, people were there, but they bought the entire team from the Punjab. Actually, they are natives Punjab. They all came from there, but they executed. They took 3 days to set up that, and within 8 hours, they dismantled the entire thing and went away.
Yeah, that was a very sad thing because we thought others could see. What is your next major event which is coming up at Sukanya or elsewhere? You can share.
But it's all you have to take. You have to plan tourism.
Oh, no. There are private hotels also, there are private events also. So well, we hope we'll plan something. What experience or tour of Puducherry would you promote as a MICE solution? Which part? Like he tells this, he tells this. What for you think
It should be
appeals
industrial
to?
tourism, as you said, industrial tourism.
Industrial tourism.
That only brings more.
I
MICE
really
events.
think there's a lot of this thing for industrial, medical.
Previously,
rural
Pondicherry used to said as hardware capital of India, but nowadays we are no more.
Do you think we need better local information dissemination
There should be a
systems?
single point contact, madam. It's like a customer care. If they call, they should get any info.
Okay.
Even a room or a stay, anything.
So we should have something like a tourist 24-hour, 24/7.
In his days, we are doing something, and then he was supposed
No,
to.
he's still doing wonderful work. He's still doing. Shakti is still doing, but yes, if something the government did would be good, I'll take it up to
Surely,
my
madam.
bosses up, and I hope something good happens. Anita ma'am, would you want to tell us how you could, Pondi could know about what's happening? You had an idea, and I think I just...
Yeah, you have the social media people like all of them, they are on Instagram, they are on Facebook and all. But those who are not on Facebook, those who are not on Instagram, those who are not always looking at their phone, how will they know? You should work on that, I think so.
Thank you. We should have some kind of an information system. Yeah, we'll think of something like that. I just planned a rapid round with the audience, but I think I just take it across. We just go, it's just 10 questions. I want to ask Beludi, which is your favorite street in Puducherry? Hey, I want to know. This is an audience round.
No, I don't want to answer. Let's move ahead. I have to maintain a certain discipline.
Okay.
Some others can answer.
Okay. She's a little upset with me.
I'm mindful of many other things that are coming up.
Okay. What's your favorite street, Naveen, in Puducherry? Ishwar Street. Anita ma'am, which is the favorite fashion statement of most Pondicherrians? What is you would say this is a Pondicherry fashion statement?
Fashion statement?
Yeah, like this is a Pondicherry fashion, this thing. It could be whatever you feel.
The question is very vague.
Yes.
Okay, anyhow, I'll say that a French style, like when you go to the French church, you see all the colors, like you have the French style people, you have the Tamil style and the French mass. So it's very different. Like I think that's a fashion. Pondicherry is French style.
Yes, Pondicherry is an amalgamation of all the best, and on that note, I'll leave this for some other time. I want to smile with Belu ma'am and everybody and have a good lunch with everyone. Thank you so much. Thanks, friends, for being with us. Thanks, Sri Aurobindo Society.
Thank you so much.
And thanks for all the patience. Thank you, Pradeep Bhai, for all this. Yeah.
Thank you for the engaging session, Asha ji. We just have to give out a few certificates. Shall we start? Really a lot of learning. So I would request Asha Gupta ji to please come and take the there. Wish well. Next, Ms. Anita Rehman, please. Mr. Dinu Ramakrishnan, thank you for being with us, sir. Mr. Makendra Kumar, General Manager, Radisson. Mr. Naveen Kartikeyan, entrepreneur. Mr. L.P. Ravi, Vice President, Chamber of Commerce. Pungalali Sridhar, Miss, Hospitality Academician. Mr. Rahul B., General Manager, Residency Towers. Mr. Rahul B., here. Mr. Shaktivel G., citizen, activist. Mr. Shaktivel. And last but not least, Venkata Subramaniam, entrepreneur. Thank you very much for please collect a little bit of token here that we've kept for you. Yeah. And I'm sure all of you are very hungry by now. So let's, okay. The first thing is group photo, please.
Assemble near the back banner. Jagan is there to help you. Please, all of you, assemble. And for the group photo, we'll take a few group photographs. Everyone, please, before we break for lunch.
Yeah, we promise we'll have lunch after this, but the group photo is important as well. You can join us.
Dr. Alok Pandey, we endearingly call him Alok Da. Dr. Alok Pandey was a psychiatrist with the army. These halls need no introduction to him, but then we have a few people from the tourism circles. So I'm just reading out fast whatever is written for me here. Dr. Alok Pandey is a most prolific and well-known authority on the works of Sri Aurobindo and the Mother. An eloquent speaker, he has conducted workshops in India and abroad on yoga, education, health and psychology. At present, Dr. Pandey is associated with Sri Aurobindo International Institute of Integral Health and Research, Pondicherry. He is editor of both Nama and All India magazine of Sri Aurobindo Society. May I please request Alok Da to take the place at the dais. Yeah.
Is this working? No, I think there's a problem. Okay. Namaste, Vanakkam, good morning. It's, I believe, the context is tour to Pondicherry and tourism within India. So if you go to the other side of Indian shore, that is to Bombay, you will see a place which is known as Gateway of India. So let us today give a new name to Pondicherry, Gateway to the worlds and beyond the worlds. Because I could almost say, at least my experience of moving around all the states of India during my Air Force career and subsequently all the continents of the world except for Antarctica, which is the one I wanted to go, I can say that all that is found anywhere in the world is today found in India, but there is something found in India is not found anywhere in the world, and I'm saying this with all responsibility. This was my first experience when I went to outside to first to Africa and then to America almost 22, 23 years back, that I started feeling that my heart is getting stifled and my breath is getting choked. And my host asked me after 1 week, "Sir, how are you liking the country?" And I asked them, "Should I be honest?" "Yes, sir." "So I'm missing India." So they thought I'm missing the Udupi food. But they didn't understand what is it I am missing. Even I was not very sure what I am missing till the flight was flying over Andamans. I was coming via Singapore side. Cathay Pacific, and I had dozed off, and suddenly I woke up and I had an experience that all the windows, as if like in a computer, all the windows opened up and I knew I am flying over India. This was just couple of minutes before the captain announced that we are flying over Andaman, since I said, "Oh, now I can breathe freely." So we are very fortunate to be born in this land about which Lord Rama says way back when he goes to Lanka and he conquers it, and he is told, "Why don't you take this Rajyam? Why do you want to go back to Ayodhya? Because Lanka has so much gold, it has so much prosperity, and you can just govern this kingdom." And Rama says something which should be etched within our hearts. He says, "Janani Janma Bhumi Swargadapi Gariyasi." The land where I was born, there is nothing which can compare itself to this, all the splendors. And people often say nowadays, somebody had told me, "But nation was born 300 years back." I said, nation unit in the Western way was born 300 years back. But India of the ages existed. It existed in the consciousness of the Rishi. It was formed in a very occult way. The quarters of the Sati, which have been all over, the famous slokas from Ganga, Yamuna, Saraswati, Narmada, Kaveri. India was formed like that. It's a very remarkable occult spiritual entity. India is not a physical formation alone. That's why we see, if we go back to geography and see how India is formed, but time is very short. But if you really look at India, the way it is formed, linking the two continents, first there was only one, then there were two. Those who are aware of what I am saying. And then India breaks away from a portion of Africa and joins to India, joins to Asia. That's how the Himalayas come into existence. And the beauty is, if you see in real time motion that this is going and joining, you will feel it's the heart of the world which is missing, even the shape of it, and comes and joins with this wonderful continent. So friends, not only we are so fortunate to be born in India, maybe at least my aspiration, may I be born life after life. For it is being in India that first thing I learned is that death does not exist. Long back, mother's great-granddaughter, Purnadi, she was sharing with me something very interesting. She says, "You know, something I really admire about India, apart from the Indian food which she loved." So, yes, so I asked her, "Yes, tell me please." She says, "You know, for you death doesn't exist. That's why in a situation of war, and this I can tell you from the military point of view, the way an Indian soldier can fight, nobody else in the world can do. Why? Because he always knows that I'll come back again. And if you climb through these steps of, in Ladakh, you have this Nathula peak, and if you go through the road, everywhere you will see some writings from the Gita, and you are so charged by the time you reach Nathula peak, on almost 16,000 feet, you want to run. You're so enthused. So it's so beautiful that we have started on a very high ground. The rishis who discovered that there is a secret of immortality within us, takes away the fear of death. And then, what did they discover? Such beautiful discovery India made, which is also its essence, which is inbuilt and impregnated, runs like a thread through and through its life. Something with which Swami Vivekananda started his Chicago address, when he says, I am proud to come from a religion which has declared that God is within man. It may sound okay, what's the big deal? Turn to religions and you will see what it means. God is up above. So if he is up above, how do I connect with him? I'll be a creature forever on the ground. Maybe I can pray, maybe I'll supplicate. That's all. And we don't know exactly who he is. Maybe someone may have say something about him. But the boldest declaration, the greatest discovery ever made in this world, and I'm saying this, I'm a scientist by the way, being a doctor, medical doctor. So the greatest discovery ever made, which has a power even to revolutionize medical science. We have not yet exploited it. That thou art that, O Svetketu, Tat Tvamasi. You here and this Purusha there in the sun are one. Soham Asmi. It has a power to revolutionize. What will someone fear who knows that he carries the divine within him, the immortal, eternal essence? Who will be afraid if he knows that the divine is carrying him? Both ways. Will we ever feel despair about the world or feel hopeless if we are aware that the world is a movement taking place in the eternal, impelled by the eternal, moving towards a grand culmination of disclosure of the eternal? What a bold, wonderful something, that this world is a progressive manifestation of the divine. This is the real essence of dharma. So spirituality, of course we know, we talk about it, it's one of the most catch words nowadays. It's one of the words most commonly marketed also, unfortunately. But the word most misunderstood. What does spirituality says? Its essence. It says, you and the source are one. What a bold declaration. Okay, we may need priest in between, but even the priest is within us. Agni Mide Purohitam. He is the priest of the sacrifice. The priest who is the one who will take us to the divine is within us. It removes at once all these external, it's not that they are not required, I'll come to that, but the real stuff is inside. So that's why I said from here, a new tourism start. The tour de worlds, not world. Because there are many, many worlds. What a discovery we made long back before the string theory, and now the latest is E theory, which is coming up recently. But this long back we discovered that there is not one world, but many worlds. Jagatyam Jagat. Many things which are in motion within a universe of motion. And who is at the center of it is Isha. Isha Vasyam Idam Sarvam Yat Kincha Jagatyam Jagat. From there the philosophy of Indian life starts. Because he is in everything, therefore, Tena Tyaktena Bhunjita Magrida Kasya Svidhanam. Meaning thereby, by renouncing you enjoy. What a wonderful thing. In psychology I use this so often, in practical life also. People are suffering because they want some happiness. They don't have happiness. So they go to, when people come to Pondicherry, they have to make a choice. The choice is between wine and divine. Both are the best quality, except that one makes you lose your consciousness and the other makes you gain all your consciousness. Yeah, it is true. You check on the website, though they advertise only the wine, I believe, wine and food. But there is another kind of food you get here. A food as we find nowhere. The food that within each morsel of annam. You see, when we go to dining room, what is written there? The food you eat in the dining room has the mother's force in it. Food, annam brahmeti, we have read this beautifully in the scriptures. But even that morsel of food can contain all the divinity within it. That's how Shri Krishna says, when he eats that little rice and says, I am trapped. So that is the power of Indian thought, a power which can revolutionize the world and is going to do so. Just wait and watch how it is going to change things. The present century, of course, belongs to Asia and to India, and now things are becoming more and more evident. But to come back to the essence, what is the Indian spirituality? Indian spirituality made a bold threefold declaration. One is that the divine that we seek is within us. Not only is within us, myself in my deepest essence is divine. Soham asmi. Then the second declaration, not only he is in me, that is half truth. When Ravana said, Aham Brahmasmi, it's a great truth but half truth. It can lead to problems. So it's not only in me but in all. Tattvamasi, you also are that. And this you is not just human beings but all the creatures, animals, plants. We don't need to learn that save earth. We must not only save, we must take care of everything. Why? Because in everything dwells the divine presence. And the third bold declaration that whichever way you go, the center of all things is the divine, but also the ever expanding circle and circumference. You cannot just escape him. So there is the larger context, the Vishwa, the world. What is this world? In whom it is established? In whom it is moving? How scientific this is, that on what is this world established? In which is it moving? Who is impelling it? These were the questions there is. When I read the Kena Upanishad, I was so mesmerized that it starts with a question of questions. Being a psychiatrist, all kinds of psychological questions which are so puerile, very frankly. It starts with a question, by what impelled thought reaches its mark. Look at the starting point. Who impels the thought to reach where it goes? And then it goes on to discover that which is beyond the thought. Yanmansana manute yena hur manomatang tadeva brahmantam viddhi nedam yadudam pasati. So there is something beyond the mind. This is another great discovery. Wonderful discovery. Science is struggling to reach that point. And I'm so happy that, all this was served to us on a platter. The secret of immortality, that which is beyond the mind. So Indian spirituality is a wonderful, many-sided, synthetic approach towards God. It was not that one rishi discovered everything. They allowed for multiplicity of approaches to discover the truth. It didn't matter. Call it truth. Satyam, Ritam, Vrahatam. Don't have to use the word God. Don't have to use any word. Call him Divyam. Divyam is what? The purest, most beautiful essence of everything. Call it the ultimate. Tat, that. That's all that is required. That, with a capital T. Tat. What is that? So it didn't become a stickler of names. I had a friend, still is there, so very good friend. So whenever he will meet me, he will jokingly say, Sabka Malik ek. So I said, yes, but don't say that only my Malik is the Sabka Malik. Sabka Malik ek, but we can call him by any name. Ekam Sad Vipra Bahuda Vadanti. If you cut the first part from the second, see what a complete statement of truth. Ekam Sad, truth is one, that's true. But the wise call by many names, it doesn't matter. And these names are at once Nirgun and Sagun. If you go back to the original Aditya, or not Aditya Hridayam, but Vishnu Sahasranam originally in the Vedas, you will see that the names are both Nirgun and Sagun. It's very interesting. He is without form, he is with form, he is with qualities, without qualities. He is this and that, he is not this and not that. If nothing else, for the sake of mental intelligence development, if you read Indian philosophy, the mind will become so vast and it will learn to handle complexity. And I am not joking, on a very practical level I am saying, one of the things people fight with each other, my thing or my way or your way, if you read Indian thought, at the end you say, well, the rishis say neti, neti, not this, not that, but they also say iti, iti, this or too and that too. It brings wideness, it brings suppleness. Just merely reading, forget about realizing, is a next step. But then Indian thought didn't stop there. It says it's not, we don't want to just believe. It's not a belief system. For God's sake, who will be satisfied with a belief system? Not youngsters, I was going to say like us, okay. Yeah, young is one who always is seeking. That's what Agni is. He is the youngest of the young, the offspring. So who would be satisfied with a belief system in today's time? You have to believe God is there. You have to believe this is like this. You have to believe it is that. Who would be satisfied by believing except somebody who is either too gullible or somebody who is so inert he doesn't want to put in effort. So Indian thought said, you may start with belief, but you can realize it. That is called yoga. So India, the second gift of India is not just spiritual philosophy, not just Vedanta, the Upanishads, the Gita, but the way of life. There is a yoga in the Vedas, there is a yoga in the Upanishad, there is a yoga in the Gita, there is a yoga in the Tantra, there is a yoga that they have given. The path to become one with that which is the source. How wonderful. What life would be without this yoga? So yoga literally means to join, which is why we suffer. We go to psychiatrists, we go to the wine shop. Why? Because we don't have this natural joy and love within. That's why people fight with other person and say, you were supposed to love me and you didn't love me, and so on and so forth. Why do we need that? The source of love is inside us. Why do we need to go elsewhere to buy happiness when the source of happiness is within us? Knowledge is within us. Power is within us. What is the greatest empowerment? Today only I was sharing this somewhere. People said, but what about women empowerment? I said, we are our own way. Don't teach us women empowerment by telling us that, women rights. You will go and file a court case. How dare he do this to you? That's not women empowerment. We have a singular example of women empowerment, and this is the Chaitra Navratri, Sita's life. See her double empowerment. On one side, when she is in Lanka, she is held captive by Ravan, who is offering her lures of the three worlds. All the gods will be your servant. Just be my queen. She refuses because she holds the power of love. This is empowerment. She is not given up. Look at her courage, her faith, her confidence. And then she's not weepy like, those television serials. She is so strong that once when Ravan comes with this Chandrahas and says, I have killed Rama. Are you not coming with me? Otherwise this will be your fate. And Sita picks up as the story goes, blade of grass, puts in front. Says, dare not cross this. And Ravan stops. So people say, fantastic story, blade of grass and Chandrahas. Because we knew that even in blade of grass, there is the divine. The mool of even Trin is Divya. And if we understand it, life will change. Anything. That's what there's so much of science technology in Ramayana, but this is not the time to speak about it, which we'll discover one day that everything contains within itself divine, and you can use anything to safeguard yourself provided you empower it. That's why we see in India you have so many things which are worshipped. A stone becomes an object of worship, a tree becomes an object of worship, a river becomes an object of worship. Somebody told me that you are idolaters. I said yes, because we believe that everything is an idol of God. Everything is a shrine of God. So what's the problem with that, dude? Because, idol is, we are not only worshipping idol here, But everything is the shrine of the illimitable. So it's so beautiful. The river we worship. Now we have to, discover all these things. So this is the second part, yoga. And the third thing which we gave, very beautiful, is dharma. Dharma literally, if you translate it, it's law. Sanatan dharma, the eternal universal law. Meaning thereby, before the courts come into play and punish you or reward you, there is an inbuilt, ingrained reward and punishment within the human psyche. And none can escape it. You do a karma in a state of narrowness, selfishness, you will become more and more constrained. You will be filled with fear, suspicion, unhappiness. You do a karma with a heart which is generous, unselfish, you will be full of joy. And when you are full of joy, you don't need things which are outward. So there is an inbuilt mechanism. It's a very vast subject, not going into that. So there is third is dharma. So dharma is that which helps us connect with the one who has become the many, in one word. And adharma is all that which takes us away from the one. And there are a whole lot of philosophies and systems which do that. Again, not going into it. Dharma is sukshma. It is inbuilt within. Dharma is not just an external act. It is the motive. Indian thought gave so much importance to motive than the action. That's why people can't understand how Arjuna's slaying of his own relatives can be considered as dharma. Because Arjuna's motive is very different. Karna is also doing, but Karna's motive is very different. So we paid attention to motives. And finally, to cut a long, wonderful story, short, bit abruptly, that we tried to link the one divine with every sphere of life. Be it art, music, science, geography, history. What is history? Shri Krishna summarizes in one sentence. Lok Sangrahar, the march of mankind forward. And to just bring it to a quick close, even in the outer gestures and postures, we connected it with spiritual life. So we don't say hi, it sounds like go away. Hi. We say namaste or whatever you want to say, vanakkam. But we instinctively, all Indians across, you may use different languages. But have you ever seen an Indian do like this? Now we are getting corrupted. Wherever you go to Andhra, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, the instinctive thing, we know that God is here. So we may do like this, Vanakkam, Bharatnatyam, whichever way, This is the seat of God and we bow down. The divine presence within me bows down to the divine presence in you. We may make a shortcut of this, Namaste. But this is inbuilt in the Indian fabric. That's why we could be together despite languages. People say languages unite. Nonsense. Put two people of the same language in the same room, even married by a nuptial knot, and see how they fight. Worse, because they know each other is abuses. And put two people of different languages together, but who are open in the heart to the spiritual influx, and see how they will join. Just like all of us have joined here together. We don't know each other, and yet we feel connected. Why? Because we are wired through the heart. We are not wired through the mind. Mind will divide. Your language, my language. And then you start proving superiority. Even though Shiva with his right damru brought out Sanskrit and with the left hand brought out Tamil, still there will be fight. But when we understand we are children of the same mother, the same heart beats within us, then where is the fight? So India gave us the key to world unity, national unity and world unity. So my friends, brother, sister, if there is anything worth preserving in this world, it is the Indian civilization. And I am sure that it will be preserved because with India lies the hope of the world. If Sanatan Dharma goes, it means the divine has taken the decision that the world goes. And if Sanatan Dharma lives, take it that the world will live regardless of all the dangers and calamities. Thank you so much and wish you all the very best.
Please collect it. Somebody can help her. Even the pot, please. Hello. So thank you, Alokda. We've been hearing you so often, but every time it's a joy. And also thank you for showing that in very few minutes, lots of essence can be packed in. And I request the other speakers also to please stick to the time allocated to them. Now I have another dear friend, Shruti Bidwaikar. And Shruti is Assistant Director at SAKAR. SAKAR is Sri Aurobindo Center for Advanced Research. She did her doctoral research at Pondicherry University on Sri Aurobindo's poetry, poetics, and aesthetics. Her mentor was, I think, Dr. Shivarama Krishnan, but now she is being mentored by Dr. V. Ananda Reddy to lead SAKAR forward. I request Shruti to come here and talk about the tour of Inner India. Come, please.
Good afternoon. I have 20 minutes, right, Lakshmi Didi? Or 15 minutes? Yeah, I was happy that it was being telecast on YouTube, so I could follow and almost attended all the sessions. So a very good afternoon. Namaste to everyone present here, not only because Alok sir said, that is how I also like to greet everyone, Indian or non-Indian, as Namaste. Yeah, that's the presentation I have, and it's just 5-6 slides I have brought. So today we've been talking a lot about tourism, spiritual tourism especially, and when I heard this phrase for the first time, I was quite intrigued. I said, can tourism actually be spiritual? Because we have only these days seen tourism as a very, very commercial activity. There is practically nothing, how much we shop, where do we eat. The first thing that people start, in fact, I saw the panel discussion where some people said people come to Pondicherry for food. Or wherever we go for food, or good restaurant, good food, good whatever we get to eat. First thing is that. Sightseeing is the second one, or monument seeing is the second option. But the first thing is, acha khana milna chahiye, food should be good. So I really was always taken aback by this phrase, spiritual tourism. But when Dr. Belu invited me for this talk, I gave it a thought. And then, of course, Sri Aurobindo always comes to our help and rescue. And he gives answers to everything. And that's why he's so wonderful that we get all our answers in him. So I have taken the points in a nutshell from him. I mean, not summarizing in any way. So why do we go on for a tour? Obviously, to take a break from the routine, to see new places. Earlier, when we were still younger, we used to only go to see places, not actually to get a break from the routine, but our parents used to take us places saying, this is a nice place, you should see, you should learn about it, it is a beautiful place to visit. Learn about the history of a new place, and then experience and pursuit of beauty. So if we go to Ooty at times, perhaps a lot of people go to hill stations, the same hill stations many times, because they feel that beauty, the connect with nature. I have a lot of friends who really like to go sit in front of the mountains. I am more a sea person, so I prefer being next to the sea. But they go and sit and be one with the nature, or try to be one with the nature. But as I mentioned at the beginning, today tourism has become food, fun and frolic. We really rarely think beyond that. So what do we do? How do we prepare for the real tourism, for a spiritual tourism? First, there's a beautiful concept which I had never again heard the word, was a solo tourist. A lot of us go out alone to places where we can be with oneself. And I feel at times that's the best thing to be, or even with the close family members, but not necessarily with those friends who externalize, not necessarily with those friends who are constantly looking out for dance, drama, pubs, all those kind of things. Maybe that kind of tourism, of course, we can't stop, that is growing. But when we are talking of conscious tourism here, when we are talking of spiritual tourism here, this is what all of us who are here in this hall can take back, is to go with oneself, or to go with those selected friends or partners who really can be quiet, can be with themselves even when we are amidst nature or amidst any tourist spot. Then reduce as much as noise that we can. Like I had a strange experience, in fact. Once I was on a trek, and all the friends whom I was traveling with, all the co-travelers, they all had either the plugins into their ears or they were constantly talking and singing. And I was quite upset because the quietness in the nature was so overwhelming that you wanted to be quiet. The moment you are amidst the mountains, the moment we are in front of a sea or in front of a huge monument like the Tanjore temple or Fatehpur Sikri, anywhere, you feel that magnitude and you're almost awestruck and you want to be quiet. You want to understand. Lakshmi Didi and other speakers, they did talk about the spirit of the place that you are visiting. What is the spirit of that place? What is the spirit of that geographical unit that we are visiting? Have we stopped ever to think about it? But no, we are busy, we want to listen to music because we are so used to being in noise that we can't be quiet. So tourism can become, or a tour can become a means to become quieter, not become more noisy. That's what we do usually, is try to become more noisy, or we do become noisy. Now, further, the inner preparation, as I said, assimilation of information. Of course, whenever we go to a place, we come to know about it, we read about it, the historical, geographical, whatever the information we can gather. But have we really assimilated it? Or are we constantly again surfing in our mobile, ye kaisa hai, wo acha hai, is all that worth seeing or not seeing? So have we assimilated that information? And assimilated not just the information, but the very spirit of the place that we are visiting. For instance, when we go to the Jinji fort here, very close by Pondicherry, it's a very, very, very small fort, perhaps from the perspective of tourism. Hardly, I wonder how many tourists go there. But if you see historically, it has a history connected to Shivaji Maharaj. So do we know that? Can we connect with the magnanimity of a king coming from the north or from the middle part of the country and living here, or his relatives living here in the Jinji fort? The historical importance. And I felt awed seeing it, because just to imagine in that age, 300 years ago, 400 years ago, when Shivaji Maharaj lived, he conquered this place, he was here, and we might know these days there's a lot of research that the sambar that we have, idli sambar, the sambar is named after Shivaji's son and brother, Sambhaji. It is not a South Indian dish, it was prepared specially for Sambhaji, or one of the Maharashtrian kings. So there is a beautiful cultural connect. We are not disconnected from this land. So all of this India, again, the assimilation of culture from which we have come and to which we are going, to what we are taking to that place. Then, as I said, acculturation. One of the panelists again mentioned a very beautiful thing. He said, I want people to come to Pondicherry and respect the culture of Pondicherry, or wherever we are going. So are we doing that? That is for our own self-introspection. When we go to, as they say, be a Roman in Rome, are we really doing that? Just because we say Pondicherry is a French colony, are there no other civilians living here? Are there only French people living here? Was a French colony rather? No, in fact, we see more of the Indian Tamil crowd here, which is wonderful to see. So why can't we associate ourselves with the local culture here? So one is that acculturation. Second acculturation is Pondicherry is not just another city to visit. It has a spiritual significance, and one of the tourist guides, he said he wants to promote the Vedapuri concept. Do we really know our own culture? Do we really know that Pondicherry is the Vedapuri? Why is it called Vedapuri? What are the achievements of this Vedapuri? The moment we know this, the whole attitude of looking at culture, and for people visiting Pondicherry itself, will change. Not only talking about the cleanliness and all that, it will automatically come the moment we respect our own city. So I feel acculturation into where we are going and where we are living is very important. We are a part of this earth, like what Alok sir said, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Even if we go to Rome, I think we should understand their culture and respect it, whatever it means. Then quieting of the being, as we've been talking, and especially in terms of Pondicherry tourism, if you were to say, Whether we are in Pondicherry University or in Auroville, or we are all Pondicherry. I mean, this territory, geographical territory is Pondicherry. We can't segregate it necessarily. But Sri Aurobindo Ashram, when people come, look at the crowd and the noise outside the ashram. Even during the meditation time, you can't sit quiet. The people are not conscious that they should not be honking around the time, around the ashram or around the temple. Around the temple, they've barricaded it. But do we go to the temple for becoming quiet? There also we are noisy. There also we are fighting to give the first coconut. So in which consciousness are we going to the temple? Are we going there to be quiet? Are we going to that Thanjavur beautiful, sculpted place to imbibe something? That we have to ask ourselves, because that imbibing is what is important. Now, why do we speak of all this? One of the things I think that tourism brings is a lot of joy, in whichever manner. It could be wine or divine, but there is joy in it. And joy of what degree, we have to see. So here, Sri Aurobindo says, the whole world came out of Ananda and returns into Ananda. And the triple term in which Ananda may be stated is joy, love, and beauty. So these are the three things we can take with ourselves and receive them simultaneously. Joy, one might get pleasure drinking the wine, but one might get ananda drinking the divine. So we have to choose between pleasure and ananda. What is it that we want? When we, and as Sri Aurobindo says, in fact, in the next slide, he will tell us that you have to see the divine everywhere. You have to love that which has been created by the divine and have an unalloyed and pure joy in that you see. So a very simple thing, if again I may relate to Mahabalipuram, the heritage site Mahabalipuram. Actually, if you see, it's a very small place. You can finish it in half a day and come back to Pondicherry. It's a one-day tour, and most of you have been there. But that unalloyed joy and bliss that we get the moment we go there, the moment you come to know that it's a bas-relief, the moment you come to know that it's the structural or the architectural quality of that place, how you relate it with the Aurangabad temple, the Kailashnath temple there in Ajanta and Ellora caves that we see. You see, again, the cultural similarity, the balance, the beauty, how the Ajanta caves or the Ellora, that Shiva temple is way more complicated than what we have as the bas-relief in Mahabalipuram. So you see how historians have interpreted it. That is a learning. That is somewhere every time we go to Mahabalipuram 1, 2, 3, 15 times, we learn something out of it. One of the persons, I remember a friend of mine, an architect, she said, every time I go to Mahabalipuram, I see patterns emerging in front of my eyes. What are those patterns? Perhaps an architect only could tell us. But for us, as general tourists, we can just have an awe and respect, a respect for those who have carved it, those who have envisioned it. We can we can try to become one with those carved rishi who is meditating in the best poise, one cat or snake who is sitting next to it. Why did those people in the ancient times do that? Can we think about it? If we can't quieten our mind, can we think about these things rather than going and writing our names on the pillars and stones over there? So that is where I think we need to change our own stance of going to these places. In fact, Mother encouraged it. It is not that in the ashram it was not prevalent. Mother, during the vacation time, she used to allow students to go, especially to Jinji Fort and places nearby, to experience this. Because she wanted students to, or even ashramites to understand, sadhaks to understand, I wouldn't say ashramites, the sadhaks to understand that being with the nature can be a part of one's sadhana. Being with a monument can also be a part of one's sadhana. And how it affects everybody would be different. But connecting is what is most important. And how do we connect? And how can we connect is left up to us. What is important is, in which state of being, consciousness we are going to that place of tour or tourism or heritage building or heritage site, anywhere in the world. Are we going with an attitude open to assimilate? Are we going with the fact that, yes, this place is going to give me something that I'm going to take back and it's going to change me? How many of us come changed after a tour? After, we can say we take a break, 7 days fine, a weekend break's fine. But those weekend breaks, again in the panel discussion, they were talking about how we can have weekend tourism versus week-long tourism. All those are marketing, for marketing people and commercial things is good. But even when we are doing it as a 2-day break, we are taking a 2-day break, what do? Are we prepared to receive what that thing is giving? Are we rejuvenated after 2 days? Usually what happens is we go for tour for 3 days. The 4th day we are extremely tired, and 5th day we have to join the office. But if we go on this kind of a spiritual tourism, on a conscious tour, we will come back way more rejuvenated. We can gain all that energy from what we have seen, from that quietness that we have experienced. Just one more last slide. So what are our key takeaways from what I have understood from what we've been doing since morning about the spiritual tourism or conscious tourism is, have we experienced that unalloyed joy? Unalloyed is unmixed joy, not pleasure, not normal joy, but it's that beautiful joy when you get when you are in meditation, when we see a child, that kind of a pure joy that we get, when we see a flower, a beautiful sunrise. Many times, in fact, our teachers tell us, you go to Pondicherry beach, where Ashram beach here, go and sit in front of the sun. When we are very agitated, usually we are told that, go and sit in front of the sun, hear the waves, and then you'll be quiet. We used to do that, especially when we were, I was in Pondicherry University and a lot of turmoils used to take place. Sea was my only friend. And why? Because it would quieten. I could talk to the sea, and then it would quieten. There were no pains that I would come back with. I would be very like, I have given away, washed away everything. Similarly, when we see a sunrise, a beautiful sunrise, don't we think when we go for a morning walk and we see the sun, we are so satiated, so rejuvenated that we feel now our day is going to be beautiful. So that is, each day can be that. We don't have to go to necessarily another place to feel that. But when we are talking of tour, these are the things. Did we feel the love, respect and awe for what we have seen? Did we feel quiet? Was it widening, deepening and heightening? These are all actually self-reflective questions that I am posing here. So I don't need to read them, but love, joy, beauty, ananda, quietening, widening, heightening, all these, if that can happen, then we have done a very good spiritual tour of whichever place we go. It need not be, like somebody said, we are promoting village tourism. Now, a village is most beautiful place to be quiet. I mean, I have been to some villages and the expanse of the fields, that itself quietens you, that itself awes you. So are we able to be one with that expanse? That is the question. And now, from where to where do we have to move? This is the last slide, of course. The selfie culture in which we are living these days. Fine, I think, my teacher, my mentor, he says, yeah, we have become so selfish that we are always into the selfie mode. Once in a while, it's nice. But these days, in fact, whenever we have to make posters and all, and we have always people taking selfies and all the wrong angles of monuments and buildings. Instead, I sometimes, frankly, I'm not a very camera person, so I forget to click images also. But that thing when you stand, I still remember when we go to Halibut temple and you stand in front of that temple, you just want to be there. You want to relive that era of when Hoysala kingdom was alive. You want to relive that times and when it was being carved. What patience and consciousness those artisans would be having to sit and do that one statue of a beautiful Apsara. And after the whole work accomplished, how would he feel? We see the accomplished work. We see the perfected work. If we can give some thought to that. So instead of going to take selfies, if we can go deep within and have discover our deeper self there. As you can see, noisy picnics to inner contemplation. We have already spoken about it. Bring peace and receive peace. That's what I have been taught, and I'm growing in it. It's not that I did it from the very first day. I was taught that when you go to these places, be very quiet. Have that quietude. We go to ashram, a lot of people are juggling with their bags and everything. We leave everything outside and we go. That's the whole idea of a temple also. We keep leaving our bags and baggages, mental, physical, vital, all baggages out, and then go in. How many of us are ready to do that? Every time we visit a temple, so many temples, every 10 meters in Pondicherry we have temples. But do we go to the temples with that? Of course, I'm not here moral policing, I'm just thinking about the tour aspect of it. Because for us, even a temple is a tour. We go to a local temple on a Sunday is a tour for us. And yeah, Indian tourism can become a means to inner experience rather than a commercial venture. Of course, I wrote rather than, it can never be rather. Commercial it is right now, and it will be always perhaps. But the more we talk about and the more we practice spiritual tourism, that is what perhaps will change things slowly. And when the previous panelists, in fact, Lakshmi Didi did mention, she connected nationalism to tourism, not tourism as nationalism. I beg to differ. But certainly tourists, people in tourism department can and should become more and more nationalist. It's a wrong statement to say become. I mean, I'm nobody to give those kind of statements. But all of us, but more so with the tourist guides, because you have to have the right information and the right spirit. And the more we love India, the more we will be able to speak what India is all about. For that, we have to read, we have to experience, we have to travel a lot in the right spirit. Many times we don't take tourist guides. I don't know what is the scenario these days, but when I go on a tour, I don't take tourist guides because I have better information about the place than the tourist guides. Frankly speaking, yes, I've experienced this. So I've stopped taking tourist guides for myself. So can our guides become that efficient, that knowledgeable, that they can actually give the right content and information of the particular place that we are visiting? So my humble presentation is here that we all have to be very consciously touring now from onwards if we can. And not just about not littering the place, not just about not throwing garbage here and there. That will automatically come the moment we love our country. As tourists, we love our country, and as tourist guides, we love our country. So I think that should be more than enough. So I here rest my presentation, and I guess the preparation for inner tourism is to be quiet, be with oneself, be ready to receive what the grand place is going to give us. Thank you.
Token of gratitude for taking your time off coming here and sharing your valuable thoughts. So spot on, Shruti, not only in terms of time, it's just 20 minutes, but also the several points you mentioned. We will later on sit in Sakar and discuss and debate about whether tourism as nationalism or tourism, well, for nationalism, whatever. Thank you so much. So we move on to the next speaker, Dr. Pranjal Garg. It's again a delight to welcome here. Pranjal is a student of the Ashram School. And here he will be linking, it is the spiritual character of Indian history. We all know that history is a part of tourism, but the spiritual angle of history which has been missing. We've been hearing a lot about rewriting history. So it will be a pleasure to listen to Pranjal. And to tell you about Pranjal, Dr. Pranjal Garg is Assistant Professor in the Department of History at Central University of Tamil Nadu, Tiruvarur. He specializes in ancient Indian history, culture, and archaeology. He has an experience of over 8 years of teaching at the postgraduate level at CBL University, Bhiwani, and at Maharshi Dayanand University, Rohtak, in the Department of History and Archaeology. Please, Pranjal.
Namaskar, all of you. So, I will be dealing with a slightly different, a little more challenging, I felt, topic. But taking the cue from what Alokji has said and what Dr. Shruti has said, I will use all of that data to extend some of the information that I'll be dealing with here. I've taken the topic, the spiritual character of Indian history, primarily because we are able to see spirituality in the various aspects of Indian culture that are easier to see. When you go to a temple, there is a spiritual connection already there. When we look at some statue, the aesthetics convey something spiritual to us. When we look at yoga, it has an entire spiritual philosophy behind it. But when we look at certain outward experiences or outward manifestations of what India has manifested through centuries, there it becomes slightly tricky to really understand, was this or can this be seen as something that manifests of the inner spiritual growth that this culture has in it since long centuries. I'll take most of the content from Shindo's Renaissance in India, which was earlier titled as The Foundations of Indian Culture. And I'll explain certain aspects of those texts in context with Indian history, particularly ancient Indian history. So we have this central idea that Indian culture has always seen as the dominating one, which it wanted to follow always, and in multiple aspects like arts, architecture, philosophy, yoga, it has explicitly manifested itself. So the master idea, as Aurobindo says, has governed the life, culture, social ideas of the Indian people, which has been the seeking of man for his true spiritual self and the use of life. But of course, it was a marked feature, I quote again, it was a marked feature of the Indian mind that it sought to attach a spiritual meaning and a religious sanction to all, even to the most external social and political circumstances of its life. And here I will stress more on what are the political aspects where the spiritual philosophy or spiritual contentment of Indian culture could manifest. I continue, imposing on all classes and functions an ideal, not except incidentally of rights and powers, but of duties, a rule of their action, and an ideal way and temperament, character, spirit in the action, a dharma with a spiritual significance. And here is where the whole difficulty starts. When you have to sit down for meditation, you can feel some vibrations, some people experience some spiritual experiences. They feel something which is more peaceful, which is more enlightening, which is cutting them off from the disturbed life of emotions and running after money, etc. It's a tangible experience. But when we are talking of politics, even till today, there are people who are trying to spiritualize politics, but it becomes a very tricky affair. When you are dealing with money, when you are dealing with politics, there is a sense of selfishness that has to be. There is a sense of self-promotion. There is a sense of a more political group promotion than anything of the culture, anything of the spirituality, anything of the essence of what we otherwise understand of Indian culture. So here is where Aurobindo says the difficulty of making the social life an expression of man's true self and some highest realization of the spirit within him is immensely greater than that which attends a spiritual self-expression through the things of the mind, religion, thought, art, literature, which is of course easier expressions of spirituality. And while in these, India reached extraordinary heights, like we have been seeing all the presentations since morning, and largeness, she could not, in the outward life, go beyond certain very partial realizations and very imperfect tentatives. So accordingly, we find that the governance by the dharma, again dharma is a term which has such a vast meaning to it. It can be the law, it can be some very moral conduct, it can be individualistic, it can be of the group, it can be of a nation. So there are so many variations in the meaning of dharma, but an all-inclusive definition of dharma is what we want to consider here. Accordingly, we find that the governance by the Dharma of India, social, economic, and even political rule of life, though here the attempt broke down earlier than in other spheres, her political rule of life, system, turn of existence, with the adumberation of the spiritual significance behind, the full attainment of the spiritual life being left as a supreme aim of the effort of the individual. So this is again something that continues to be. We see that there was a climax of the heightened spiritual aim or spirituality that India had achieved in certain centuries. When it was to do with architecture, we have the Cholas, we have the Ajanta Ellora caves, we have, every state has it. We have the the paintings, we have the literature, we have Kalidasa, we have Bhasa, we have everything that can be equated to the best of the Indian culture. But when it comes to this political aspect, there was a lagging behind, and of course with all the attacks from the Western scholars that have been on Indian history and the sense of history in India, the sense of democracy in India, the republican kind of governance which is missing in India, all those attacks have been strongly hurting the whole spiritual aspect of India. But in spite of that, we have a lot of things that can be deliberated about how there was a continuous attempt, although often failingly, but there was a continuous attempt into bringing out the spiritual aims which are prominent in other fields like art, literature, etc., even in politics. So the ancient Indian mind, not less fertile, I quote again Sri Aurobindo, in political invention, must be considered superior to that of the mercurial and restless Mediterranean peoples, referring mainly to the Greek and the Roman civilization, in the capacity for a firm organization and settled constitutional order. Some of these states appear to have enjoyed a longer and more settled history of vigorous freedom than Republic Rome. And this is a very strong statement from the sense of history, because the Greeks disappeared. I mean, today we realize, and Sri Aurobindo says it again and again in Renaissance in India, that it's only India and China where something has sustained through several centuries. The Greeks have disappeared, their democracy has disappeared, the Romans have disappeared. The European civilization started off again, almost from scratch, with the Renaissance looking back to what they were, the best of the Western civilization, but they had to start from scratch. And it was somewhere lost, and there is no sense of continuity that they themselves feel from the Greek and Roman civilization into the today's Western world. But here in India we say, as Sri Aurobindo says, that some of these states appear to have enjoyed a longer and more settled history of vigorous freedom than Republic Rome, for they persisted even against the mighty empire of Chandragupta and Ashoka. So he's talking of the republic states. Unfortunately, historians have called them tribals, but these are smaller republican states that have continued through the centuries, and those states have lasted much longer than even any empire in the world. I'll come to those. Like the empire of Mauryas, here he quotes Sri Aurobindo, and were still in existence in the early centuries of the Christian era, but none of them developed the aggressive spirit and the conquering and widely organizing capacity of the Roman Republic. So again, it is very fascinating to read Sri Aurobindo, because he never fails to acknowledge the people whom he is actually attacking. That's the beauty of Sri Aurobindo in his writings. And they were content, these republican states in India, they were content to preserve their own free inner life and their independence. And here is one example of one of the most strong republican states, the Yodhayas, of whom the capital city was around Haryana, somewhere in Rohtak, that is thought to be the capital of the Yodhayas. And we have a lot of coins, we have a lot of seals, we have a lot of inscriptions, and the earliest evidence, earliest reference of Yodhaya, the republican tribe, comes from Panini's Vyakaran, which is in 6th century BCE. And some of the last references of Yodhayas, very concrete references, come from around 5th century inscription of Samudragupta in Prayag Prashasti, where he says that he had to again suppress this this strong uprising of the Yodhas. So 1200 years, a republican state has lasted undoubtedly. This is the republican character of Indian history. This is the coin of Yodhas. Again, you have very explicitly representation of Shaivism in the Yodhas. Again, we have, that's again another line, but I would like to mention it here that the earliest representation of Kartikeya, a proper representation in iconographic form, comes from the Yodhas coins. Going forward, again, when we talk of politics, what is most important is to understand whether king is really a spiritual person or not, whether he has or he thinks that spirituality can be the goal of his kingdom or his rule or his policy making or his administration. Only then it can percolate down to the people, it can percolate down to his offices. Shivindu says the king was only the guardian, the executor, and servant of the dharma. And this, I think, we all agree with, although we never really managed to bridge how the actual execution of that happened from what we see in the text. He was charged, the king was charged to see to its observance and to prevent offenses, serious irregularities, and breaches. He himself was bound, this is most important what I find here, he himself was bound the first to obey it and observe the rigorous rule it laid on his personal life and action, and on the province, powers, and duties of his regal authority and office. This is something that we can continuously see in almost every king that has successfully ruled. I'm not talking of short-lived kings, I'm talking of the kings who have ruled successfully, and one example of this is coming from the first emperor of Indian subcontinent, that is Ashoka. In one of his, in the major rock edicts, that's some of the inscriptions, we have seen inscriptions today, so some of the early inscriptions that we have across the country spread in a very vast region of the subcontinent, going all the way from Bihar till Afghanistan, from Uttarakhand till Karnataka. And a portion of the first edict says, we know that Ashoka had tendency to lean towards Buddhism, which is a heterodox sect, primarily promoting non-violence. And this is the example where he had to first follow it himself before telling it to others. I quote from the Rock Edict 1, "Formerly in the kitchen of the beloved of gods," that is what he calls himself, Devanam Priya Priyadarshi, beloved of gods, King Priyadarshi, many hundred thousands of animals were killed every day in the royal kitchen for the sake of curry. But now, when the dharma script, again, the dharma that historians are seeing of Ashoka is a little different than the vast definition I want you to understand of dharma, but still. But now, when this dharma script is written, only 3 animals, you see the cut down from thousands, 3 animals are being killed every day for the sake of curry, 2 peacocks, 1 deer, dvo mora, eko mrigo. And the deer, again, not always. Even these 3 animals shall not be killed in future. He's promising. And a king promising in written, we should take it seriously because everybody is reading it. The next few generations are going to say, what happened to your promise? When in the end of political tenure, when the elections are coming up, we ask, what did you do really? This was your agenda, this was your policy, this is what you had promised. Yeah, going forward, we have a very interesting, again, topic that Shivindu touches upon here, which is something that has been disturbing the whole political scenario of our country even today, the secularism. Again, I'm not trying to say anything of secularism in here, but we can get some colors of that into this. I quote, "The monarch might personally favor a personal sect or creed, and his active preference might evidently have a considerable propagandist influence, but at the same time, he was bound to respect and support in his public office all the recognized religions of the people with a certain measure of impartiality. A rule that explains the support extended by Buddhist and Brahmin emperors to both the rival religions. This is very important, and this was seen something in as early as we had polity at all, a systematic, standardized polity. We see it right from then. And we have examples of multiple kings, even Ashoka, throughout his Dhamma-lipi, what all his edicts are, he goes on saying that you have to respect the other person's religion, other person's sect, other person's creed. And he even goes as far as that the best policy to behave in public is stay shut. Don't praise yours, don't criticize others. I don't think we can simplify secularism more than this. So we have Chandragupta Maurya, who we know had turned Jaina by the end of his career and renounced everything, gone off to Karnataka to do his tapasya. While there was no effect of Jainism on Mauryan Empire, we have another king who was not a native Indian, Kanishka. His origin goes to the Chinese tribals around the region of Mongolia, Central Asia. Traveling down, finally reaching India, they established themselves called Kushanas. We have a long lasting Kushana Empire after the Mauryan Empire and before the Gupta Empire. And here is, this king was the closest we can come to the character of Indian polity, the spiritual character of Indian polity. And this is an inscription which was found in Afghanistan, of course, not as we see India today, but still a people who are not native Indians, who came to India, who ruled, and they became Indian. The Kushanas are the ones who can truly be said that they turned quite into the Indian mindset, and they ruled with the Indian mindset. They ruled the people according to the people. We have this Rabatak inscription which mentions of goddess Uma. They have nothing to do with Indian culture. 4 generations ago, they didn't know where India was probably. But in an inscription in Afghanistan, he is talking of the gods and goddesses of Iran, because that is very close to the Iranian empire there. But he has a strong influence of the Indian ethos. He is mentioning of Shiva. His coins have Shiva, Nandi, Uma, Buddha as Bodho, all of that put together. And some historians have, of course, said to bring about a social harmony and all of that. But how many kings outside of India, there were Chinese tribals like Huns who went to Rome, who went to southern Europe, they didn't do this. Why someone who came to India felt that this needs to be done? Because it was there in the character of Indian ethos. It was required if you want to last, if you want to be successful. Then we have Chandragupta II Vikramaditya, who is associated with Ujjain. You have this Vetal Pachisi stories and all that, where we have a strong inclination towards Vaishnavism, but in spite of everything, all of the heritage we see throughout the empire, be it of Ashoka, be it of the Guptas, be it of the Kushanas, there is this sense of keeping something else ahead and then moving behind it. The foundational aims of the empire were not superficial. We see that. And there is this sense of not letting your personal interest, your personal inclination towards a given religion affect the largest. It doesn't become a dictum. It doesn't become a state religion. We never had a state religion. There was never a necessity. There was never a need for it, and no one wanted it. No one imposed it. No one expected it. So that continues to be. We have, during the time of Chandragupta II Vikramaditya, Buddhist pilgrimism went on. Otherwise, if you have a very strong, Gupta Empire is criticized by several historians as strong Hindu, or sometimes they even go forward with Hindutvavadi empire, but then Buddhist monks would be afraid to come here. Fahin was someone who came around the time and fearlessly roamed around the entire Gupta Empire and praised the Gupta Empire for its governance, the equanimity in the society, the the people living so prosperously, although a lot of Indian historians have said that this was the dark age of Indian history. Then we have an inscription of Kumaragupta, who was one of the successors of Chandragupta II Vikramaditya. Surprisingly enough for a Western mind, that Kumaragupta, who was, again the name suggests, Kumara is a Shaivite person, but the inscription is on a Buddhist statue. So I don't know if we need to relate it to secularism at all, but yes, there was not even a question of intolerance or tolerance. It's not about tolerance. It's about that something else is leading the polity in front. It's not thought through the mind. Then we have, in the sphere of administration, the power of the king was similarly hedged in by the standing constitution of the dharma. Again, if you do not follow the dharma, you might not say that I'm following dharma, but you are following dharma. The king had to follow the dharma. And dharma did not belong to any given religion or a creed or a sect. It was a concept. It was going forward together. And individual can follow whatever beliefs, even atheism. By the general rule that his right to govern was subject to the satisfaction and goodwill of the people, there could be ordinarily little or no room in the ancient Indian system for autocratic freak or monarchical violence and oppression, much less for the savage cruelty and tyranny. And this, if ever had happened, the king was thrown down. And one earliest example we have is that of the Dhanananda of the Magadhan Empire, that he was pulled down and finally Chandragupta Maurya was ascended to the throne. Keeping it very brief, I thank Sri Aurobindo Society, I thank Ministry of Tourism for giving me this opportunity. Thank you. No, I also cannot talk about it in my class.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, no, because this is just, it's more like, I wish some of your professors were here to really listen to this, because if this kind of history is not taught, then they cannot take it to their clients, and they cannot be the true nationalist, in that sense, or the representatives, the storytellers of India. So this session was important because of that, I think. The kind of history that we all need to be taught in our schools and colleges, but certainly people who are going to be showing India to others.
Yes,
so,
because it reflects in all of the heritage across the country.
Yes, thank you. That is, but even for the tourism, I mean, the connection is so clear. So,
Products of India. One is tourism products of India, other one is culture tourism. So these two subjects are there.
History. Are you teaching history in this way?
This, okay, fine.
Like in a deeper, inner sense.
These contents are covered. Now teaching is a delivery part you are talking about, like how it is delivered. So
this interpretation is not there in probably even MA history. So
content is there, delivery is not done in that.
See, even in MA history, I have seen the syllabus. This is not the way history is taught. We need to relook at talking history from the architecture point of view, sculpture point of view, spiritual point of view, rather than talking history as history. Because history is something which comes from multiple dimensions. This is, in a way, this is a very good talk. Please give a very good cheer for this.
Really, thank you.
So, thanks, Pranjal. It shows the audience is not sleeping. They're actually listening to you. And yes, we are living in the best of times because there's lots of talk about history being rewritten. And now let's move on to a session by another dear friend, Gayatri Majumdar, with several feathers in her cap. She is a writer, she is an editor, publisher, and author of 6 books. Gayatri Majumdar co-founded Pondicherry Poets and has been co-curating the annual Pondicherry or Auroville Poetry Festival and several other events around the country. She is associated with Sri Aurobindo Society. So, Gayatri, please come.
Thank you, Lakshmi, for that introduction. And good afternoon, everyone. I hope everyone is still awake and listening to all of us. Yeah, ready for the next session and the following tea and everything, right? So, namaste and vanakkam as well. It's a great honor and privilege for me to be speaking on a poet's journey through spiritual India. So the tone is going to be a little different, maybe a little more personal, among such accomplished dignitaries and participants in this seminal and timely seminar. I'd like to thank you, of course, Pradeep Bhai, who will just come join us, Dr. Belu Mehra, Lakshmi Jyoti, friends here, and Gayatri Panda of the Ministry of Tourism. I don't know if she's here. So I wanted to begin with a poem by Sri Aurobindo called The Hilltop Temple, but I'll just read it a little later because Pradeep Bhai wants to listen to it as well. I'll begin by saying that, like many of you, I have visited numerous spiritual places of all faiths in India and a few abroad. Hailing from Bengal, I have grown up in an environment steeped in bhakti and prayers. Yet it is much later, not until I landed in Pondicherry, that the true essence of the spirituality began to crystallize. And that is why Pondicherry is and will always remain special, a home I could finally find my rest and solace. So I'd written a book called The Lotus of the Heart, from which I'll read an excerpt. But before that, I'll like to read The Hilltop Temple, which is a sonnet by Sri Aurobindo, which he wrote about an experience at a shrine in the temple complex on Parvati Hill near Pune, probably in 1902. The Hilltop Temple. After unnumbered steps of a hill stair, I saw upon earth's head brilliant with sun, the immobile goddess in her house of stone. In a loneliness of meditating air, wise were the human hands that had set her there. Above the world and time's dominion, the soul of all that lives, calm, pure, alone, revealed its boundless self, mystic and bare. Our body is an epitome of some vast that masks its presence by our own humanness. In us, the secret spirit can indite a page and summary of the infinite. A nodus of eternity expressed live in an image and a sculpted face. So here you can see the temple which Sri Aurobindo was inspired by. This is one of his 3 poems on his 1908. 1908, okay, so that's the information. So as I was saying, I'm going to read a small excerpt of a piece which I wrote called Pondicherry, My Spiritual Homeland. So this is a personal experience. These are most of the little musings which I wrote during the COVID time when there was quiet around. So Pondicherry, My Spiritual Homeland. In spite of finding myself in an idyllic town away from the hustle and bustle of India's polluted, monstrous metros, a great struggle to find myself ensued. I continued to be altruistic, meditating often, or escaped to the Himalayas to attend numerous spiritual retreats, which helped somewhat, but they were never enough. The excruciating struggle continued. All the progression really happened in the 5 or so years of my life in Pondicherry, were downloaded as I described them. The initial visions arose when sitting quietly beneath the large tree at the ashram's samadhi and at other times in semi-sleep states. It was as if some entity with greater will and determination than mine whispered these special mantras into my ears. Oftentimes, walking down the city's promenade around the Gandhi Tidal, I would convince myself that I had arrived, which gave me that temporary high, and I was satisfied, even smug with this accomplishment, as if it was some kind of prize I had won. I walked on and gradually began to withdraw from the world, myself, especially from the structure that I had constructed it with its various attachments and trappings. But no matter what I tried, and even with each download and everyday miracles, some remnant of my old self stuck stubbornly. Trying hard to erase it made the task even more impossible. It just wasn't convincing enough. Then something changed, and I knew for sure. Who can tell when you arrive and how, and by what means and where? Pondicherry then became my spiritual homeland, not only as a physical area, but also as an expansive dream within. It was a journey that would return me to myself, and all my journeys led me back to my homeland. There definitely is something in the city's sea. Another thing about Pondicherry is that I do not feel overtly out of place in this town. There are several others like me who have embarked on similar journeys, and they all seem to have ended up here on the shores of the Bay of Bengal. Many had strong convictions and engaged in pursuits radically different from traditional jobs in big cities. Not everything pursued here is necessarily transactional, and so I fit in. Yet the journey continues, for it's never easy to hold the cosmos in a single breath. So I continued to attend these master classes of downloads. The edifice began to erode bit by bit. Dismantling an entire continent takes time, but it sure was a labor of love. And funnily enough, this manna is literally handed down to you. You just need to be open to it. It took trekking up near Arunachala Ashrama, the peaceful sanctuary of Bhagavan Sri Ramana Maharishi in Tiruvannamalai, living in monasteries in Dharamshala and Kathmandu, Nepal, countless hours of staring at ship lights and sleeping under stars to get to the heart of the city, where I always return with great eagerness and love. I sit here quiet with no mantras on my lips, no reading scriptures. I am in Pondicherry. I am home. So that is the little thing I wrote. So I am aware of the constraint of the time we've been facing, so I won't read too many of my other work. I'll just read a couple of poems, or maybe just one, called Bodh Gaya, Summer 2019. It appeared in my book called The Dream Pod, a book of poems. Bodh Gaya. So this is what I'm talking about is the experience of carrying India around with you, wherever you go. The entire place is a spiritual place. I mean, there is no one spot which you can select and, because you are carrying a piece of this earth that you belong to here. Bodh Gaya, Summer 2019. This is of a little different tone, but the element is there. I must be in Bodh Gaya, the road leading to it replete with Buddhas, Buddha Toyota, Buddha Resort, and Buddhahood. Instantaneously, I transmorph, disappear where the tree bends to bless me. I become the tree, and the rest, they say, is history, as clouds drift past remembered breeze. I turn to look back to see if all this is real. This cannot be, for there's nothing, no one ambulating the lotus path. Only a large brass silent mine singing bowl serves now as the bhikshu's only refuge. What's with these Thai, Vietnamese, Bhutanese monks and nuns that make dogs, rivers restful and sleep. I squat with remembered doggedness a few meters away from where they say Shakyamuni sat to meditate, but the world resurfaces as if with a vengeance. So much artifact in emptiness, it can be distracting. So much labor surrounding impermanence. I see my father's twinkling eye in a young monk's eye as he hands me a fallen peepal leaf for keeps, saying, "You're special," or something to that effect. I think of rebirth's turquoise bones, rainbow bodies, returning my father's smile on a May afternoon in Bodh Gaya. Who knew I would meet him? These etchings on stones, wood, leaves humming in the hot breeze, bhikkhus in saffron suffering, arguing mostly about food and survival, stupas and long queues of bodhisattvas, make-believe solidify every notable step, every breath. And yet, the tree will remain unmoved in Bodh Gaya. So that is my poem on Bodh Gaya. And so as I was saying, to my mind, the entire land of India is spiritual because you know it, because you're carrying a piece of it wherever you go. And it does not matter when this recognition happens, because once you're made aware of its existence, time literally stops. Aspiration is key, and the rest will follow with time. As I said, I'll cut short time, but I'm compelled to read just one last poem, which appeared in a direct path, which is bordered by Ramana Kendra, New Delhi's center, Ramana Maharishi Center in New Delhi, called Direct Path, the magazine. It's called Communion Union. Those hills still stand dreaming in all their grandeur, across sunsets, Milky Ways, and speckled night lights, now at a great distance, far away. Green paddy fields undulate, terracing beneath a pinkish orange sky. We glide across another reality, taking one cautious human step at a time. Water-loving Brahmi leaves around our Crocs, sneakers, relieving stress. Tasting them, I'm able to balance between the elements. Peahens scamper, oaks support pepper creepers, tenants embracing, ornamenting their extended trunks with awe and gratitude. Trees, always bountiful, make excellent neighbors. No words, as we know, need be uttered. The faithful queue outside the dining hall with hunger mostly in their soul. Grace of sages, ghee liberally poured over spoonful of sadam, dal, sambar, doi, occasional jaggery follow. One mouthful at a time we consume the heart-centeredness, quickening palms, the goldening of grains, harvesting the wind, waterfalls, and time of unmarked paddy fields. Coffee, peppers, melons, cows with painted horns, hairpin bends, and consciousness. Pineapples. The one who gives does so with immense gratitude, so do the ones who consume. What is that path up the hill trailed with silence and solar flares, riddled with? Who has the answer? A guru's grace, his unwavering smile dissolves the heart. No words are spoken yet. How can we even think of letting this moment slip through our innumerable lifetimes, even as we are bound to let go? When we die, in more ways than one, we make way for the unborn, for hungry squirrels, monkeys and birds and worms, banyans and seeds and liberation songs. We feed fire to twinkling little stars, feed each other, gut and soul, haul the moon home with our blue fishing nets, and lo, a peony pink's petals. Apparently for no reason, as far as humans can tell, but to brushstroke this hour of the sun with wonder and heady fragrance. A certain melody and a steady hum, swaying even to ghazals and pop songs as the van wobbles on this human journey. We give, we take, nothing is outside this, everything is. And now, miles away from gaushalas and the 1,000 steps, we sit by the sea, drinking coffee latte, shadowing low flights of herons waving white, blue sailboats follow. The dining hall quickly greening our afternoons with wild yellow, purple flowers, clatter of utensils, bird songs, artworks, quotes, lowered gaze, hand wash, and miracles. Our steel platters hill with sadam, dahi, the hot breeze, and definitive peace. Thank you so much for taking the time, Melissa. So next we turn to a very interesting session. Thiruvallanur, Valuvar, Bharati and Sri Aurobindo. I get it wrong all the time, sorry. So this will be rendered by Vidya R, Surender S, and Bhuvaneshwari G. We now present Tirukural in the original Tamil and the translations by Sri Aurobindo. Sri Aurobindo, as many of you know, has a large volume of translated work. In 1915, with the help of Subramanya Bharati, he published translations of a few poems of Vaishnava saints of the 8th and 19th centuries in Arya, the magazine. A little later, he rendered into English a chapter and a half of the classic text on ethics and morality, the Kural, written by the ancient poet and philosopher Thiruvalluvar. Thank you so much.
Before
Yes.
Vidya and all come, I request Gayatri, please.
Yeah, I'll do that. I just give one line about our readers as well. Vidya R is Sri Aurobindo Society's website content editor. Currently, she's also into translations into English to Tamil and Tamil to English. Surender hails from Madurai and currently volunteers in Sri Aurobindo Society. His areas of interest includes anthropology, inclusive talent acquisition, religions and scripture studies, and Tamil language grammar. Bhuvaneshwari Ji is an orator, writer, powerful motivational speaker, educationist, contemporary debater. She also writes marvelous poems in Tamil and learned Carnatic music, Bharatanatyam, bhajans, and Sanskrit slokas. Thank you for doing this for us.
Thank you. So I'll begin. So the topic for today, as you know, is like we'll be introducing three personalities here. One is Sri Aurobindo, two is Mahakavi Bharatiyar, and three is going to be the Thiruvalluvar. So you might be wondering what is, how do we draw a line of connection between them? The story goes like around 1910 and 1912. Sri Aurobindo had a brief study of Tamil here in Pondicherry. Then few years later, Subramanya Bharatiyar also joined him. Both of their friendship bloomed, and the outcome of this was that Sri Aurobindo translated some of the important Tamil texts, the classical Tamil text, into English. So Bharati was helping him translate some of his poetry to English. Our topic for today is also regarding that. Sri Aurobindo started translating Tamil saints Alvars, okay. So after that he went on with translating Tirukural and Thiruvalluvar's work. I got some breath, okay. So Tirukural, as you all know, it is the entirety of Tamil literature, where you can find topics covering virtue, wealth, and love. So after that, this will be the first part of our session, where ma'am will be introducing you to the translations of Tirukural by Sri Aurobindo. This is going to be very beautiful because most of you here might have not heard about, the translations of Sri Aurobindo, especially when it comes to the Tamil classics. The second part of our session here would be like she'll be rendering, the Bharatiya's, one of the songs of Bharatiyar. Here, why we chose this particular song is because in this particular song, he just takes us to an imaginary, he just like pulls us and puts into an imaginary boats and takes us across. And then where he gives out an instruction manual to us Indians. So what he asks us to do, he asks us to build bridges, grow forests, mine minerals, take it up and then trade it, make money, everything. So, sorry, you keep guessing what this song could be. So that is it. I'll pass it on.
Vanakkam. So it is the translations of Tirukkural in English by Sri Aurobindo. So as you all know, or it might be news to you all, Tirukkural has 1330 verses. But of all these 1330 verses, Sri Aurobindo was able to translate only the first 15 verses in English. Maybe he did not have the time, but it is such a big loss to us that he hasn't done the entire work. But all these 15 verses are so powerful, they are very nice. And till date, we have around 57 versions of translations of Tirukkural in English alone. Of the whole of world languages, Tirukkural has been translated into 41 world languages, out of which 57 versions we have in English alone. But we feel this 15 verses that Sri Aurobindo has translated is the best because maybe he's too close to us. So the sequence will go this way. First I will read out the Tamil version and then followed by a small explanation in English, followed by the translation made by Sri Aurobindo. So I'll be doing only the first 10. Out of the 15, I've selected the first 10 kural. Okay, let's go. Agara mudala ezhuthellam Adi Bhagavan Mudatree Ulagu. As the letter A is the first of all letters, so the eternal God is first in the world. Sri Aurobindo translates, Alpha of all letters the first, of the worlds the original Godhead the beginning. Katradhanal Aya Payanenkol Valarivan Natral Tora Enin. What is the use of education for one who does not worship the one who is in the form of pure knowledge? Sri Aurobindo. What fruit is by learning if thou adore not the beautiful feet of the master of the luminous wisdom? Malarmisai eginan manadi சேர்ந்தார் நிலமிசை நீடு வாழ்வார். He who meditates on the excellent attributes of God, enshrined in the inner flower of love, will live in the world of bliss. Sri Aurobindo. When man has reached the majestic feet of him whose walk is on flowers, long upon earth is his living. வேண்டுதல் வேண்டாமை இலானடி சேர்ந்தார்க்கு யாண்டும் இடும்பை இல. He who always remembers the steps of God, who has no likes and dislikes, never has worldly suffering. Sri Aurobindo. When man has come to the feet of him who has neither want nor unwanting, nowhere for him is affliction. இருள் சேர் இருவினையும் சேரா இறைவன் பொருள் சேர் புகழ் புரிந்தார் மாட்டு. Both the good and the bad that come from the darkness of ignorance do not come near the one who loves the true glory of God. Sri Aurobindo. Night of our stumbling twixt virtue and sin not for him is the soul on the glorious day of God's reality singing. பொறிவாயில் ஐந்தவித்தான் பொய்த்தீர் ஒழுக்க நெறி நின்றார் நீடு வாழ்வார். He who destroys the evil desires arising from the five senses, the skin, mouth, eyes, nose and ears, and follows the faultless moral path of God, will live a long time. Sri Aurobindo. In the truth of his acts, who has cast out the objects five from the gates of the sense, straight if thou stand, long shall be thy fullness of living. தனக்குவமை இல்லாதால் தாள் சேர்ந்தார் கல்லால் மனக்கவலை மாற்றல் அரிது. It is difficult to get rid of anxiety for others, except for those who follows the footstep of the God. Sri Aurobindo.
not to the feet arriving of the one with whom none can compare. Hard from the heart to dislodge is its sorrow. அறவாழி அந்தணன் தாள் சேர்ந்தார் கல்லால் பிறவாழி நீத்தல் அரிது. It is difficult for anyone to swim across the ocean of immortality other than the one who has firmly gripped the feet of the Almighty. Sri Aurobindo, not to the feet of the seer, to the sea of the righteousness coming, hard to swim is this different ocean. கோலில் பொறியின் குணமிலவே என் குணத்தான் தாளை வணங்கா தலை. Heads that do not bow down to the feet of God are like the five senses that are present but useless. Sri Aurobindo, lo, in a sense unillumined no virtue is, vainly is lifted, the head that fell not at the feet of the eightfold in power, the Godhead. The last one, பிறவிப் பெருங்கடல் நீந்துவர் நீத்தார் இறைவன் அடி சேராதார். One who has submitted to the feet of the God will cross the ocean of birth. Others who have not even touched his feet cannot even swim. Sri Aurobindo, some are who cross the giant ocean of birth, but he shall not cross it who has touched not the feet of the Godhead. Thank you.
So, good evening all of you, and here is the song. சிந்து நதியின் மீசை நிலவினிலே சேரன நாட்டிலும் பெண்களுடனே சுந்தர தெலுங்கினில் பாட்டிசைத்து தோணிகளோட்டி விளையாடி வருவோம். சிந்து நதியின் மீசை நிலவினிலே சேரன நாட்டிலும் பெண்களுடனே சுந்தர தெலுங்கினில் பாட்டிசைத்து தோணிகளோட்டி விளையாடி வருவோம். கங்கை நதிப்புறத்து கோதுமை பண்டம், கங்கை நதிப்புறத்து கோதுமை பண்டம், காவிரி வெற்றிலைக்கு மாறு கொள்வோம். சிங்க மராட்டியர்த்தம் கவிதை கொண்டு, சிங்க மராட்டியர்த்தம் கவிதை கொண்டு சேரத்து தந்தங்கள் பரிசளிப்போம். சிந்து நதியின் மீசை நிலவினிலே சேரன நாட்டிலும் பெண்களுடனே சிங்கள தீவினர்கோர் பாலம் அமைப்போம். சிங்கள தீவினர்கோர் பாலம் அமைப்போம். சேதுவை மேடுருத்தி வீதி சமைப்போம். வங்கத்தில் ஓடி வரும் நீரின் மிகையால், வங்கத்தில் ஓடி வரும் நீரின் மிகையால் மையத்து நாடுகளில் பயிர் செய்குவோம். சிந்து நதியின் மிசை நிலவினிலே சேரன நாட்டிலும் பெண்களுடனே சுந்தர தெலுங்கினில் பாட்டிசைத்து தோணிகளோட்டி விளையாடி வருவோம். தோணிகளோட்டி விளையாடி வருவோம். Thank you.
I think what really is kind of like a takeaway from this short and sweet and melodious session, and the one before this, the poetry session, is also this, that these aspects of culture have to be, again, part of the sensitization process of tourism professionals, students who are going to be future tourism professionals, because these subtle aspects of a culture are not necessarily made overtly or explicitly talked about in courses that are meant for making you a professional. Because I think, as has been pointed out even in one of the panelists, the academician was saying that most of the courses are geared towards the commercial aspect. So to bring these subtle aspects of a culture, of a place where these tourism professionals are going to be working. So that connection, I hope, has been made for the future tourism professionals. So just before we have our tea break, we have another short and sweet but very important session on the heritage tourism aspect. And for that, we have Dr. Shashikant Dash, who is the principal of Tagore Government College, Arts and Science College, which is one of the only colleges, as far as I understand, in Puducherry, which has a huge undergraduate program in tourism, BBA Tourism. And we have several students from that program here as well. So it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Shashikant as the principal of Tagore Government Arts and Science College. He's been in this position since 2017, but he's had 24 years of experience as a professor and also in academic administration. But one of the topic that he's going to talk about is where his heart really lies, which is on preserving natural heritage and what he has done in terms of creating an urban forest in his college. So Dr. Shashikant.
Vanakkam, Namaskaram, good evening to all of you. At the outset, I just want to congratulate the AUROBINDO Society for taking this initiative and in giving me an opportunity. I was just listening to all the speakers, and mine is slightly different from the rest because all of you are talking of wonderful topics, and I just felt that I have been living with my passion. Profession is teaching, but passion is something different. It's all about environment. So in 2017, coming directly, 2017, I have been given a posting in Tagore Arts College as a, I presume it's an opportunity for me, but the government treated that's a punishment posting for me. But going to this college, with a college with 17 programs, the oldest college in the government of Puducherry, and many of the luminaries are from that college, and it was a dry land. The campus was almost 15 acres, having everything, including the present chief minister, the former chief. It has produced like anything. But when I went, I could see a dry land all around. And I could see that the number of strikes that was happening, the number of disturbances that was happening in this college. So I thought, why not talk of something else which will invite the students towards studies, towards academic ambience, and more than that, contributing to the nation's growth. So you can see the slides. This is what the first picture I have taken, because my time limit is only 10 minutes. So this is what the first picture can show. It is in 2017, and the next picture you can see the changes in 2020. Likewise, the first picture, the second picture you can see with a lot of posters and the subsequent changes. Please, next slide. Next slide, please. This is what I started the plantation in 2018, 2019, 2021, and 2020 and 21. This is the gradual changes that has happened. Next, please. Then this slide also you can see. The second slide also, what was the library area? You can see now this library building is invisible. Only you can see the trees around. Next. This is what this college was looking at. The first step was, it's basically an area which was a dump yard, and all kinds of garbage were being burnt in that, and that I have converted into a park, where recently we are having the various, pigeons, we are having, ducks, we are having the rabbits. So that is how the conversion has happened. The second one also you can see, where that was in 2017 and 2020. Next, please. This is what the production that we are doing. The purpose is not that, it's basically education. Education is not only for distribution of certificates, it's basically knowledge sharing. So I thought that even a government arts, and this is not an agricultural college, this is basically government arts and science college. So having this kind of products, it will say that yes, along with this you can pursue something. And what is my point, during the Corona time, we have almost 145 days of this production went to our canteen, where 600 families were fed for 145 days, and my vegetables worked a lot for that aspect. So the next one is, when I went to this college, there was no flower. Now we have almost 25 varieties of flowers. Next, please. Then the next one is that we have the apiculture. So giving an information to the student that when you are studying also, you should know what is apiculture, what is forestry, what is environment. So that's the next one. It is me, cultivating honey. I never knew that. I only know that honey, but I never know that how it is produced. So almost 50% of my students, they are now seeing that how honey has to be cultivated. Next, please. So this is a pond which we have created, this Tagore Arts College. It was the upper land area, 15 acres of land. And during rainy season, you'll find that not a single drop of water will remain there. So what I thought, we have created a pond which is almost 45 by 60 by 10 feet of depth. And in the last 5 years, we have almost recharged to the earth with 46 lakhs liters of water. So that is how, and the ground level level is also increased by 7 feet in that area. Next is, this is the pond, and these are the, next please, this is the pond. Okay, next please. These are the people, those who visited in this time. It's not because of any of the conferences, any of the seminars. They've just visited for this gardening only. They've just visited for the urban campus itself. You can see whether it's Madam Kiran Bedi, whether Tamilsai Madam, whether the former Chief Secretary, whether any of the, the present Chief Minister or the former Chief Minister, all the luminaries, including Madam was also there. Velo Madam had also last week she had visited. I really glad that she has visited. So you can see these are luminaries. Next, please. So these are, next, please. Okay. So this is what they have commented upon. So next, please. And what is important, most of the programs I have conducting in the open area classroom. So open area classroom means we have been conducting the programs for the transgenders, because when you're talking of equality, and also we are conducting program for the transgenders. We have been conducting the programs for the farmers. Last year we conducted a program for the farmers where 500 farmers with 2,000 varieties products have come to that college. And we're also getting the people from Chennai, Delhi and many other places. And what is the second one? Even the physical challenge students also are inviting them. And just to inform, the transgenders, though they come almost 50 people, they have said, sir, if at all I have only one vision, that wish I can get an opportunity to go to a college, but the college should be like this. And one of those transgenders recently this year joined in one of the colleges in Chennai. So this is the transformation which has happened. This is the impact of this urban campus. Next, please. So you can see even Sachidanand Mahanti sir, the Vice Chancellor, also visited. Many of the Vice Chancellors, many of the, including Tamil Nadu, many of the people have visited. These are the things. Next, please. Yeah. So you can see. And what they have commented. Professor Sachidanand Mahanti, who is a Central University Vice Chancellor, who was the Central University, one of the greatest luminaries of the world history, you can say, literature, he has said, your college is one of the college which is 24/7 ready for NAC inspection. Because people say that they prepare for years together for the NAC. He said, your college is all the time ready for that. This is what the comment. Now we'll go to the video section. Yeah, please. So this is, I've just given a nutshell. Now we'll go to the video section, how this college looks like. These are the pictures, these are the photographs which has been covered in the Times of India, Hindu, Indian Express, where this college was a disturbing college in 7 years before. Now this college I have focused in the BBC itself. Now from the local level to regional level, regional to national level to international level, getting this college in the international level with BBC. So please, these are the students' comments. We'll go to the last, next, we'll go to the next video, please. Yes, please. This is 5 to 6 minutes video. This college was established in 1961, and where we started with when I had gone to that college, it was 1,700 students. Now it is 4,200 students. So you can, with the same infrastructure. And that's where the success lies. This is the college. and this is the dark. You'll find that, okay, the woods are deep and dark. That you can see, that you can experience in this college. This is all that has happened in the last 6 years. Of course, few trees were here and there, but largely, where now we had 4,000 odd students, we have 8,000 plus trees. Because why I'm emphasizing that what the government, this is the garbage center, now it is converted into this park with a small fountain, with the rabbits, with the pigeons and all. These are the rabbits inside the campus. And this was a nuisance center where the students are parking all kinds. That I've thrown them out. I said this will be a classes where without, this is an academic block, so without much of the plants you can see that is all prepared inside the college itself. We don't buy any plants from anywhere. We prepare, we have our own manure and we prepare our own plants. This is the painting. This has been done by the students. And why I'm sharing this video, it is not done by any professional. This is done by a student. That is what I'm talking of. When you understand and this is a college when people are not looking back 7 years, people are dreaming to visit that college nowadays. This is the college. And I just feel that Indian 21st century belongs to the youth. And unless we encourage them, unless we find out the best in them, it's very difficult. So I thought, let us do in that. This is my Santi Aranyam. This is a science block. Everywhere, if somebody say, what is your output? I say, my output is all my plants. This is all oxygen plants, snake plant, and which we market one piece of plant costs some 600 rupees, but we have almost thousands of oxygen plants within the campus. And this is the science block. We can see 5 years before it was barren land, but now it has cultivated, it has turned into this. And whatever the plants we have planted or something, we have done it. For example, now the next slide. This is a new one. This is a hydraulic plant. These are my inside science block where the students earlier, they were damaging whatever I have not seen. But the day I've started planting, not a single student has plucked a flower or damaged in any form. And these are all damaged pipes. We have not purchased anything new. From the vestige itself, we have started doing it, and this is what you can see. And this was the library, which was a completely barren land some 7 years before. Now you have to search for the library. And whoever comes to the college now, they are searching that where is that administrative building, because everywhere there's trees only. Earlier this was the building was visible, now it's only the trees are visible. This is one of the most important Corona Memorial Garden where we have lost almost lakhs of people. So in memory of those people, we have created a Corona Memorial Garden. So where whoever the visitors come, they will come, this is the area. Whoever will come to that place, they will pay homage to their lost lives, if not to the humanity, plus plant a tree. That is, and in that area, in this 2 acres of land, now we have almost 2,000 plus trees has been planted in the last 2 years. This is what the Corona Memorial, where many of the dignitaries, their boards are also visible. Whoever come on what day, that has been planted, and subsequently we have named it. Subsequently, we have been board also been given. This is a pond. You can see it. This was just a barren land some 6 years before. Now a pond has been created, and this is the forest which has been created around this pond. And this is a totally, completely barren land, not having even one tree in this area. And this is how it has come, and this where we have recharged to 46 lakhs liters of water in the last 5 years. This is what happened. And when I say that this is a Tagore Arts College, we follow the ideals. I just said the ideals should not be in the classroom, that should be outside. So we have this Santi Aranyam, where the classroom structure is that outside we conduct the classes, the students take us. So we allow the student to sit under the tree. Then only they will connect with this nature. So that is what I've done. These are the places where the student conduct, and most of the Corona times we had our classes here itself. Most of the programs also were conducted here. And sorry sir, 4,300 students, sir. And that is one of the biggest college in Pondicherry, the oldest college in Pondicherry and the biggest college of Pondicherry. And these are the trees. And apart from the, we sometimes forget the old trees. I said if you're forgetting your old trees, you are neglecting your own generations itself. Because the grandparents should not be neglected, the grandparents has to be taken care. And so therefore, whenever there is an old tree, we just put more and more soil into that so it remains strong. And that blessings will be coming. This is my orchard where we have mango trees, jackfruit trees, what number of trees? As of now, we have 110 varieties of trees are there. And 35 varieties of butterflies are there, 25 to 30 varieties of flowers are there. And this has all happened in these 6 years. This is one of the area where both the sides were full of plantation, and this is a canteen. And 5 years before, not a tree was there. So this is transformation, and this is the aerial view of this college, which used to be a building earlier times. Now the buildings you have to search. The other side is Pondicherry, and this is Tagore Arts College, the urban forest which has been created in the last 5 years, because I thought that let us do something constructive if at all our generation has to be safe enough. So that is what I thought, and for that, my student, this is how the college looks like. And in this college, 5,000, 4,300 plus employees are all there in that college. Now, I'll just, thank you so much. Thank you. This clapping is not for me. This clapping is for the student, those who have allowed me to perform this. Because people are talking that the students are more disturbing. But I found that in my 7 years' time, there was not a single protest, not a single strike, not a single disturbances. So I just feel if I am getting the clapping, this clapping is for the enthusiasm of the student. That is what is more valuable. Now, just 2 minutes, if you permit. Okay. So
when the chief minister came back to the old college,
sir,
find the building?
we have to take a round. He was searching. In fact, because so many people are there. In fact, nowadays it's becoming very difficult for whoever the old students, they get missing. Even yesterday also one of the gentlemen who was a scientist, meteorological department, he had come. He said, where is my physics department? Because I'm unable to find it. He took almost 5 to 10 minutes just to search it. And that is the truth. That is the truth. So now I just want to come, what is the outcome of this? Why I talked of all this? Number one is that peace is the first condition without which nothing else can be stable. I am not spoken, this is AUROBINDO, and that is what I am talking. If an educational institution has to build up, first is peace. And that is most important where I worked out. So the outcome of all this work, you can see, number of trees has been increased, the forest coverage has increased, and 4,000 students, 4,300 students to 8,000 plus trees right now. Oxygen level has increased. Temperature reduced by 3 degrees from the main center to Tagore Arts College. Then people have started valuing the educational institution where they were negating this institution. Why I'm talking? Because in 2017, the girls students in that college was 8%. Now the girl student in that college is 43%. That is where I have taken it. Because when you are talking of women empowerment, we are talking of that women should get it. You should be with action. It is how long we'll keep on talking will not have any values. For the last 75 years we have been talking, they've got it. But somewhere I felt that from 8% to 43%, these 7 years, this transformation. Now students' mindset has changed. Now my students are no longer disturbing elements. They are thinking that yes, we have to come to the main roads, mainstream. They are eyeing for JNU, they are eyeing for Delhi University, they are eyeing for Madras University, they are eyeing for best of the institute, they are eyeing for technological. So the results has increased by 35%. In just 35, average 35% is increased. People have started, those who never visited this college last 50 years, because last 3 months before we were organized in alumni, where 1972 batch visited after 50 years to this college, knowing about the developments of this college. That is what is important. And now people, it's not about people from Pondicherry. Now I have the videos, I have the recordings, people coming from Delhi, coming from Mumbai, Bhubaneswar, Chennai, Hyderabad, Northeast, Bangalore. So all the started people, they've started visiting the campus, and they're not coming for anything. They just, we want to see the urban campus. So that's, and most important, in the 7 years, Pondicherry people's orientation to that college has changed. Because the moment Tagore Arts College, the tagline of Tagore Arts College means disturbing college. College with a lot of disturbances. Never ever. They were fearing to send their children to Tagore Arts College. Now they're preferring that Tagore Arts College is their first choice. This is what is happening into the mindset. And this is what I'm talking, sustainable tourism. When people are talking tourism, how long will we keep on projecting what has been left out by the forefathers or the elder generations? What is your contribution? I'm emphasizing on that sustainable tourism, and that can be happening. People are coming to Pondicherry Sea, but they are damaging most of the things. But I talk of sustainable tourism, where indirectly it will help to the economy. Now, with that, the peace and stability can be secured. And education not for just distributing degrees, knowledge and all. And most importantly, along with the classroom teaching, we have started, understanding nature. That's the most important. Last but not the least, girls' strength has increased. And I will not take much of the time. I just want to say that this college is proud to have Buddha Garden, Santi Aranyam, Velu Nachiyar Garden. Hello, ma'am. Velu Nachiyar Garden, the first woman in South India who has fought against the East India Company. People may not be knowing about the name itself. And that garden we have created in Tagore Art School just to give emphasis to the history. Velu Nachiyar Garden. And Chola Garden, because of the heritage of the Chola. Then Kattabhumi, we are talking of 75 years of Indian independence. So we have created a forest in the name of Kattabhumi Veerapandian Forest, who was again a freedom fighter. Then Bharatiyar Conference Hall. Then Corona Memorial Garden. Last but not the least, the library of this college will be named after Sri Aurobindo Library. That is what the college has taken decision, and this has been approved by the college, and we will be naming. The renovation is on, so maybe in 2-3 months this will be open, because unless we take the ideals to the core, it is very difficult to spread the ideas. So once again, I just want to thank every one of you. Madam Priyadarshini has come, she's the tourism director. I've invited her to this college many of her times. She will be coming very soon. Okay, so thank you, madam, and thank you for the organizations for giving this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Please accept a small token of our love and gratitude, just blessings from the mother. Yeah, just please. Thank you so much, Dr. Dash. So just before we have a break for tea, I would like to welcome Ms. Priyadarshini also. So you'll please join us for tea. We are running a little late, so we'll have your session after this, if that's all right. I just want to make one announcement. We are being able to do these kinds of programs because of support and donations and generous contributions from all who like the kind of work Sri Aurobindo Society does through its various verticals. So there is an offering box there if anybody would like to voluntarily contribute to the works that we are doing at Sri Aurobindo Society. So we'll break for tea, just maybe 10 to 15 minutes, stretch our legs a little bit, and then we'll have Ms. Priyadarshini's address. Yes? Thank you.
We are hoping that they'll join us in a minute. So it's with great pleasure now I introduce Dr. Belu Mehra for the next session, which is on pilgrimage or spiritual tourism. Dr. Belu Mehra is Senior Academic Mentor at AUROBINDO, Sri Aurobindo Society. She is also the editor of the Society's monthly online journal, Renaissance. She has a PhD in education from University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign, USA, and a master's degree in economics from Delhi School of Economics. She has deep interest in Sri Aurobindo's and the mother's vision and work on integral education, Indian culture, social cultural evolution, yoga, and spirituality. Her recent book titled Understanding Contemporary India in the Light of Sri Aurobindo was published by Sri Aurobindo Society in April 2022, a copy of which is available there. Thank you. Dr. Mehra.
So I am, I guess, one of the few people in the room, but there are many others like me who are not in tourism industry or from any tourism departments, government or otherwise. But I speak here as a traveler, and I share a few stories of my travels with you, which I, in my own way, have tried to do it in a slow and conscious way ever since I have been reading and I've gotten exposure to Sri Aurobindo's way of being, his vision of how to be in the world, how to experience that, or how to open oneself to the experience of love, joy, and beauty that Shruti was talking about. So the title that just came to me, Pilgrimage or Spiritual Tourism, ? Because I that question mark was important to me because I want to do a little critique of the term spiritual tourism itself. These two terms somehow in my frame of thinking don't necessarily fit together, but I went back to the word that is there in our Indian civilizational experience of Tirth Yatra, pilgrimage. So that's the little comparison that I want to make through these stories that I want to share. I hope I'll be able to do justice with this remote. So, pilgrimage or spiritual tourism. So last month I was invited as a speaker at a national seminar at the Maharaja Sayaji Rao University of Baroda, MSU Baroda. Baroda, of course, as we know, is a special city. The MSU University itself is a special place because that's where the erstwhile Baroda College was, which is associated with Sri Aurobindo and Baroda. Of course, he lived and worked there for 13 years, and he taught in Baroda College, which is now the Faculty of Arts at what is now the MSU at Baroda. So I had the opportunity, this professor called me, and without even a moment of hesitation, I said yes. Because to me, it was not like going to a seminar, it was going on a pilgrimage after a gap of 11 years. Last time I was in Baroda was 11 years ago, 11 or a little more than 11 years ago. So when the seminar was over around 7 p.m. or so, which I'm hinting that this our session might also go till 7, but we'll see. I just made a quick call to my husband and I said, work is over, pilgrimage begins. What was that pilgrimage? The pilgrimage was this heritage walk that we were going to take, a few of the faculty from the university and few of the people from the seminar, to this building. This is a very old photo of what is now the Faculty of Arts, which was the Baroda College during Sri Aurobindo's time. And this is the grand hall inside, where Sri Aurobindo used to take classes, and the stage that you see, with me also, of course, standing in one picture and a close-up of the stage. This is the stage where Sri Aurobindo, as a professor of English and French, and then as vice principal, and then later as acting principal, also used to give public addresses. You know, I mean, like, he used to give talks to students, university professors, university officials, and things like that, people like that. So this particular building, somebody told me in that heritage walk, is famous for its grand dome and magnificent architecture. I said, wonderful. But for me, what was important was, which comes next. On the first floor of this building is the room, tiny little room, which was Sri Aurobindo's office, and the desk that he used to sit at. This is the table, this is the desk which he touched countless times. There is a little doubt about the chair, but the person that I was with, he is the in charge of this particular room, and he said most likely it is still the chair, still that chair, but I am not 100% sure. But this, to be in this room for maybe half an hour, to be in the ambience, to take in the sacredness of that space, to be able to, I mean, I was hesitant initially to touch the table, but then I asked this professor, may I? He said, yeah, of course. That is the pilgrimage experience. You cannot talk about it as spiritual tourism, because the moment you use the word tourism, there is this idea of just going on any journey, going on any tour, spiritual or otherwise. Because we, as Alok Bhai also said, and several others have pointed out throughout the day, we as a people not only have faith or belief in this higher consciousness, higher state of existence, we are also the people who know for sure in some way that this land, every bit of this land has been touched by those countless rishis and yogis and munis and peers and Sufis who have not only sung of that higher state of consciousness, but actually experienced it, realized it in themselves. So how can we say that, you know, it's like just going on any other tour? To go on pilgrimage requires an inner preparation, some of which was so beautifully pointed out by Shruti in her talk on preparing for an inner tour of India. But this idea of pilgrimage or Tirth Yatra is even more specific, because the word Tirth itself means crossing, a place, a ford, something that you cross over to. What is it that you are crossing over to? Higher realms, or at least with the aspiration that through this journey, you will be crossing over to higher realms of consciousness, or trying to experience that for even if, tiny little bit of time, and escape from the ordinary mundaneness of day-to-day life. This is not necessarily religious or spiritual tourism, where you say, yeah, okay, I've come to this place, I've heard there are some magnificent temples there, so let me just, why not, while I do some party and shopping and try nice restaurants and things like that, let me also take in a little bit of religious or religious spiritual tourism. Tirth Yatra comes with that inner preparation. We as a people are Tirth Yatra kind of people, pilgrimage kind of people. We are trying to bring in this new idea of spiritual tourism, but we have to be very sensitive when we go through this thing. So it was this experience of, being in this room that really made me feel like that this is the pilgrimage that we are talking about. And of course, for me, this didn't stop with just this. Next morning I had a chance to visit Sri Aurobindo Nivas, which many of you know was the house where Sri Aurobindo lived for 13 years, where his room is there, where he had the experience of silent Brahman, the swing which is decorated beautifully by the devotees every day with fresh flowers. Again, the preparation. For them, getting up in their home in Baroda itself and going to Sri Aurobindo Nivas and decorating the swing, this is a Tirth Yatra. So the definition of Tirth Yatra keeps, that way extending itself. So in the morning, I think Gayatri Panda also mentioned this one scheme, Prasad of Government of India, Ministry of Tourism. And this was, I think, in my research, I found it was started in around 2014-15. The full form of Prasad is Pilgrimage Rejuvenation and Spiritual Augmentation Drive. It's a little complicated term, but let's go with Prasad. That is more, understandable. I went through the document that the Ministry of Tourism released for this Prasad scheme, and I found it, very comforting when I read things like, pilgrimage tourism. They are using the word pilgrimage because P for Prasad. Pilgrimage tourism continues to be the main motivators for domestic tourism in India still. And this scheme focuses on identifying and developing several pilgrimage sites across India in a prioritized, planned, and sustainable manner to provide a complete religio-spiritual tourism experience. I read that and I said to myself, quite reasonable. And then when you go on reading the full document, it says that pilgrimage tourism is not same as any other casual tourism. I said, oh, great, wonderful. And when developing these sites that they have identified, it is critical to have participation from the local communities at these sites. And then the term that they use, which has also been used during the morning sessions also, is stakeholders. So who are these stakeholders, as we had in our panel discussions also? These are people, the term stakeholders carries a certain objective dimension. These are people who have something at stake, whether tourism is developed or not developed, is promoted or not promoted. So either their lives or livelihoods or their works, all those things are dependent on that. But there is another stakeholder or another kind of stake here, which is a more subjective, more inner. That kind of like psychological dimension is often not talked about or somewhat ignored or neglected, even in programs like Prasad. So as a traveler, as someone aspiring to be more and more conscious traveler and not just be a tourist, I just wanted to share a few thoughts on that based on what I have observed. So what happens is that then when through schemes like Prasad or other government schemes, these identified pilgrimage sites or religious spiritual sites are developed, often the local cultures are ignored. And there was recently controversy about this place called Parasnath or Samed Sikhanji, where 20 of the 24 Jain Tirthankars had attained Nirvana. And quite a number of Jain communities raised protest about when the plan was floated that this place in Jharkhand, this particular Parasnath place, was going to be developed as a hub for ecotourism. Of course, the people who were protesting had all the right because they were using the arguments that this is a sacred place for them. Because 20 of their key spiritual figures had attained Nirvana. Lot of things happened, petitions, this, that. Good sense prevailed. For now, a stay has been put on all kinds of ecotourism projects to develop that particular place in Jharkhand. But this is just one example out of several. Few years ago, we had another big controversy about Sabarimala temple, where the attempt using a certain mentalized ideal of what equality means, the local practices of the people, devotees of that particular deity were completely ignored. And as somebody pointed out, I think it was our Shiv Shankar Babu who talked about temple as being an abode of the deity. This truth is fundamental to understanding Indian Sanatan Dharma tradition, because temple is not a place of worship. Temple is not a place of congregation. Temple, as Shiv Shankar Babuji also said, is first and foremost house of that deity. So without whatever rules the house owner has established, if you completely ignore that, naturally there's going to be some kind of protest or unhappiness, to put it mildly. That was another case in Sabarimala temple. So these are just two examples that I wanted to just point out. But this is not just true to temples. This is not just only about temples. As Alokji also said, every bit of this land is sacred, whether it is rivers, mountains, hills. I think Shruti also pointed out, and few other people said the same thing. We heard this same sentiment in Gayatri's poetry also. So when there is a plan to float the idea of some kind of cruise on whether it is Ganga or Kaveri, the sacredness, the sanctity of place also has to be kept in mind. These are certain important things that often I don't think ministries or tourism departments or tourism industry as a whole keep these in their metrics when they look at how to promote tourism, because their their criteria is the numbers, the footfall. And I understand that I have a background in economics. Numbers were and are still dear to me. But there is a subjective dimension to the experience of being in a place that often gets missed out. And I just want to quickly go through the next one. So from Sri Aurobindo's room to Sri Aurobindo's cave of Tapasya. In this current issue of Renaissance, we recently published a travelogue, which is all about how to consciously experience a place in an inner journey. So this is actually written by one of our own colleagues at Sri Aurobindo Society in Joshimath. He is a professor there, and it's called Pondicherry Yatra, an inner journey. It was published in 2 parts. So he ended that travelogue. It was in Hindi. It is in Hindi. So those of you who cannot read Hindi, I apologize, but if you can, please visit our website and take a look at what he has written, a sample of which we have put up in the exhibition. His poem about what it's like to be at Sri Aurobindo's Samadhi, the subjective dimension of pilgrimage, not necessarily spiritual tourism. His poem is about what it feels like to go back home after spending 10 days in Pondicherry, going to Samadhi twice a day. So he has very kindly given us an English translation also. So they are both outside there. But I also want to just quickly end with this part, that when we talk about pilgrimage, it's not just about worshipping or temples or seeking some kind of religious merit. The true pilgrimage is the inner journey. And that, as Shruti also pointed out, it can happen when you are standing in front of the sea or standing in front of a mountain or just sitting quietly while your friends are, singing and partying, all kinds of experiences. Even while listening to some hip-hop songs, sometimes you can have that quietening kind of thing. So that is also an inner journey within. So I just wanted to share as another story based on my experience when I visited the temple that Shruti pointed out. And we did not discuss this before, what we will be speaking about, the Kailash Nath temple, the Kailash cave in Ellora caves. So inspired by that, I wrote a little, I'm not a poet, I write in prose, but it probably felt like that. So I'm just going to quickly flip through this and read what the travelogue came through me as after about, few months or almost a year, when I reflected back on what it was like to experience that Kailash cave temple. So the first picture, this is the outside of the cave. Want to know where to begin? Enter the cave. Don't let the passageway be the end. Continue. Trust that you are protected by higher forces. If you must pause to take in the grandeur and beauty of the road unearthed by those before you. Be mindful of others walking their own paths, alone but nearby. Do not be discouraged by the hurdles on the path to the inner chamber. If you find a guide, I am not one of those people who take a tour guide, by the way, yet, but if you do find a guide, let it be someone who sets you free to chart your own path. Be grateful for the little glimpses of beauty and truth along the way. Keep walking, keep walking. Value the details, but don't get lost in them. Feeling a bit lost? Get reacquainted with the path as many times as it takes. Start again. See your old footprints, take their help, or make new. Keep walking. This is the inner journey that I experienced when I went to Kailash temple in Ellora. If you have not been there, please put it on your bucket list and take it as a pilgrimage. Don't go there as a tourist. And I'll end with my third story with just a little video for 10 seconds. I'm not going to tell the story. If anybody is interested, ask me. Because this was my pilgrimage to Goa, a place not often associated with pilgrimage. So I'll just play the video. Let the video tell you. If you can hear the story, great. If you want to know, I'll be happy to share. But this is what it is. This particular installation is at Museum of Goa by Subodh Kerkar. It's called Goa's Ark. Find the story. Find why this is, to experience this is a pilgrimage to Goa. I was there for 10 days, did not go to any of the beaches in Goa, because Goa can be a pilgrimage site if we go through the process of inner preparation, assimilation of information, acculturation, you said something else, quietening of the being. So when I just saw this, I was amazed, if I can say it, how great minds think alike. So thank you so much. I just wanted to bring this point of spiritual tourism is one thing, pilgrimage has a totally other dimension. So thank you.
Thank you, Belu. And now it's my honor to introduce Priyadarshi ma'am. We are lucky to have her in tourism, I would say, with her extremely rich experience as a senior officer, straddling several departments as a director, and in other very senior positions. Well, it's a long biodata. It's been, I think, circulated already. I will just read out, mention the departments she has been heading throughout her career, starting with Women and Child Welfare, then Collegiate Education, and then Pondicherry Corporation for Development of Women and a Handicapped Person Limited as Managing Director, then Director of the Social Welfare, and after that, Department of Civil Supplies and Consumer Affairs as a Director, then again Cooperation Department as a Registrar of Cooperative Societies, and then we have her as a Director. We had her as a Director in the Directorate of Industries and Commerce, then now of course in tourism. And Madam, I please request you to share your experience with us. Thank you.
Very good evening to everybody. Like when I saw the topic itself, I was thinking like you will raise this about pilgrimage and Tirthayatra and how tourism is different. And like I would say the oldest form of travel would be a Tirthayatra, pilgrimage. Every people, if tourism is traveling to new destinations, the first time people started traveling is in spiritual pursuits, as Tirthayatras. Like even though India, even when all the states fought among the small kingdoms, they all travel without any, the travel is the Tirthayatra is the only thing that could happen among the movement of people from one place to another, going to from Kasi to Rameswaram. People traveled in terms of for spiritual pursuit, for prayer, for penance, for rejuvenation, for seeking spiritual truth. But of late, only people started traveling for the sensual pleasures, to experience thrill, adventure, nature, and this thing is of a new, recent pursuit. But the first travel, things that has happened has always been in terms of spiritual pursuits, be it going to Buddhism, the travelers from China coming for Buddhist monasteries, or people going to Mecca or Vatican in terms of spiritual pursuits. But if you look at it, these centers were also places of huge architecture, of culture, of people, of dance, where the dance forms, the art forms are all propagated, because people come there, so there is an opportunity to exhibit your talents and your this thing for all the artisans, for either in culturally and the dancers, musicians, they all also travel to these places to exhibit their skills. So you need places where you have to exhibit your skills. These places of worships also became places where you exhibit your talents to the people and you made your this thing. So we cannot, segregate tourism and spiritual and saying you have to go only for spiritual pursuits. You should, these places, centers have also been places where your culture, your cuisine, everything is experimented and propagated. So these two things we cannot actually segregate. But at the same time, like where do we, I would like to talk in terms of Puducherry and where do we position ourselves. When we first started with our campaign of give time a break, it was a spiritual concept, that a place where you can come and spend your time, you can give time a break and your experience in this place. But also, if you look at it now, what people think of Pondicherry, what kind of tourist we get. People will say people come here to drink and have a, no, it's like people coming from other places for the cheap liquor and this. But actually, is it where we would like to position ourselves? Or what is it that we would like to do, and what the government of Puducherry is trying to do is what I would like to say. First and foremost, we like the pandemic, what tourism we are experiencing today. Today, wherever I go, people complain to me about the traffic and how it has become very difficult to come out to Pondicherry. For Pondicherrians on weekends, that we don't come out on weekends because everywhere traffic, you cannot park everywhere. But we would like to see it also as a time after the pandemic. People, the international borders, people still don't want to go outside. So there is an influx of tourists, especially during the pandemic. One thing we have not experienced is going out. So once the pandemic is on, everybody want to visit some place. So there is an influx of tourists and the place is so crowded. So, but we don't expect it to sustain. Like, this is not a sustainable way of doing it. So there have been efforts by government of Puducherry of all, and we are working on it also to do new things so that there is a shift in the image of what Pondicherry is perceived as. And one of the things which we are very keen about is to, like what we are doing is to take the people out of the white town. Like there are more beaches that have been developed. If you have seen the Pondi Marina and Eden Beach, Veerampatnam Beach, and also Manapet. So more beaches we are developing. That is one thing, to take the people out of the white town. But still, those places, it becomes very difficult to go after 6 o'clock. So after 6, everybody is again in the town. So that is one thing we are trying to do. And the other thing, we are working at PPP models of development of family entertainment centers in Manapet and Narambai places, where there will be wholesome family entertainment places with ecotourism and other things, so that this place, instead of having, like people coming to drink, bachelors, or group of friends, it will become a family center where you can bring your children, old people, and these are some of the works that is on progress. And another major thing we want to this thing is, of course, spiritual tourism. Because two things that has happened, like Pondicherry is a spiritual place. It is a place of Aurobindo, and there are a lot of old temples in Puducherry, archaeologically important temples in Bahur, and so many places are there, which we want to develop, and we are developing in this thing. Last one example I would like to talk about is the Gangai Varahar temple at Tirukanji, which we have developed recently. If you see that, it was under dilapidated condition and the temple was not in a good condition. We have spent some money and developed it. This Masi Magam, there are 1 lakh people at that place. Every Saturday, it is along the river of Sangrabarani. We have developed guards there. Every Saturday, there is an aarti there. Once we made the guards, every Saturday, they do an aarti of the river, if you have seen that. So now, once that started, people started coming in large numbers on Saturday to see the aarti. That is one thing. So, for the Masi Magam, we had a crowd of 1 lakh there. Now, from April 24th, we are doing 12 days of Pushkarni there for the river and the goddess. That is a Shiva temple. It is called Gangai Varahar because it's it is believed that it has the same effect of Ganga. Shiva temple is there. So this is one thing that a tourism point of view, under the tourism development, we have developed the temple while developing it, we also ensured there is infrastructure in terms of, we made a Kalyana Mandapam there, a kitchen there. So people started coming to do their Kalyanams, weddings and other things. So it's though it is a spiritual, if you call it a spiritual tourism, it also economically developed the place and, made the temple popular. More people started coming to that place. So this is one. So we are in the process of developing other temples, and also we have, of course, Karaikal, if you look at it, the Shani Bhagavan temple, that's the biggest tourist destination for Puducherry. And how we would like to do with respect to, actually when I had been to the UT conference at Delhi, which was headed by our Honorable Home Minister, Mr. Amit Shah ji, he specifically told Pondicherry that you, as the tourism department, you should collaborate with the Aurobindo Ashram and do something for Puducherry or for the tourism, like that is, you have to do, he was telling us, basically what would be helpful for Puducherry is, like the Aurobindo Society or Aurobindo Ashram, whatever the work in terms of integral health or health related experiments that have been done and stabilized, and which is more availed only by the tourist. We would like to do in a broader way into some kind of wellness programs or a wellness village, where we could use what is being experimented here, what is being worked out here in Puducherry, because this is something unique to Puducherry alone. This wellness programs is not an Ayurvedic wellness program which is Kerala is doing or any other region is doing. So this can be done in Puducherry. This was also one of the ideas which has been given to us by the Home Minister. So he said, you identify a place and make a wellness place where you should actually utilize and take it from what is here in Puducherry, what has been done in the Aurobindo Society and the Aurobindo teachings, which should be, as I understand, I obviously know that Aurobindo Ashram doesn't have that thing to propagate and this thing, but some of the good things in terms of health, integral, like health aspects, whatever has been done, and that can be replicated or scaled up in collaboration with the tourism department, with the government of Puducherry, so that it reaches more people and it reaches more, it helps more people in terms of better living and better health and better, it is actually it not only physical health, it is about mind, body and spirit and mental health and spirit, everything well-being, which is very, very essential for the people today. So even though like spiritual tourism cannot be, it is of course a pilgrimage of the mind, but it also has social, economic and social this thing connections. So it is very integral to India, and it should be, it is very, very that is the best way to promote India also, not only other thing. So with these few words, I'd like to stop now. Thank you.
Madam, you raised a very important issue, an issue which is very close to our heart. What the Home Minister mentioned to you was that Sri Aurobindo Society should collaborate with the tourist. Now, there are two institutions. One is Sri Aurobindo Ashram, which, you're right, does not propagate. But for propagation, another institution was created by the mother, which is Sri Aurobindo Society. So what the minister was talking to you about was Sri Aurobindo Society. Now, your emphasis was on a program of wellness. And that's exactly what we are working on. And we have a building here called Matriniketan, which is just 5 minutes drive from here. That is being developed as integral wellness center already, which is already renovated. Some rooms are already under construction, and there are different rooms where music therapy will take place, where yogasanas will take place, where certain meditation techniques will take place. So your mind, body, life and soul will all put together have an integral development. This is something that we have been practicing. And for us, everything is integral. Because Sri Aurobindo's teachings are integral. Hence, this is integrality which applies to us when we are practicing Sri Aurobindo's yoga. And to translate that into action is what we are trying to do in Matriniketan. It's exactly what you have mentioned, a wholesome, total wellness program. Once that is developed, it can spread then. You and us can do together in a larger scale. But the essence, the seed has been sown. And it's a project which will have large rooms, large sections for different kinds of treatment. People will come from outside Pondicherry, stay with us, where there will be excellent rooms, very wholesome food, which will be cooked there only for the people who come and stay there. They don't have to go out. They have every possible thing will be available there. And it's a 24/7 work of inner development. So this is the program, which is, I think, very much in keeping in what you said just now. And I was surprised that you used these words, because that's exactly what you're doing. And it has already started. The yogasanas and the pranayama, etc., is already taking place. Also, the sound therapy aspect is already taking place. As soon as the rooms are ready, then more will start happening. We'll have approximately 25 rooms, which will also take, you can have retreats, you withdraw within yourself, enter into a state of silence and peace, and then that is what you manifest. What you have within comes out. So if you're peace within, then you exude peace outside. So this is basically the core of the teaching of Sri Aurobindo, which we are converting into action in this place. And I think in about 2 years, maximum 3 years, we'll be in full implementation. Thank you.
So we end this event with our final panel discussion on Puducherry as cultural and heritage travel destination, prospects and challenges. Apart from Pradeep Bhai ji, Ms. Priyadarshini PG and Asha Gupta, who's here. She's on her way. The others are Sitara Nair Gades and Lalit Verma. Many of you know her as Crafts Council of Puducherry heading. She founded it, and she's also a crafts enthusiast, social entrepreneur, women's rights activist, environmentalist, and social worker. Welcome, Sitara. And Lalit Verma will be joining us from Belgium online on Zoom. He is, of course, as you all know, President Aurodhan Art Gallery in Pondicherry. Welcome, everyone. Please. Yes.
I hope he can listen in the car. I also just wanted to quickly mention our other panelist and our esteemed speaker who We were expecting Dr. Jayanti Ravi, just left us a message maybe an hour back that she was called for another important urgent government work which she could not refuse. So, but she sent her good wishes and regards to all the participants and speakers at the seminar. So I think, okay, Lalit, yes, there is movement on his part. He's actually, welcome Lalit. We see you in your car. Our other panelists are here, Sitara, Pradeep Bhai and Priyadarshini ma'am from Tourism Department. So we'll go ahead and get started with our questions, right? So we want to keep it very focused and moderated. So this first question is for all the panelists, whoever wants to begin with. So from your observation and experience through various kinds of works that you've been doing, can you identify one, and I request only one because then it will be very specific, very directed, one distinctive aspect which you think makes Puducherry or Pondicherry a unique travel destination for people who are looking for a more culturally immersive experience or a more conscious, slow travel experience, not the casual weekend getaway tourist kind of thing. So anyone, there is one more microphone we can give you there. Okay. We'll have one.
Good evening. Thanks for having me here. It's indeed a pleasure and a blessing to be part of such a very significant discussion. To point out one aspect, when we talk about spiritual tourism, I think it's one of the fastest growing segment of tourism. Post-COVID pandemic, I think they've registered 35% growth in spiritual tourism. And India, a vast, diverse, culturally rich land. Our tiny Pondicherry, we say it's small, it's a true gem to me, like a precious stone. Maybe it's small, but it shines bright with all immense radiance, getting a lot of attention. Perhaps for other reasons of other aspects of tourism, but spiritual tourism, I must say, Puducherry has a lot of potential. And I think the Swadesh Darshan program, the Prasad scheme, all being pushed forward by the central government. But Karaikal, like Madam said, already the Navagraha temple tour is very popular among South India devotees, and the Shanishwara temple. But one aspect which is, I think, can be explored, which I would like to point out is, recently I did a little research on that and found out that Pondicherry has one of the highest concentration of Siddhar Jiva Samadhis, saints. I was surprised to know that there are more than 65 Siddhar Jiva Samadhis in and around Pondicherry. We're talking about 20 to 30 kilometers circumference. You name it, they have graced and blessed this land since 16th century, 18th century, up to recently Sri Aurobindo and Mother. They are blessing, they continue to bless this land with their immense energy. These enlightened souls and their energies have been encircling, around our small little land Pondicherry. And some of the temples associated with the Jiva Samadhis are in very bad condition. I think not well maintained, but they are there. And they continue to, operate the divine souls from the soil for the land and for the devotees and all the well-wishers and whoever are there around coming to get a wish granted. So, Tenga Siddhar, Pal Siddhar, Shivajnani Siddhar, Subramanya Siddhar, many Aragar Siddhar. I think the list goes long and long and long. And I think many Pondicherrians even don't know much about it. And I recently, just before Corona, a family told me they're coming from Chennai to visit all the 18 Siddhar temples in one day. I was so astonished, is it possible to do 18 temples in one day? Because they're all nearby. So there seems to be a good potential in exploring a conducted tour or something for the spiritual seekers and seekers who want to visit the Jiva Samadhis of the Siddhars or the saints. Something for the tourism department perhaps to explore a conducted tour of the Siddhar Jiva Samadhis of Pondicherry, the temples, Siddhar temples they are known. So, people say when they cross the two arches from both sides entering Pondicherry, they feel a special energy. There's a special feel about Pondicherry. There's a strange, unique, special vibration, something a pull. Once you leave Pondicherry, you always want to come back. Perhaps this is the reason we call it peaceful Pondicherry, because that's radiating here. Thanks to all the saints who are here in this soil, continuing to bless us. Perhaps that's the one. So I think we need to explore a little bit more. One aspect, perhaps we can explore a bit more in that direction.
We have already started the work on it, and shortly we'll be arranging a tour for the guides to familiarize the place. It's already on the job regarding this.
I think what Sitara said is exactly what I feel. There is an element of peace in Pondicherry which touches you willy-nilly. You can't get away from it. It's a strong, very strong vibration of silence. And whether you realize it or you don't realize it, whether you're aware of it or you're not aware of it. But there is a pull which brings you here and it brings you back. And I can assure you, it's not alcohol. It is not a getaway place. It is not the ocean. It is not the cuisine. You get the cuisine in Chennai also. You get the ocean in Chennai also. You have everything in another city which Pondicherry has. So why? I mean, if you made a big survey as to what brings people to Pondicherry, it is something intangible. And that is why we come here. And I know many of us who have come to Pondicherry, madam, have come for that pull which you feel from here, which you never felt anywhere else. And what made us come here was not a push factor, that we were fed up of life and therefore we come here for escape. It was not so. It was purely a pull factor. And it is this element of peace which makes Pondicherry unique, as you said, peaceful Pondicherry.
And also the French architecture and French buildings. Yeah. That is also something unique to Pondicherry, which is not there.
Okay, thank you. Lalit, can we have your input on this question, please? What one aspect in your observation, you are a Pondicherrian, ex-student from the ashram school. You are in art and culture in Pondicherry. What do you think one aspect that makes Pondicherry can, or with the potential of making a distinctive place of attraction for people who are looking for a more conscious travel? Is he still here? I think he was there, but his video is gone. Oh, he got disconnected. Okay. We'll wait for him to log us. Are you doing it or will he log in? Okay. Okay. Yes, please. You can, in the meantime, share.
Madam was talking about the concept of Siddhars and expanding on the spirituality of the living and the omnipotent Siddhas. Again, it is spread all over Pondi. To start this as an initiative might be a challenge. I would relate something which is done in Chennai for 18 Siddhas. They have a temple in Madambakam, Thenupuriswara temple. Suddenly it became popular because of the Sarabeswara that was found in a pillar. Now all the movie stars and people who have taken large loans, they go there to pray for all their problems to be solved on Sunday evening. So there is a huge crowd, and on that temple has prospered, and around that there are huge supermarket of all spiritual matas. Each mata has opened their branch there. But one of the beautiful concepts that is there is a 18 Siddhar Matam, where they had taken the ashes or sand from each Siddhar's proposed Samadhi, and they have built 18 temples, highlighting each Siddha's image, what he did, all the documentation is there, and in the center there is a beautiful Mahameru also. Actually, if you can do something like this here, that can be a central point, and in this we can have highlights of all the local Siddhas around Pandi, and this is the first point for people to come, attract, and once they see this, from there they will be able to clearly visit to the other local Siddhas and other things. That is a fairly operable suggestion. Thank you.
Good evening. As far as the Siddha tradition is concerned, we have started the project Intangible Cultural Heritage, and we are working on the first element. As all of you know, that from India, the first element which was submitted to the UNESCO, that was the Vedic chanting in 2003, when the Indira Gandhi National Center for the Arts was the nodal agency to implement that. And in 2016, the yoga was included. I was part of the advisory committee, and we worked for 7 months to do that. And as far as our activities to the AUROBINDO is concerned, we have started this Intangible Cultural Heritage project, and we are working on the Vedic chanting, one of the intangible practices, tradition and continuity. And as far as the Siddha tradition is concerned, it is believed that Rishi Agastya is the father and founder of this Siddha philosophy. It's not about the Siddha sites. We have approximately, Charu is leading the project in documenting the Siddha site heritage. And in the first phase, we are documenting the heritage sites, including the community culture, the stories. I would like to add something like, we have Pondicherry is such a beautiful place where different cultures are intermingled. And we have the taste of intercultural understanding, where diverse cultural traditions interact with each other. So we have taken up it as a special project documenting the Siddha traditions, including the knowledge systems and the culture. Once the Pondicherry part is completed, we will move to different regions, like we'll search if Mahe, Karaikal and Yanam we have. And in southern India, especially in Tamil Nadu, there are more sites which needs to be documented. The stories needs to be collected properly. And this is just a small addition to, we're already working on this from Sri Aurobindo Society. So, thank you.
I don't know if Lalit is, he's in Europe somewhere, traveling from one country to another. He said crossing borders. So he is actually traveling right now. So maybe we can move on to our next set of questions, and when Lalit joins us. So I have one question specifically for you, Pradeep Bhai. And I have been one of the users of Sri Aurobindo Society's guest houses when I was not living in Pondicherry. My first choice was always the seaside guest house. I could afford it that time. Right now, I don't know. But one thing that I personally observed was part of my experience also, and I have heard this from many people who have stayed at seaside guest house, and now, of course, retreat, and even at international guest house and other ashram guest houses. There is a certain, what you are describing, the silence, the peace, the ambience of this calmness that is there not only in society's guest houses, but even in the society campus. Somebody, I think, also referred to that in the morning. So as chairman of Sri Aurobindo Society, can you identify a few good practices that can be adopted or adapted in some ways by others in the hospitality business, which can which can make those spaces a little bit more calming and peaceful, rejuvenating in a sense, you know, especially for those who are looking for a more conscious travel experience.
Yeah, you're talking of physical practices.
Physical, non-physical, you know, even like in that sense, the inner practices.
So I'll come to non-physical little
Yes.
later. As far as the physical practice is concerned, we don't have a TV.
Yes.
Okay. And most people who stay with us say thank you very much. Right? They thank us for not having a TV. Secondly, we deal very differently with our staff. It's a very good relationship. They understand our objectives, they understand our motives, and they also understand, and we also explain as to how this can be brought into action, these motives. The motive is basically that they have to understand that this guest house belongs to the mother. And this guest house represents the mother. And the mother will be judged by our actions, outwardly speaking. Hence, that is drummed into them so that when they interact with the guests, they must know that they are coming to a different guest house. It's not a run-of-the-mill guest house. Okay, we are not a hotel. We don't have any room service. We don't have any a la carte menu. We don't have a TV. We don't allow alcohol. We don't allow smoking. Many don'ts are involved over there, but which has had a very positive effect. So we have, and I don't know why we have, but we have a fairly good occupancy percentage. And despite the fact that our rates are much lower than any other guest house perhaps in Pondicherry, we still make a profit. And it is not profit, the surpluses are not very vast. There are small surpluses, but enough to be plowed back into the guest house and improve them. So these are part of the physical practice. What brings the intangible changes is, I say intangible because all these things generate a certain vibration which the guest feels, you know. I have guests coming from Los Angeles, from London, from various places, France. I had a couple staying for many months over here, and they say that I find the staff so friendly, so affable, so willing to help. You know, why is it so? It's because of they understand as to what is the objective and what is the motive of these guest houses. And it is, and I'll share this with you, as far as the rates go, we charge 3,000 for a double occupancy, 3,600 rupees per day, plus GST, of course. Now, which is way below what, maybe the kind of ambience that we have, the ocean, the balcony, the rooms are rather nice, very comfortable. And the rates are the same for 12 months. There is no flexibility. It's not that the rates will jump up from October onwards so we don't make hay while the sun shines. The rates remain the same. There will be an increase from 1st of October, will be a 10% increase, which is inflation, which we have may match our, cover our costs. And after that increase, there's not going to be any jump for the next year. We declare our rates very clearly on our website. And also people who want to stay with us, when they write to us and we give them exactly what is our terms and conditions. Take it or leave it. Mostly people come back and again and again and again and stay with us. This is the only reason why they come back. And that in this particular piece, or the sound of silence, which I call, spreads everywhere. I said somebody feels in this campus because it's the same element.
Thank you, thank you. Sound of silence. Okay, so Lalit is now back with us. So Lalit, back to you for the same question. What in your observation as a Pondicherrian, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Lalit? Okay, so what do you think is one distinctive aspect of Pondicherry that has a potential to be Yes, you are. You are. Am I audible? Yes, yes, you are. You may have to what? May I begin the question? Okay, yes, please go ahead. Go ahead, please. Thank you, Lalit. And since we work that you have done in the field of arts and culture, what is missing in our educational institutions or other community-based organizations? Why are we not able to kind of inculcate the kind of love, for aesthetic appreciation, beauty and art, that especially in our children and teenagers, what is missing? Because the name scratching problem with lovebirds is still very much there at all heritage sites. So what do you think organizations like Aurodhan or other community-based organizations, how can they fill the gap so that we won't have lovebirds writing, I don't know, Sudha loves Ramesh, and then carved in stone with a heart and an arrow, and then tomorrow there will be a breakup between Sudha and Ramesh. But the Sudha and Ramesh on the pillar in Hoysala temple stays. So what can you, as an art promoter, what light can you throw on that?
So for me, it is very simple. What is really missing is one simple thing. People just have to open their eyes. There is an institute, an organization in Pondicherry, which is the School of the AUROBINDO Ashram, which for the whole world. All that one has to do with people of Pondicherry is just to open their eyes and see what is happening. Now, when I used to travel to Europe in the early days, I would go to museum because being in the art, I would like to see different art museums. And very often I would stand in the queue, and who was in front of me? It was not the regular people or tourists. It was basically lines of children coming from different schools. So, for instance, let me give you an example of France, because Pondicherry is connected with France. France has created a model called Culture du Monde. They try to acquire different knowledge systems and cultures of different countries, and they bring it into their museums and into their so that there people can witness all they have to share within those museums. The children have to be focused on, and they should be encouraged to come and watch different museums, different theatre programs, different festivities. Like I have been doing, like I told you earlier, as an individual, in the last 20 years, over 3,500 different diverse cultural programs which have been offered to the community, to Pondicherry, completely free. And so I notice who comes. Sometimes there are groups of children who come, but very few people are conscious that this cultural element has to be inculcated into the educational system more systematically so that you have a more cultured society. This is already happening in the ashram school. So all one has to do that.
Okay, so please stay.
I was telling you that as the vice chairperson of the Speak Mecca. Speak Mecca is promoting the music through the youth. Recently, the chapter was started in Pondicherry, and we also chapter with AUROBINDO. And so great musicians are likely to come and inspired by singing or by sharing the cultural heritage of India amongst the children. That has a very strong impact.
Yes, yes. Looking forward to that. Thank you. So please stay with us. We will probably come back to you for some more questions. But yes, please.
This problem of graffiti, what we are talking of. So we have to, what we do here in our ashram school, I know when my daughter was joined at the age of 3, and they used to be walked through the park, and normally a child passing by will just slap the flower like this or pull a leaf like this, and it was seen to that the child does not do that. And a child of 3.5 was explained as to why it should not be done. that there is life in the plant. You cannot disturb it. Hence, one of the children, and any of our children who come out of the school will never do this.
Yeah. But there are many Sudha and Rameshes like that.
Yeah. So, because it's all over the place. I know that famous temple in Madurai,
Meenakshi temple.
Meenakshi, I've been there. It is, you know, you take your shoes off to go in to a temple. I want you to wear my shoes and go in because it was so dirty. And then you went in, there were writings, beautiful 5-year-old sketches. But unfortunately, they were eye-level sketches where people had scribbled their own names and nobody was there to stop it. So you don't protect, you don't preserve our own culture and our own spiritual heritage. So what do we expect? Now, that's anyway, bring us to another point after that, is that there are thousands of temples. How many guides do we have? Or how many people who are there who are given the task of preservation? Who should be, like somebody was talking about the Disney World this morning. No, Disney World is preserved because if you notice, almost everywhere you have those chaps roaming around in white with the things to just pick up whatever litter we drop. Now, when you're doing that, you won't litter. Yep. So there's no preservation. There's nothing around to stop you. And we are very indisciplined lot. We Indians are very indisciplined lot.
Yeah.
You know.
Sad.
Just put a pencil here. In my car over here, somebody had put a nail on top like this, just for the heck of it. You know. So what I'm saying is that there has to be preservation, there has to be protection given to the temples. And who looks after the cleanliness? Keep the temples clean, as they say, keep your temple clean.
Right.
Keep your temple clean. How do you keep your temple clean? So there's no. I mean, it's a huge project is involved here. I think I would like to ask this question to Madam.
Yes, please. In fact, that would have been my next question also. What do you think are some of the biggest challenges in tourism and hospitality industry? In Pondicherry, in India in general, based on your observation?
In Pondicherry, for any tourist, the biggest thing is traffic and transportation. First of all, there's too much traffic, no place to park. That's one of the biggest problem that we face. And there is no alternative transportation for the tourists to actually go around the city. So we are also looking at having like a hop-on, hop-off bus, which will go around the city of tourist places. That we are trying to work with some private operators who can do that. So that, and to get permissions for that. That will become, once that comes into place, automatically people will stop hiring like taxi or two-wheeler to move around. So that will reduce the traffic, and plus some multi-level parking spaces are also being worked out. It may take some time, but these are two things, biggest challenges Puducherry is facing today as far as tourists are concerned, and which we are trying to address.
But I think, Pradeep bhai, your question about what can we do in terms of keeping the temple clean, maybe this could also be an open question that we can take up, and audience would also have an input. But let me also just go to Sitara and ask you a very specific question. Since you are from the world of crafts, how can a culturally immersive experience be generated around the handicrafts or the weaving traditions or the handlooms? And the reason why I chose actually this particular sari is because I was very conscious about only when I decided to visit Goa, I studied the history of this particular weave and found how this weave has been restored back through the efforts of NGOs like yours. So what in your opinion can be done around the crafts traditions of a local place to make tourism or travel a more conscious experience?
Interesting question, in fact. Handicrafts. I think if you think, I always tell this, if heritage is a flower, handicrafts is its fragrance. If you think heritage is a monument, handicrafts are its windows. You cannot imagine a visitor to take back a better souvenir from a place than a native handicraft or a handloom or a textile. I'm sure we all have that Kanchipuram sari we bought from Kanchipuram, or that wooden snake race boat, or the houseboat from elephant from Kerala, or a Kolhapuri pair of chappals from Kolhapur, or Aramula Kannadi from Aramula, the place in Kerala. So I think the best ambassadors of any place are the native handicrafts. And when I talk about handicrafts, it's for a place, it's not just a piece of, a showpiece or anything. Handlooms, textiles of that particular region speaks a lot about the local folklores, the festivals, sometimes it's connected. It's done by craftsmen over 20 generations, 15 generations, and that speciality, the special craftsmanship that they are trying to preserve and follow. Also the geographical connect that it has to that particular land. For example, I think you go to Cheyyar, Vandavasi region, you have the Cheyyar, Vandavasi pie, the Kora grass mat, because that Kora grass is growing well in that particular region. And so they make the mats traditionally. In Pondicherry, the geographic indication tag goes to two products, as we all know, Villanur terracotta and Tirukannur paper mache. I think only two products till date has GI tags in Pondicherry. I think we can work for more products, but here again, Villanur terracotta is special because this is one of the only terracotta work you can make up to 30 feet. Just because it has a special ingredient, a kind of sand, saudu they call it, from the Sankravarni river bank. That particular sand is essential to make that mix with which they make the terracotta work there. The soil craft, which has been practiced for over 20 generations. So the geographic connect also. What is best, something special from that land goes into that craft also. So for Pondicherry, this is the thing. For most regions, that is the case. And again, I think when we talk about tourism and handicrafts, there are two ways to go about it. Either we bring the crafts to the tourists, or we take the tourists to the craft. The craft to the tourists is what Madam and all is trying to do, is having outlets, shops at major tourist spots where we have, that would work out beautiful if we have authentic native crafts there, and handlooms and textiles. Marbling again. I have people who always tell you, coming from Pondicherry, bring me a marble sari. Nothing more beautiful than that. And I think I must always thank, and with a thankful feeling, remember the contribution of Sri Aurobindo Society and Mother in propagating a lot of crafts, marbling, the embroidery unit, weaving, name it, the whole Pondicherry craft scene got a new, got rejuvenated the last 50 years thanks to the efforts of, this entire belt. Everybody comes to handmade paper. Paper got a new look, new meaning, thanks to Mother and her vision, I must say. And so similarly, major tourist spots, I think Madam and the department are trying to, have outlets with crafts from Pondicherry. That is one thing. The other thing probably is taking the tourists to the crafts. How do we do that? Craft tours, craft walks. If we can take the tourists to craft clusters. We used to do that, taking the tourists to craft clusters. There's nothing like experiencing the craft firsthand from the maker. Just watch them make the craft, how they are doing it, interact with them in their surroundings, in their village or the thing, and see how it is coming. So that is one thing, to do craft tours or craft walks and take the tourists, give them the craft experience at the clusters itself. So I think there are these two other major ways we can explore. But the only thing is that if we have outlets, encourage the local hotels all have, Nothing against Kashmiri craft shops, but I would love to see Pondicherry craft shops in most of the hotels. I don't know why there is a standard format that most hotels, be it 5-star, 2-star, you have a Kashmiri shop there. They need help, they need support, I don't disagree, but I would really love to see the native crafts there. Something at least. Focus on the native. You can have a here and there from other regions also. No bias there, but that is something that we need to popularize. Souvenirs in government functions everywhere. That's already been practiced, I think. All programs, government programs, I think we are trying to get the GI tags there, gift, return gifts, even the yoga festival, I think the terracotta items were presented even in the Delhi. There's a lot of support from the central government. I think we can utilize that and promote more of native crafts. And our craftsmen need it badly.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there any one question to any of the panelists that we can take from the audience before we bring the panel to a close? Any one specific question, especially from the students? I just want to see whether they were even listening. Let me just wait for a minute. From the students, if there's any question. You people are going to be in this line of work, so maybe I thought you might have a question for any of the panelists. No? Okay. Your loss. Did you want a quick question? Quick question.
Quick. When we want to highlight some aspects of Pondicherry, okay, one of the aspects which comes is the French connection. But in the French connection, the cuisine is not being so much of sold. People go to Karaikudi to eat Chettinadu food. But not many people come here to eat French food, French cuisine. I'm not talking about the foreign tourists, high-end local people. Okay? There are very good restaurants and cuisine available for French. Classic hotels are available. But when it comes to a normal one, we don't find anything. This is some aspect which can be sold as a fairly good highlight on the heritage or the spirit of Pondicherry. Is there any initiative or any work going on in this aspect which we may need to highlight? I may be very new to it, but this is a question I have. Yeah, closer. Yeah, you need to keep it closer.
Hello. Specifically, there is not being done anything to popularize it at the local level. We are trying to bring the Pondicherry Creole is something which is a fusion of Tamilian and French cooking. That we are trying to make it into make a coffee table book with that, so that there are more, at least document that. But popularizing it consciously, no effort is being done. But because food is something that people who know will, I find Indians are people who will go to England and eat masala dosa. Because it's a acquired taste. Like you cannot forcefully take it to mass production unless you have known it and you have that you have the inclination to taste different food. Other than that, they won't try. No, I'm saying people came with me for London and they were going around searching for masala dosa, because it is, unless you have that tendency to taste a different kind of cuisine, you will not try it.
Why I ask this question is, somehow India Coffee House made the French toast popular and people come here to have the French toast, but nothing else has got that kind of a popularity. It is being branded as French toast.
No, as far as this thing is concerned, as far as food is concerned, it's a question of demand and supply. If there's a demand, supply will come. So I think, and if this cuisine business, nobody can encourage or discourage. It's a very normal happening that takes place. So, I don't think madam can say you eat this food. No, it's not going to work.
I don't know. Just one very precise question.
Madam, when we talk about Pondicherry as a World Heritage destination or tourist destination, I'm aware that the Ministry of Tourism as the nodal agency, they have the new tourism policy and they're working on many sectors. But we have observed through this print media, some news was published that when the tourist comes to Pondicherry from different parts, there are limited destinations, limited points, like 2 to 3 days they are searching to go to different places. So what are the initiatives taken by the Pondicherry government in collaboration with the central government to develop the natural or the sites, how to engage the tourists so that it can be a week-long destinations like that? We have some observations.
New beaches have been developed like Pondi Marina, Eden Beach, Veerampatnam Beach, and these are one first step we have done. And now we have identified few places like Manapet. There are 100 acres of land which we are going on PPP mode to have a multi-product entertainment zone for families. We have appointed a transactional advisor, so we'll be tendering for that place soon. Then there is a place, Narambai. Again, there is around 60 acres of land. We are talking to take that, and probably our idea is to have an oceanarium there or some other product. Apart from that, like we are also working to take there are 60 acres at Kalapet, the Pondicherry Ashok. That also we are trying to acquire. So these are some of the places which we are under process to develop into a zone. And the port, old port, which we have developed, 3 godowns have been, warehouses have been renovated. Now the center portion of it is being under construction now by PWD into a plaza where you can have like an open plaza. So you can have cultural events there, and looking at having a light and sound show which will in that old warehouses which are in condition. So that is also one of the projects which are in the pipeline. The work is, it will take 1 or 2 years for these things to come up, especially Manapet will definitely come up. And the sport area also, it's quite a huge and a beautiful space. So once that plaza is ready, maybe we can have frequently flea markets or, cultural events there. And the warehouses are also ready. It should be put into use. So, and most of the work we are looking at to do it in a PPP mode with private participation, so that even the distillery, old distillery building where we have constructed into a tourist hotel, this also been tendered. Tender is under open, technical bid is open. We have to open the financial bid. So once that is ready, we'll be giving to them.
The road open also to
the
fishermen?
Yes, so that old distillery building we are constructing.
So beyond that, when you go, I thought there was a road going to come which will... So this fishermen's colony will move from there? I believe they've been given some other place. No?
That is not there.
Not there.
Only the hotel is going to come up.
No, beyond that. Beyond that, when you go towards... beyond the distillery.
I'm not aware if it is being done in any other program. But it is like many very good chains are showing interest. So when these kind of things come up, there will be more accommodation in Puducherry.
Now that Madam is here, I think the students here, how many of you have visited the art and craft village at Murungambakam? We need a few, but requesting all of you to please visit. A lot of artisans are there. They are demonstrating their skill, and but little far it is from the city center or town center, maybe around 8 kilometers or so. And there's a little lesser footfall there, to be honest. And many artisans from our artisan community always complain that, you know, wish more people visit us. So perhaps a kind of a shuttle bus service, from the distillery corner in the afternoon, maybe 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, one bus goes. And I think Paradise Beach is also nearby, right? I think one bus which take the tourists from here. When people think of going, taking their own transport and going that far, they feel a little lethargic. So if something we can arrange to take them to the art and craft village, they can spend time, and 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock evening, the bus comes back. We can charge them. Also, yes, a lot of things, unless people go there, it is a problem. So we have to somehow give them boating also. Yes. Yeah. So, yes,
Yeah.
so requesting.
Yes. a
The
recommended
archaeological site, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, in fact, we had invited the superintending archaeologist there at Arikamedu site, but unfortunately he couldn't join us.
I think the mangroves, summer months is a problem because the water level goes down a little bit. Boating is a little difficult in the summer months, but the rest of the time, I think October onwards, it's a beautiful place. So some initiative to take them, and we decentralize people, taking them away from the, the boulevard and this area. So,
Thank you. Okay.
Small question. It's a question regarding the traffic, just a very small question. Why don't we open the beach road? No, I'm telling you why I'm asking this question. Till before COVID, it was always open, except till 5 o'clock we used to close it, and 9 o'clock or so it was open again. So at least during the day, the pressure from the inner roads goes away. And I think it's very essential. I don't know why it's been stopped, and why it is not being opened. Because I think for tourist pressure, I think it's open. But so many cars pass through there. Also, so many cars used to park there. And all that pressure comes this side. Only all this inner roads. If you could take it up, please.
Lalit wanted to add something. Lalit, now that you are somewhere more stationary, please share your thoughts.
Yes, I've come back home. I just wanted to suggest, because this is such an important forum, in Pondicherry we have a lot of heritage accessible to us, and especially the government has a lot of access to a lot of nice heritage spots. I remember when she was just, Madam Priyadarshini was talking about the distillery that got converted into a hotel. It reminds me of the philosophy and a revolutionary thought of Sri Aurobindo, and what could have been done based on that thought in that spot. Now, Sri Aurobindo always has stressed to take the wisdom from the past, use the latest technology that is available to you at present, and create an original future. Now, this distillery place was actually a distillery. And I remember I was invited by the then president of Reunion Island, Monsieur Robert Didier, and he took me to a place called Stella Matutina. Now, Stella Matutina is nothing else but a distillery exactly in the format of what we had in Pondicherry. And it was the people from Pondicherry who had gone and created that distillery, because they were basically workers who went and created what is known as the sugarcane revolution in Reunion Islands.
I think India still has better IT than Europe.
They started, when this distillery was stopped, they wanted to think of what, univerted the whole thing into a multi-complex where the distillery came back into full form with the latest technology in it. And they had many, many centers where there were a theatre center, audiovisual center, art center, museums. So, in fact, I remember I recommended that this distillery could have been done in this
Sorry?
same format, recreated with keeping the history. Now we don't have any sign of the distillery, and now it has become just a new French building and create an original feature. That would be one suggestion I wanted to make. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. No, we got the gist of your. So, just to bring the panel to a close, I want to really thank you, all the panelists, for some very informative and inspiring thoughts that have been shared. And may I just request Sitara ji and Priyadarshini ma'am to please just accept a small blessing and token of appreciation from the mother there at the back. And we'll just have a small vote of thanks and then we'll conclude the seminar. So I'll just go and do the vote of thanks and then invite everybody for prasad. That's it.
Thank you, Baby. I'll take leave now. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Lalit. And Lalit, your
Token of,
Don't worry. I'll be back soon. And thank you, everybody. Bye.
Thank you so much, Sitara. So we'll just, no, it's on now. Okay. So just to bring this seminar to a close, a small vote of thanks. As always, our gratitude to the Mother and Sri Aurobindo, the source from where all inspiration, all energy, all capacity to take up any work comes really. Thank you, Pradeep Bhai, for giving me an opportunity to coordinate this seminar, for being available at every step of the way for suggestion, for giving input, giving the right orientation, because when he asked me to, say, would you like to do it? And what would be your approach and how would we go about doing it? I was very clear in my understanding that we are not here to promote tourism. We are here to see how can Sri Aurobindo's light be brought into this field of human activity. Tourism, or as I like to always call it, travel. As I said in the beginning, the traveler of the world, Sri Aurobindo was concerned about travel of the inner worlds, how that can come in some sort of conjunction with travel of the outside world, travel in the outside world. So really, Pradeep Bhai gave me a long leeway to, experiment and, to be creative with the topics that we have throughout the day. Nothing is possible without a very good team. So I'll come and I'll try to remember everyone in the team as just in a minute. But I also want to thank Vijay Bhai, who, even though he's a bit unwell, but he was always available for guidance and support throughout. Even today, I got a phone call that to whatever extent he was able, he was actually watching live YouTube until his body needed some rest. So it was very touching to hear that. Thanks to Ministry of Tourism, the Southern Regional Office, for supporting and giving all kinds of insight and input into putting together this seminar. Particularly Mr. Farooq and Ms. Padmavati from the Southern Regional Office, who could not be here for different reasons. Special thanks to Gayatri Panda. I feel like a younger sister, so I don't want to say Gayatri Panda ji. Gayatri, Nodal Officer of Puducherry region from Ministry of Tourism, who was our main point of contact as in the last 20 days that we put together this program. We literally put together the whole of this in 20 days or maybe less than that. I don't know how many times I called her or messaged her late at night, and she was always very calm, patient, persistence in explaining the way government departments work, which is something that I haven't had a personal exposure to. Thank you, PTDC. I don't know if Darshita is still here or anybody else from PTDC. Okay. You are, sir? Yeah, okay. Thank you for the tremendous support. Asha Gupta, she was supposed to be here for the panel, but she couldn't. I guess some assembly work came up. And also especially to the PTDC for arranging the YouTube live stream. Thank you, wonderful team from PTDC, for making it available to all those who could not be here physically with us. There are many other ways in which PTDC supported us. The panel discussion that we witnessed in the morning, the notepads that the students got, the beautiful badges from PTDC. Darshita, who was until last night, middle of the night, like midnight, actually she sent me the creative that was there used for the panel. So yeah, we were both working till midnight. A big thanks also to Pondicherry University, the Vice Chancellor, for sending the message, to Professor Anu Chandran and his team of volunteers that he provided. I don't know if Jagan is still there, but Jagan was my main, yeah, he just came in at the right moment. Jagan, Yukesh, Yogi, and I don't remember the other names from the Department of Tourism Studies, Pondicherry University. Now, coming to the team from Sri Aurobindo Society, who has been so patiently working on this project. Lakshmi Jyoti, as I say, partner in crime. She's been part of the discussion since the very start, since we kind of first listed out the rationale, why Sri Aurobindo Society and tourism, why the two go together or not. So we worked on some kind of document and involved Gayatri in discussions about that. Then from this Gayatri to other Gayatri, the poet in residence, for taking care of so many details, so many for me to even list there. So I'm just going to mention few. For being a patient listener, thank you. For organizing the book stall and for bringing the necessary poetry to the day. Too much prose, so thank you for the dose of poetry. The entire creative team, Kavita, Ram Jayam, Ram Kumar, they were behind all the banners, the selfie spots, the invitation cards that you've seen throughout the last few days. The entire media team, Shruti, Uttamda, Gaurang, again Ram Jayam, who straddles between these two teams. My Renaissance research and editorial team, Biswajita and Ram Kumar, for not only starting with the design of the invitations and posters, but really, and coordinating the whole registration process. I don't know how many messages I was sending Ram, again at odd times of the day, voice notes and things like that. Arranging souvenirs for speakers, entire Vishwajita with help of Gaurang, and helping with really whatever else was needed to be done throughout the day and throughout the last 2 weeks. And Vishwajita was working on this from Odisha. So, Auro Publications for help with the book stall. Rati and Sahana, I don't know if they are still here with us, but they really brought in their beautiful, youthful and calm energy, especially during the lunchtime coordination. Big thanks also to Chandni and her team for arranging this space, that we've been using, whether it is this seminar space or the dining room spaces, to Natarajan and his maintenance team. Till yesterday, there was some painting going on and some wood polishing. And thanks also to the Seaside Guest House for hospitality, to two of our outstation guests, speakers, and also to the Retreat Guest House for giving us their dining room. All this food for mind and soul could not have been possible without food for the body. So Auro Prasadam and Shekhar for their excellent catering throughout the day. And also, as I mentioned, Thanks to Jagan, Yukesh, Yogi, I don't know whose else names that I'm forgetting, from Pondicherry University, for really being, doing all kinds of RSVPing call to students for the last 2-3 days. I am sorry if I have forgotten anybody else. Thanks to Priyadarshini ma'am for being so welcoming that day when I went to your office. And to Dr. Shashikant Dash when we visited his college, for being the inspiration behind this idea of bringing this little banyan tree and then planting it back into the ground at Aurovinam. That his work at Tagore College was the inspiration behind that. So I hope I have covered everyone. I've not forgotten.
Just one point. What you haven't mentioned is what about the suspense that was created. There were 350 registrations.
Yes.
Yeah. And we didn't know how many are going to come. Now, how many this room can take, we don't know what's going to happen. We don't know how many people are going to eat. So, we can't tell a kitchen as to how much food to prepare. And this place can't take more than 120, and there were 350 registrations. So, we lived in that suspense, madam, for quite some time. So, she hasn't mentioned that. All of us shouldered that suspense.
Yeah, that's the backstory behind it. But yeah, it's been really, amazing to see the interest people had. I know there were 38 people who were willing to come yesterday from Chennai, to whom we had to say no, right? Who've been watching it online from their hospitality college. So somehow the idea of bringing the inner dimension to the field of travel, as I said, not tourism, but conscious travel, slow travel, being in a place, experiencing it, somehow I think the time for that has come, and it's up to us to take it further and to be able to speak about it. And, first, like I think many people have said, to first experience it ourselves. Then only we can speak about it. As tourist guides, as future tourism professionals, or as anybody, as I think Lakshmi said, we are all in a way representing India. So first, we have to bring that in our own experience. So with that, if I can just request everyone to please silently just sit for a moment wherever you are and just close your eyes for 30 seconds or so we can experience this silence that hopefully a slow and conscious travel will bring. Excuse me, the young gentleman, can you just please, yeah. So let's just, for 30 seconds or so, just close our eyes, offer all the work collectively that we have done to the source from where, as I started, all the inspiration comes. And before you leave the room, please come silently in front and take a small prasad, and then we'll close the day. Thank you so much.